and they be thinking about my home runs. Oh, how they gon' catch me when I'm all around. Oh, I can't see why I didn't call it out. I come and go like a round. They don't want the two be going nah. I'm coming back with the money in the bag. The rubies in my lap, yeah, I'm running with the cash. I'm come and go like a round. Putting in the work like I'm way behind. Still trapping on the low, lurking in the mode like I'm running from the popo, yeah. Yeah, that's been my whole life, you know. Ever since a little kid, I didn't know what to do. They just told me, you done took all your stuff. And they said to me, young 2B, you gon' have to work hard for it, you know. Ain't no going around it, man. You see what it did to you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah. Tell him, bro.
Yeah. I'm staring in the mirror at the only one I trust. Been down on my luck, so when you see me now I'm up. I'm fresh up out that mud, I'm a diamond in the rough. So when you see me shining now, know it's anything but luck. I'm looking in the mirror at the only one I with. I've been held me down, so when you see me now I'm up. I'm fresh up out that mud, I'm a diamond in the rough. So when you see me shining now, know it's anything but luck. It's anything but
diamond in the rough, yeah, we had it tough, yeah, we had the pressure and the pressure done its stuff. Oh, I'm not flexing when I'm brushing off the dust, no. All this pain and the tears made my shoulders rust. In this life, gotta do what you must, build your value up, gotta earn trust, avoid fuss. Maybe you don't know the facts, you don't know enough. You can judge me all you want, cause every day I send love. Every day I do me, makes me wanna see you, makes me wanna see more, makes me wanna see through. Maybe we become one, maybe this is the thing. There's an energy and flavor to the things that you bring to the table, any way you're able. Real work turns into gold when you're stable. Now life feels sweet like syrup, like maple. Wouldn't change a thing about my past to stay grateful.
I'm staring in the mirror at the only one I trust. Been down on my luck, so when you see me now I'm up. I'm fresh up out that mud, I'm a diamond in the rough. So when you see me shining now, know it's anything but luck. I'm looking in the mirror at the only one I with. I've been held me down, so when you see me now I'm up. I'm fresh up out that mud, I'm a diamond in the rough. So when you see me shining now, know it's anything but luck. It's anything but luck now. I'm busy doing me, I'm out their range, I'm out of reach now. Almost let it drown, but they found me off the freestyle. Product of that ground, you seeing her eye me down. She wanna vibe, trying to see if she can slide. It's in the green now, it's snakes from my past. They look at me where I'm at, thinking they can hit my line, and I'ma help them on their feet now. I had a few I looked up to, they showing different shades. They might have blocked a couple rays, but now they watching but beam down. I struggle to open doors to places that come to life if I step inside. I learned to cut the keys down. Got it locked, this demon stirring the pot with pretty faces and plots that try to knock me off my feet now. No new friends, I had so many hit my line for the freebie, but if you see me out, you gotta pay the fee now. All these things you never cared to see me for is what I let the world see now. I'm staring in the mirror at the only one I trust. Been down on my luck, so when you see me now I'm up. I'm fresh up out that mud, I'm a diamond in the rough. So when you see me shining now, know it's anything but luck. I'm looking in the mirror at the only one I with. I've been held me down, so when you see me now I'm up. I'm fresh up out that mud, I'm a diamond in the rough. So when you see me shining now, know it's anything but luck. It's anything but luck now.
light, let's get it. Green light, let's get it. Green light, let's get it.
Green light, let's get it. I'm the future, I'm in it. Check score, I'm winning. Green light, let's get it. I just win, 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 win. I'm a fan. 10, 10, 10, 10. Hello, I'm Himothy. I got the recipe. I got the flow. I got the remedy. I know they do. I know they envy me. Feet on the floor. What they gon' say now? We came along from last place, bottom to top at a fast pace. Out of this surf, I get touchdown. I take a loss, get it back 8. I'm in the gym putting numbers up. You're never there, you got bad traits. Never excuses to cover ups. Learn from the losses and bad breaks. Green light, let's get it. I'm the future, I'm in it. Check score, I'm winning. Green light, let's get it. I just win, 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 win. I'm a fan. 10, 10, 10, 10. Green light, let's get it. I'm the future, I'm in it. Check score, I'm winning. Green light, let's get it. I just win, 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 win. I'm a fan. 10, 10, 10, 10.
Who said I wasn't him? Who said it? All this talk about who's on top and who's not. Miss me with the gossip. Check the score. Yeah.
See me coming out the screen. Know I gave myself the green light. Catch a shoot from the 3. If I'm not the one, it doesn't seem right. I need like 2, 4, 5, 6 in them rings. I'm talking back to back to back like 23. Green light, let's get it. I'm the future, I'm in it. Check score, I'm winning. Green light, let's get it. I just win, 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 win. I'm a fan. 10, 10, 10, 10. Green light, let's get it. I'm the future, I'm in it. Check score, I'm winning. Green light, let's get it. I just win, 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 win. I'm a fan. 10, 10, 10, 10.
Everything around me looks a little great. Ever since you found out, worry about my brain. I just need a time out, probably just a sprain. It's okay, babe, baby, it's okay. Got a lot of words you don't know how to say. Pull out all your big ones, tryna flip my face. I give you a big hug, say I'm feeling great. It's okay, babe, baby, it's okay. I don't wanna see you worry, but if you come on too early, if you make my toes too curly, and if you really, really high on me, baby, get hold that roll, how do you get it so wrong? Get it sometimes you cold, and a big problem though, yeah. Cause to me, you're an angel. If you ask me why, I say yeah, yo. Everything around me looks a little great. Ever since you found out, worry about my brain. I just need a time out, probably just a sprain. It's okay, babe, baby, it's okay. Got a lot of words you don't know how to say. Pull out all your big ones, tryna flip my face. I give you a big hug, say I'm feeling great. It's okay, babe, baby, it's okay.
I'm alright, everything fine, everything good, everything nice. Don't pull the curtain to something uncertain, just living your life. Taking a drive, stay in your lane. Don't veer off, might go insane. Think of your brain as a shelter in place. Don't let no one in, just lock up your chains. Change to be feared if you hear what they're saying. On the news, feeding us views. Never feel good to be tamed. Taking my feet, treated as truth. Ain't it a breeze to forget how to speak and let them do the speaking for you. Learn to feel free and to give your freedom, decisions to be made by the group.
Mama told me it's safer folding. Trying to carve yourself a space. Bend over backwards, let the assholes run us right down the drain.
Everything around me looks a little great. Ever since you found out, worry about my brain. I just need a time out, probably just a sprain. It's okay, babe, baby, it's okay. Got a lot of words you don't know how to say. Pull out all your big ones, tryna flip my face. I'll give you a big hug, say I'm feeling great. It's okay, babe, baby, it's okay.
I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, while forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and spice it up. Now it's time to marinate, and right after we're done. I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you chat. I like it when you're looking like that. Or shy to find out my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Just like it when you're looking like it. No sweets, no rush, you can't my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got a church place somewhere and I'll make it last forever. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, why forgetting how to talk. Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate, and right after we're done. I've been giving you the worst of me. Give me a second, let me think. I know we can agree. I'm off the leash. Go down on your knees. I got PhD. I'm all that you need. Just give me those. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, while forgetting how to talk. Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate, and right after we're done.
Domestic pigs are mostly kept as pets. Their mini breeds are capable of surviving on their own, whether it's in a forest or city streets. A third of our households worldwide have a pig. This makes the domestic pig the most popular pet on the planet.
Swipe, 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 swipe. Swipe, 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 swipe. Just picked up some bands, come again, come again. They do what I do, I'm like Simon says. Yeah, I'm the running man, rapping rubber bands, rubber bands. They do what I do, I'm like Simon says. They do what I do, I'm like Simon says. Simon says, swerving, making plays, good Ferrari red. Never out my zone, touchdown in my hands. Only fam around me, I can't have no friends. Had to cut you off, you left me out for dead. Ever since I was a teen, had prices on my head. Had to cut you off, you left me out for dead. They do what I do, I'm like Simon says. Just picked up some bands, come again, come again. They do what I do, I'm like Simon says. Yeah, I'm the running man, rapping rubber bands, rubber bands. They do what I do, I'm like Simon says. Just picked up some bands, come again, come again. They do what I do, I'm like Simon says. Yeah, I'm the running man, rapping rubber bands, rubber bands. They do what I do, I'm like Simon says. Yeah, ballpoint on the beat, ballpoint make them dance. Yeah, we came up from nothing, now we're making plans. Yeah, just picked up some bands, just picked up some bands, Tell her ask it questions when I come and why. On the run like a runaway. Only way is the money way. New chain, no jewelry. No games, no fooling me. 21, been a boss. Take the game, pay the cost. Heard you rolling TikTok. Need to get another watch. Just picked up some bands, come again. They do what I do, I'm like Simon says. Yeah, I'm the running man, rapping rubber bands. They do what I do, I'm like Simon says. Just picked up some bands, come again. They do what I do, I'm like Simon says. Yeah, I'm the running man, rapping rubber bands. They do what I do, I'm like Simon says.
Really been going back to back to back to back to back to back to back. Like the neighborhood warriors.
I don't miss, I don't play none, I don't diss, I don't say none. I go swish, that's an A1. I stay with no A1. Tell the chef, I said thanks. Tell I'm in the bank. Tell my mom I'm living good. Tell my kids don't stress a thing. I go back to back on the drops, drop a lot, and she pack the bag. She shot till we drop. I just wake up, I don't say nothing. I'm on go, I don't stay long. I've been up now, that's a case wine. I've been down too, like this day strong. I got summer toys for the summer boy. I keep drummer boys in the summer boy. I keep making noise, I've been paranoid. This is God body, you can never void. I don't miss, I don't play none. I don't diss, I don't say none. I go swish, that's an A1. I stay with no A1.
Hello PUBG Mobile friends, my name is Carol Bombshell and welcome to the second day of the prelim stage. Today is the last day for Group B. Things here are heating up and we are very close to meet the 8 teams who go to the main event. Are you guys ready for some action today?
You know, I'm ready. Let's get it going here. Day number 2 of the prelims. What's up, everybody? I'm Hot Jukes here with the 7WG and DK. Man, this is a big day because we got some monsters coming in the lobby, 7.
Yeah, we do. I mean, when you say monsters, vampire, and there's many more. Okay, we'll get into that. DK, how are you doing as well?
Super excited to see what the teams are going to be doing. But of course, we got to remember what happened in the previous days.
You know what? We're going to be started with Sandhawk. What happened yesterday? I mean, overall, it came down to Zebra Masters just dominating, absolutely dominating this map because it was a masterpiece, DK.
Oh, I mean, it was so beautiful to see them just securing those 15 eliminations. But as we know, like Zebra Master, they were playing a very contentious game yesterday, but things really took quite a bit of a swing here as we moved up into the action, Hajuk.
100%. I mean, that first match really was a chunk of their points in the overall day, but they definitely hung on the leaderboards with a good solid finish towards the end. But you know what? New teams are going to be coming on in today, so they got to be careful. Another squad, of course, that everyone has their eyes on was Team Falcons. These guys crushed it yesterday, 79 total points. So you know they're going into the rest of these days feeling pretty comfortable, Seven.
Yeah, they are, and the best part for them too is that they're going to be sitting now today since they are in Group A, and they're going to get a chance to see what Team C and all the teams in Group C are going to be doing, which is going to be even more perfect for them. And this was the main thing yesterday for some of the teams, the hot drops, man, that would just absolutely end up hindering them. And yes, I'm talking about Enigma Galaxy and DX Xavier. I'm hoping, boys, DK, today, hopefully there's not that many hot drops.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, right? We don't want to see too much of that. It's gonna be okay, I think, for game number 1, but after that, we got to see the momentum flowing. Got to see these teams just cracking cans open all over the place. So yeah, Dukes, I think it's gonna be quite the lineup, especially looking at who we have stepping out on the battlefield today.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it kind of is tough because DXavier is such a monster squad. We've seen them perform at the highest level and do very well, but it's like it seems like they just kind of crippled themselves, you know, yesterday, just constantly challenging Enigma Galaxy over and over and over again. So they got to come in today with a new mindset and, in my opinion, avoid that hot drop at all costs. Otherwise, their tournament life's going to be over here, Seven.
Yeah, well, luckily for DX, as we were talking about the groups, another team that's also in Group A that's not going to be playing today, it's going to be Enigma Galaxy. So I'm pretty sure DX is going to be very happy about that. I'm hoping it doesn't end up being DX decides to hot drop other people as well, which could be there's a possible chance that some of the teams from Group C might want to be looking at that Pochinki drop, especially what happened yesterday. Be like, you know what? They're already down there with DX. Let's just kick them down a little bit more.
Oh, that's worst case scenario. That's what we were kind of alluding to yesterday, right? It's like because top 8 is the goal, guys. If you make it to top 8, you're going to go ahead and head into the main event. But, you know, there are going to be some teams that have performed so well off the rip that they could just look at those teams in that 7th, 8th position, DK, and decide to hunt them down and say, nah, we don't even want to deal with you in the main event, right?
Yeah, and I think it's going to be of the utmost importance for teams to try and establish themselves, right? Because they do have a little bit of a jump to work through, so there's going to be a little bit of work here ahead of them today, Seven.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, we got a nice little interview.
Oh, do we?
Coming up right up, so we're going to go ahead and take it to the main stage.
For Zebra Master, yesterday they got a chicken dinner, but it wasn't enough. We're going to know right now. Welcome, and we want to know how was the first day for you guys, how was your feeling, what's your thoughts and everything. Primeiramente, a gente quer saber como é que foi o primeiro dia de vocês, quais são os seus pensamentos, quais são os seus questionamentos e o que vocês podem fazer para melhorar.
Português? Nós tivemos um bom dia, acredito que começamos bem, apesar de zerar três partidas, eu acho que ainda foi um bom dia e eu estou confiante para amanhã.
They started the day really good, even though they had bad matches. That was okay for them because they are even more confident to start the next day. So everything is okay for them. And we want to know what you guys have prepared for the second day, because you said you are pretty much confident. So what you guys have set on mind for this second day of competition. Nós queremos saber o que vocês prepararam para o segundo dia de competição, já que você falou que você está confiante, o time de vocês estão confiantes.
Nós queremos buscar o top 1, ou mais próximo disso, para chegar no terceiro dia que nós não jogamos, mais tranquilos.
Okay, that was a good answer, actually, because they want to reach the top. They want to lead the standings in the first place, of course, because they wanted to be in the third day of the prelims stage. They want to be chill. They want to be relaxed because they won't play the third day. So that's pretty much a good strategy. Thanks so much for the interview, and I wish you guys a good luck.
Thank you.
There we go. Let's take a look at the overall standings. This is where they stand for now, but we're going to see them shake up at the end of the day big time, Seven. It's always good to hear from Zebra Master because these guys are going to have a lot of pressure going on them today because this is their last day that they're going to be playing in the prelims, Seven.
It is going to be their last day, and as we're looking at their placement points there, 18 placement points. That means that they got a good chunk of the placement points from the first game of yesterday when they ended up getting that win. I hope there's a little bit more consistency out of Zebra Masters here because they ended up with a lot of 10th place finishes, 16th place finishes with 0 elims, and then an 11th place with 4 elims. So I want to see a little bit more consistency out of them, DK.
Yeah, the consistency is going to be absolutely key here for them today. But, you know, looking at their position on that leaderboard, there is definitely going to be an opportunity to catch up. As we know, today we are going to be focusing in on Group B and Group C. So I'm also curious to see what teams like the Death Wolves and, of course, Hura are going to be bringing in, as we saw quite a bit of a performance from them all the way back in the qualifiers, Jukes.
100%. They're going to be stepping in and being it strong, but the advantage that they're going to have is that they're going to play tomorrow. So they'll know how many points they need to get into that top 8. The problem is Group B, we're talking about Smoke Gaming, Insanity, Zebra Master, Team Liquid, and Hyper, Virtus Pro, of course, Nextbria, and D Xavier. This is their last day. They need to put up such a massive point buffer that nobody could even think about catching them, Seven. So they're going to have a totally different mindset coming into today.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking at what N Hyper is going to be doing, right? We were kind of I was giving them a little bit of a break yesterday, and they were giving me some good points in the first half of the day, and then after the first half, it was just a complete fall off for that team. I want to see how they're going to be reacting. Keep in mind, it is a fairly new team, so I don't want to be too harsh on them. I felt like they were maybe dropped into this PMGO without fully being prepared for it. But if we can get a nice response here out of N Hyper, set themselves up to possibly qualify, even though they're not going to be playing tomorrow, it'll be interesting what this team can do under pressure.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we've seen in the past when we have like these different kind of groups, we've seen teams that have sat in 6th place get overtaken, 4th place overtaken. So that is definitely not a position that you want to be in here. As we take a look here at the squad rosters, these are the big names, and we're going to see we need to see some all-star players here, DK. We need to see some guys just shine up, put that backpack on, and carry their teams all the way to the main event.
I mean, what I like about this, Jukes, is like nobody is safe on that leaderboard. Even Falcons up in pole position, they're not going to be safe, right? Everybody's going to be hunting for those slots. And as you mentioned before, top 8 is going to be the way to go. So, Seven, I think there's going to be a little bit of pressure, especially as we've mentioned already. Group B, today's their last opportunity to really try and solidify their positioning on the rankings.
Yeah, it is. The good thing, right, is going to be that coming tomorrow for all those teams that are in Group A that are not playing today, they're going to know exactly what they need to do. And out of all these teams, there's one team I'm looking especially at for today for Group C, and it's going to be none other than Vampire Esports, because this team was just... I'm sorry, Vampire Esports, that I'm about to do this to you, but you know I have to. It was an absolute letdown when it came down to PMGC, and maybe we'll be able to see a little bit more out of them. Try to prove a point.
Yeah, they need to, big time. But we got a quick little video for you guys, and we're going to be right back.
Team Liquid. Well, I actually wanted to go to the Amazon.
Who is the best PUBG mobile esports team in Brazil?
Pô, não tem nem o que falar, né? É o melhor time tá aqui, ó. Team Liquid.
Bom, eu acredito que o nosso time seja o melhor. Em colocações mundiais a gente sempre vai bem.
Best food in Brazil.
Feijoada, porque é muito bom, muito saboroso, mistura com arroz e tá top. E uma farofa também, não pode esquecer.
Eu sou gaúcho, desde pequenininho comendo churrasco o dia inteiro. E eu lembro ter bons momentos na minha vida porque reunia a nossa família.
Bọn anh đầu tiên qua Brazil ăn bít tết, có đậu và khoai tây.
Name one Brazilian sports icon.
One of my favorite Brazilian players is Ronaldinho. I like him because he's skilled and I used to watch him a lot when I was a kid.
Can you share a favorite Brazilian tradition or celebration that holds special meaning for you?
Eu gosto, tá, pera. Eu gosto bastante do Natal e Ano Novo ali, a véspera do Natal e Ano Novo, porque passa com a família, depois do ano todo ali trabalhando, tudo que foi nasceu jogando, ficar ali, renovar a energia com a família, tudo, honrado, tudo é bom demais. Então acho que é a melhor coisa do ano.
Which Brazilian natural wonder or landmark do you feel a strong connection to, and why?
Bom, acho que lugares no Brasil
Eu sou do time do frio, então eu prefiro ir mais para Gramado, que é no sul do Brasil, tomar ali um chocolate quente, pegar aquela época de inverno ali que chega até nevar em algumas regiões, só que não dá para deixar de fora a praia. Brasileiro e praia, ó, vou te falar, todo fim de semana, se eu tiver a oportunidade de ir pra praia, eu iria pegar um calorzinho ali, de vez em quando é bom, tomar aquela aguinha de coco, sem dúvida, acho que praia e frio eu fico ainda um pouquinho de praia.
What's your best thing about Brazil?
I would love to go to the Amazon forest because I love forest and I would like to try a new thing.
A coisa mais legal do Brasil? Bom, acredito que a coisa mais legal do Brasil seja o futebol, que é o país do futebol, onde todo mundo acompanha, todo mundo torce para algum time e é sempre bom estar ali acompanhando o seu time do coração.
Em thấy mọi người rất là thân thiện và em thấy mọi người rất là thân thiện và thời tiết rất là thoải mái, giống như ở Việt Nam.
The best of Brazil. You love to see that right there, man. These guys are turning up, ready to go. And I'll tell you what, we saw D. Xavier talking, and we saw them talking about, hey, you know what? The people of Brazil are so friendly. The food is good. They better stop these hot drops, though. Otherwise, they ain't going to be there for very long. So that's going to be something they got to keep in mind on. But we got another interview coming right up.
You know what? We're going to go into the schedule. It's all right, bro. It's all right. We were thinking too much about that steak, and also we found out that it gets cold and it possibly snows in Brazil. Newsflash to me. But nonetheless, we're going to be starting off hot, baby. We're going to be going into Sandhawk for match 1. And you can see at the top there, it is going to be Group B versus C, as we've been talking about it the whole time. Sandhawk, I'm intrigued what Zebra Masters is going to be doing here today, DK, because with what they did yesterday, how proactive they were within that match too, I feel like if this team wants a chance at maybe making it to the main event, they need to take full advantage of Sandhawk again.
I think we're going to be seeing an absolutely phenomenal performance coming through from the Zebra Masters. But, you know, speaking about the team, speaking about the players, we're going to be hopping into interview.
And we are here with Cunha, the player for Smoke Gaming, and they are in the second place in our standings, and we're going to talk to him about the day. So welcome, first of all, welcome, and we want to know how was the first day for you guys in the prelim stage. So we want to know everything, your feelings and your thoughts.
So the first day was not so good for us because the first 2 matches we didn't did what we have to do, so we just got 2 points from these 2 matches, and the next 3 I don't know how to say, I'm very happy that we can perform well, and 1-2 matches, 1 top 2, and the last one we was so bad, we didn't get so much points, 0, and we have to study more to achieve our goals here.
Okay, perfect. You guys had a double chicken dinner, so I think it was pretty well. But we want to know the expectations for the second day.
We are ready. We have to be because it is what it is. We are qualified from the online stage and preliminaries before this one, and we are here fighting for the top, and we want this top 1, so we will go for it.
Perfect. Thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
Man, you can even see it in his face, right? These guys want 2 chicken dinners, and they're thinking that, man, we should have done better because they know they're on the chopping block today. They really are. They're not going to be playing tomorrow. They know they need to put up some massive points. Even though they had 2 chicken dinners today, DK, they're still thinking like, man, we need to put a lot more points on the board.
I mean, it was not only just 2 chicken winner dinners, they also got a second place all the way back in game number 4. So, I mean, they had a phenomenal day, and if they stress in, you got to know that there's quite a bit that is going to be coming through here today. But I'm really looking forward to seeing what the Group C teams are going to be bringing out on the battlefield. I mean, the stakes are pretty high. The teams are definitely fighting for quite an important position. And I think, Seven, there's going to be a lot riding potentially just on this first game.
There is going to be a lot riding. I mean, you know what? I used to overthink Sandhawk. I used to be super excited about it, like I said yesterday. But we'll give him a break. Get him off ready, you know? Get him ready with all the madness that's going to happen in Sandhawk. But like you guys were mentioning earlier, I want to see what Deathwolves is going to be doing, what Hora Esports is doing. I also want to see what Team Kessel is going to be doing, because this is not the exact same team that we've seen from last year. It is going to be 3 brand new players within that team, and I'm interested to see what the order is going to be between them, with Malkin, M2M, and Milos coming into that team. Anything can happen, right? It could be a completely different Team Queso, it could be an exciting Team Queso, and we got a chance to see Vampire Esports there on the screen as well. Tony K, a guy that absolutely destroyed last year when it came to the PMWI, and this is what I was mentioning. They were just such a big disappointment during PMGC that I feel like Jukes, they're wanting to make themselves look good again, even though it's not an invitational tournament.
Yeah, you can just see it on his face, right? You can just see the weight of those expectations for sure, because, you know, I remember after PMWI, it was such a legendary performance. I immediately went to some of the top coaches and IGLs on the planet from some of these other squads, and I was like, dude, what do you guys think about Tony K, his performance? They were so shocked that their only response among all of them was just like, I don't know. All I could say is that he got lucky, because it was just so unreal, you know? And unfortunately, I mean, I was like, no, it couldn't be luck. I mean, that's too consistent. But then you look at the performance in the global championships and it makes you question, right? So I think he's definitely coming into this tournament with a lot of expectations that could be good or could be bad, because you know what they say, you know, pressure makes diamonds, DK.
Ooh, but there's only going to be one way to figure out how that pressure is going to play out, right? We got to see what all the action is going to be bringing in. But I think we're in for quite a bit of a ride here today. I mean, you guys were talking about the Death Wolves stepping out onto the battlefield here. I just want to remind you of that clutch up they brought in the final match of the qualifiers to kind of steal away a bit of a position, right? Just bringing in an absolutely insane match right when it mattered the most. So, I mean, they showed quite a bit of capability. So I want to see what their approach is, right? How they're going to be looking to play this one. And just looking at the team on screen there, they just seem to be super chilled, super relaxed. And I think that's kind of the mentality to take moving into the first game here, Jukes.
100%. That's another team right here that we got our eyes on here, Seven, is Team Liquid. This is one of those teams, it's their final day playing today. And I mean, let me ask you this. If you are the coach, right, going into today, what place do you think that you would be telling your team you need to aim for at least this, right, going into tomorrow if you want to feel safe?
For a team that was, especially with Team Liquid, for a team that was able to finish with only 28 points, I'm going to be telling them, hey, boys, we need to try to get up there. We need to definitely pass Falcons, because Falcons currently has 79 points, and they're not even going to be playing today. They're going to be coming back tomorrow and know exactly what they need to do. And Team Liquid, keep in mind, this was the team from last year that ended up getting 12 plays at the PMGC. So there was a bit of high expectations, at least from my end, when it came down to Team Liquid. They just haven't been able to deliver. They ended up with a nice 4th place finish in one of the Erangels and 7 eliminations. But besides that, we haven't really seen that much consistency in regards to those placement points. We know this team can definitely get the eliminations that they showed in Sandhawk, being able to get 8th place, but still put up 7 elims. I feel like we need to see more of that fragging power. I feel like they need to find that nice little marriage between those placement points, go for the wins. And you know what? I would like to see them, even though I highly doubt it's going to happen, I would like to see them there finish at least within the 1st place after today, because we know coming in tomorrow, Team Falcons is going to be on another level.
I mean, you're totally right. I mean, they have 79 points already. That means that Team Liquid needs to triple the points that they did yesterday, pretty much, if they even want to stand a chance, because we're going to see Team Falcons coming in playing 6 games. You know, they're going to pass them up. So, I mean, if you're talking about having a couple bad games, all of the bad games that Team Liquid could afford were yesterday, right? So they literally need to go off from the start here, DK, and it's going to be a big task considering that there's so many new teams, you know, different strategies, drop locations. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a pretty tough 2 days still ahead for a lot of these teams. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not Team Liquid can pick up that pacing and really look to accomplish what they set out to lock in. But another team I think that could also potentially really do with quite a bit of a step up here, and we've been speaking about them a little bit earlier on as well, is the Xavier, right? I mean, looking at the performance that they brought through back in the PMGC, it was so surprising to see them having a completely different kind of result stepping out onto the battlefield yesterday.
What do you think about that, Seven?
Well, I actually want to know, DK, why were you so surprised about it? Because, I mean, with them, they just kept hot dropping. They weren't willing to give it up. And then we were kind of making jokes about it, too. We're like, okay, you know what? Now it's going to be the end whenever they stop hot dropping when we finish Erangel. And we go into the first Miramar, and then same thing, they end up starting to hot drop as well.
I don't know. It's weird because, I mean, they had a really good start, right? Sanok looked good, 4th place, 5 elims. And then it was, time to play hot potato, but play it on the same spot with the same team, match after match after match. And I don't know. It's not what I was expecting to see come through from the side of the Xavier. I was expecting them to really hone in, focus on the aggression, go out there, get the points, instead of, trying to see whose spot is it anyway.
Yeah.
I don't understand. I could not get it. I mean, the only theory that I could come up with at the time was that, okay, Xavier were trying to secure that location because they were so confident that they were going to make it into the main event. But it happened so many times, and it crippled their points entirely, to the point to where now, I mean, we could have teams today make sure that they don't make it into the main event. That's how bad it is. So they weren't able to turn it around yesterday. But, in a tournament like this, you have to try to get that short-term memory going. You got to shake it off. You got to come in today saying, hey, we got to avoid the hot drops at all costs. It's a new lobby, so we got to pretend like it's day one and just go absolutely insane, Seven.
Yeah, you're talking about short-term memory. I'm hoping that even the teams that did end up doing well yesterday from Group B, they do have that short-term memory. They kind of take it as a completely new, different. You know what? Let's reset the leaderboard in our minds, and I'm talking about Smoke Gaming, because that team, you heard her from the player too in the interview. They weren't happy with some of their performances, and I'm up there with them, and I'm glad that we're kind of able to take accountability for that too, because the first 2 matches, absolutely horrible. Only 2 points out of that. Yes, they were able to do really good there within those 3 matches in the middle, and then in the last one, 0 points, as Kunha was able to say there. So short-term memory, reset today. It is going to be completely different teams too, so you're not going to know what to expect. And we saw what happened yesterday, especially in Sandhawk. There was at least 4, 5 hot drops. I'm going to be expecting about the same here today in the first game, with some of these teams seeing each other for the first time. And I'm going to be expecting a lot of the Brazilian teams continuing to be aggressive, continuing to push that envelope, because I think at one point yesterday, out of all the wins that teams were getting, Brazil had more than 50% of it, more than 60% of it, and I don't see that changing.
Yeah, I don't see it either. It's going to be tough. I do like the fact that we did see that interview with Smoke Gaming, that if I heard him saying, like, oh, yeah, we did great, we got 2nd place, I would have been worried 100%, because like they have to realize that, man, you know what? Like, we're not going to be playing tomorrow, and that we're in trouble. Like, we're really big in trouble. So I like the fact that even though they came in out of 2nd place, you can just see them kind of like, man, we had a couple bad performances. 56 points is not going to be enough. So if they're able to, at a minimum, I think they have to, at a minimum, match what they did yesterday, but definitely take it up a couple games for sure, DK, if they want to feel comfortable.
I mean, on average, if you look at their performance yesterday, they brought in about 9 eliminations per match, right? They had 28 eliminations in total across the 3 games. That brings us down to about 29 eliminations per game. So if they can kind of pick up that same kind of pacing, that same kind of momentum, bring it into today, there's a really good chance that we could see Smoke Gaming get a very predominant position on that ranking spot. So, yeah, I'm curious and very excited to see what they're going to be bringing out. But as we know, it's not going to be an easy lobby, right? They're going up against a few big names coming through from that Group C. So I don't know. Anything is essentially open for the taking here.
100%. Yeah, that's scary. The scary part is that, 9 eliminations per game is insane, right? The thing that scares me, though, is like, Seven, we saw some ridiculous performances yesterday. We're going to see some teams bust out those 15 elimination chicken dinners. And with a performance like that's 25 points. That is insane to add. That's more points than what the 10th place team got yesterday.
Yeah, and the thing is, yesterday we were actually getting a bit of some sponge points, right, when we came to certain matches, because we did have 2 teams winning 4 out of the 6 games that we ended up playing yesterday. So you can see there, if for some reason that happens again today, boy, it's going to make it really, really hard for some of these teams. I think a lot of the other teams are going to be, I'm hoping they're going to start focusing a little bit more towards that end game, not focus so much on those early fights. position themselves, which is something that Team Falcons was just doing so well whenever they did end up getting those chicken dinners. Thinking about their positioning, making sure that they send themselves up for those fights, and then willing to take risk. I feel like that's, even though Team Falcons is not here today, I feel like that's something that we definitely need to expand on a little bit more, because Team Falcons, we usually see a team that's being very dominant. They have a very, very good position, but what Falcons was able to do is they were willing to take those risks, and we saw that perfectly in the last Myanmar match, where they ended up taking the fight down in a position that it wasn't going to help them out. They made sure they cleared that team, and right away they knew that their good position was going to try to be taken over by Enigma Galaxy, and the way they reacted to that was just so beautiful. I think we just need to start seeing more proactiveness like that, more aggressiveness, and also just being able to flip that switch from some of these teams today.
100%. Yeah, you know, Team Falcons are going to be they're watching this like Falcons, literally, right? They're going to be keeping an eye on figuring out exactly what teams that they need to pass. And since they did so well yesterday, 79 points is insane, right? They're going to be feeling very comfortable going into tomorrow. So with that performance, I think every team here needs to realize, all right, there's no longer 8 spots remaining. There's for sure going to be only 7, right? So you're going to want to be able to put that big buffer there. And that's on brand for you, 7.
Yeah, it is. It is. You know what? Out of all the teams, DK, that are coming in from Group C, which one is the one that you're really think they're going to have a great performance here?
I would love to say Fireflux, right?
Okay.
I would love to say Fireflux are going to be having a phenomenal day here. I mean, I don't know. I'm just really leaning in that direction. I'm excited to see what they're going to be bringing through. I mean, it could have gone for any of the others, but I think that's kind of to be expected. I think Fireflux, they could bring a little bit of extra onto the battlefield here today. And yourself, what do you think?
For me, it's going to have to be Influence Rage. I mean, these are the champions of Americas from full split last year, so I want to see more out of this team. They had definitely had a bit of a disappointing PMGC, and for their being on their home turf, knowing that Alpha 7 is already qualified to the main event, knowing that they want to be able to be there as well and challenge them, because they've always been compared to like their little brother to Alpha 7. I feel like that's going to be hurting the ego of the players a little bit. And we know the ego that some of these Brazilian players have. We know that the passion that they carry to just be the best in their region. So I feel like Influence Rage, I'm hoping it actually happens. They have a great performance here today.
I want to see that happen. For me, it's going to be obviously Vampire Esports. I think Tony K, you know, just after that performance in PMWI, I want to see him kind of have that crazy pop-off game. I think that'll make things interesting. If I were to pick a wild card, though, I'm going to go with Death Wolves. And the reason why I'm going to go with Death Wolves is because it's one of the qualifying teams, right? We saw yesterday a ton of the qualifying teams pop off. Way more than I think that any of us expected, DK, right?
But I think that's the beauty of it, right? Because, I mean, we were looking at the qualifying teams. We were like, you know, they played a good game, but we were expecting them to have an exceptionally challenging time coming in alongside our partnership teams here. But it seems like they can just hold their own. So I have to agree with you. I think Death Wolves, they might also be bringing in quite a bit of the action here. And as I already mentioned, right, they were able to clutch it up in the qualifiers coming to the end of that. So I think there's so much potential for these teams to really surprise us with how they're going to be reading the zones, reading the maps, and even reading the opposition. So 7, I mean, looking at this, I think Sanok is going to be a pretty hot one, maybe even hotter than what we had yesterday.
Oh, for sure. And you know what? I'm going to be looking, we're talking about teams that we're expecting to do well. We're talking about wild cards. Let's talk about the teams that didn't do so well yesterday. Insanity, right? Insanity Sports, absolutely horrible day. They ended up in last place with those 12 points. Virtus Pro, luckily for them, they were kind of able to save face there on the last match with the second place finish for eliminations, because if not, if they would have had a whole donut again, they would have ended up with just 3 points for the day, which is just absolutely ridiculous. And the reason why I'm starting to mention this teams towards the bottom from Group B of yesterday, like Hyper, DX, even though DX has 23 points, I still consider them, they're just pretty much towards the bottom at this point. They need to be careful, because if they fall into this pattern that they do end up doing bad the first 2 matches, guess what? Those teams that are coming in hot from Team C, those teams that are looking to get those extra points, making sure that they position themselves in a great way to challenge Team Falcons on the last day, they're going to be starting cherry picking those fights. They're going to be like, okay, what was their rotation yesterday? Let's see if maybe we can cut them off, surprise them, and get those extra points, because we know they're currently getting into the head because they're just having bad matches over and over again, and then towards the bottom as well.
Well, guys, thank you so much for being so patient with us. We're about to get started here in just a second. Let's go ahead and take a quick video.
Não fomos ao...
Участие этого всего.
Nanti ambilin mapku yang di tas.
You're just waiting to get into that playing path now. The final thing to be done is to get into that playing path, get into our first match of the day here for PMGC here in Istanbul. Maybe we're getting that trifecta split every single time, but here we are in the plane.
Continues to move along the wall, and Razy steps in, and it's a 1-for-1 alive, but they find that they will lose quickly in the sidelines, and more start to fall as well. F2G keep it going.
Today's game, the best opponent was S2G.
Revo is here as well, and Dino will go down. Alpha 7 sweep on through. They will stand up for the performance, and Revo get another challenge, and it will not be long for it. Alpha 7.
Feeling good, but it's just the first match. We're gonna try to stay like that. Go, let's go, let's go.
Which team was today the most hard?
Yes, not the call. Couple of players out from the smokes, out but it's still going. Hansi up on the high ground, spotted by Lamborghini, really in his to go long with it.
Very successful with these names. The smoke pop.
S2G might be thrown a lifeline. Hansi G.
Yeah, honestly, this Vietnamese squad has been extremely impressive.
4-6 to 8 storm.
But Icy's getting close towards his spot from the top side.
Lovely nade. Still in it, don't count him out. Icy with the storm.
No eliminations needed. We'll take the second place.
Oh, might get a knock. Unfortunately, the hop into the back there is good.
준비해온 걸 지금 잘 하고 있어서 다음 남은 경기도 잘 할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Steps out wide. 2v2 now. Top goes low. It's the deck. Can he get the heal? Could be crucial, but there's it down.
Today we lost some game. We expected better position and better points, but then we'll try to fix our mistakes for tomorrow.
Counts right now, but they're certainly going to be happy with this one. A 1v4. F2G to give a shot to Hamsi. He can find his name. He hasn't got it. F2G. We're in a chicken dinner.
Böyle bir taraftar karşısında oynamak cidden çok güzel. Bugün performansımızın üzerindeysiydi bence bana göre. Yani yarın %70 sonu %100 olacak. O yüzden şampiyonum.
Looks to drop the nade out the window. It's great. Taken out. 2 players now. Razy's down. Getting knocked. Eliminations blank. And he's going to burn himself away.
Yeah, the real PMGC for me begins tomorrow.
Yes.
Because it's about the prep work you do tonight for the next day of matches. It's about the review. It's about the VODs. It's about figuring out what to do with your team. And obviously, you just played 6 matches back to back. Your day's not done.
Okay, I'm gonna mute myself.
All right, sweet. Well, I believe we are getting ready to go into that first Sandhawk between Group B and Group C. You heard us talking about it. You heard us mentioning about all these new teams that are going to be coming in Group C. Well, guess what? Now it's time to actually see them perform here in the hot and absolute madness Sandhawk that has to offer. And you know what? I'm going to be looking, DK, at seeing if we have any hot drops to start off the day with.
Ooh. I mean, it's understandable, right? To see it in the first game, so I gotta agree with you. I'm looking forward to seeing if we're gonna have any of that contention coming through. So far, it doesn't necessarily seem like anyone's gonna be swinging in hot, and I'm also gonna kind of wondering where the point of contention is gonna be in this game, right? Are we gonna see it over in Finan? Is it gonna be boot camp? Is it gonna be over towards Paradise, or maybe even shift over towards that northwestern island?
Yeah, we'll have to wait. You know what? I would like to see, and I know Hot Jigs is going to be happy about this one. Give me a K finish. I don't think I think maybe I got a chance to see one, but I wasn't part of it. I wasn't able to cast of it. So give me a K finish. I like the madness. And like, okay, you know what? Influence, boot camp. Okay, that was expected. Fireflux. All right, this is more of what we were expecting to see yesterday. We do have a bit of a semi-hot drop there, as Fireflux is going to be found by Team Queso. Fireflux doing a big split, and I know this was one of the teams that you were looking to see how they were going to be performing, DK, not how they want to start off the day losing one player right away.
I mean, it's a bit of a bumpy ride, but let's see, maybe they can pick up the pacing, maybe follow through with a beautiful play coming in at some point. But I gotta say, like, it's also interesting seeing the zone taking a nice bit of a shift over on towards that western side. So we have Ruins currently being smack dab center zone. So I think at this point, None could definitely start to heat up, because it's going to be part of that funnel, like leading the teams over on towards the western front.
Yeah, and for Pinam, for this, you know what? Let's look at the map here, and teams that could end up benefiting out of this is Team Queso. Maybe they're going to be able to readjust themselves and go up to that top of that mountain, because if the zone does end up going their way, we've always seen whoever's at the top of the mountain is not only going to be able to go for that chicken dinner, but they end up with a lot of eliminations because they just see so much of the map. They're able to third-party fights. They're able to just stop people from even being able to rotate towards them. And down by Ruins, we noticed that N-Hyper was by themselves as well. And that's a team that definitely needs those points. That's a team that's currently bottom. They're not going to be playing tomorrow. And N-Hyper is going to be looking to make the best of their day here today.
Yeah, I got to agree with you. We were talking about the teams we got to be keeping a bit of an eye on. And yeah, N-Hyper definitely could do with a nice big serving of points. I mean, looking at the start of their day, you know, 6th place, 8th place finish in the first 2 matches, so there was definitely a bit of potential there, but something just started to crumble as we progressed through the rest of the day. Hopefully day 2 is going to be the day in where they'll be able to grab a bit of super glue, stick everything back together, and just bring in a really dominating performance. And I mean, we said a very similar thing about D Xavier, but now Influence, this could be an interesting play up alongside Fireflux.
This could be, considering that Fireflux is currently just with 2 players there. So let's see if this push is going to end up working out for them. We see those SMGs, we see the DBS, and now we start seeing Fireflux trying to position themselves. I think Influence Rage definitely knows that they're there as the vehicle is around. If one of these nades can hit, it's going to be massive for them. Here comes their shots. Can Influence Rage maybe connect on them? They're not going to be able to, but at least they're going to be pushing them away. And now that's another team that they necessarily don't have to worry about. And for everybody just tuning in, if you're just for some reason tuning in, for the people currently watching, I'm sorry if this is going to sound like a broken record, but on the right side, that's going to be the leaderboard. And if you're seeing there is some numbers missing, no, it's not that we don't know how the numbers work. Is that some of the teams that are in first place, like Team Falcons, they are part of Group A, and they are not going to be playing here today, as we are going to be looking at All Glory Gaming V2 going up against N-Hyper.
Oh, here we go. Come on, come on. So All Glory now having a good opportunity here. Oh, well, they had an opportunity, but N-Hyper said, thank you so much for coming. We'll take that one right then and there. So N-Hyper showing a really good start here. Again, sitting on those 4 eliminations. Exactly what we saw yesterday. But now they got to go above and beyond, right? They have to go beyond the top if they are going to be looking to secure those points here.
They definitely need to go beyond the top here for N-Hyper. Yesterday in Sandhawk, they were able to finish off with 4 eliminations. You know what? Let's try to double that up, N-Hyper. Let's see if we can possibly do better, as you already have those 4 eliminations. Don't make it a quota thing. Don't make it that, okay, we got 4. We can actually get eliminated now, because that's not going to end up working out for you guys. We do have a player here from Team Liquid. Ayala sneaking up on Nextruya, a team that finished in 5th place yesterday with 42 points. He's going to be able to get a knock. That's going to be sending a message there to his teammates, as now they have to start backing up. Here comes the vehicles. He's going to be able to hear that, and guess what? That is going to be an easy point. Well played there by Ayala with that nade knock and the finish, and then making sure he relays the information to his team as his team starts pushing off to this compound.
I think this is Team Liquid off to a really good start. I mean, Ayala was doing some scary stuff yesterday, right? We did see quite a few plays coming through from Team Liquid, but so far it seems like the pacing starting to pick up. They want to kind of rectify that donut that they got in the last game yesterday. They want to start the day on a big number. So there's a lot yet to come through from them, hopefully. And of course, Team Queso, right? Another team, their first day out on the battlefield here today. Curious to see how this bridge is going to play out. I mean, it is really well positioned within our current zone. And of course, they are going to be reaching all the way across. Just reminding the players here from N-Hyper that, you know, you're not as safe as you feel.
Yeah, N-Hyper thinking they were safe, but that's not going to be the case, though. But Team Queso needs to be careful because it's not only N-Hyper here. Fireflux, remember, we saw them getting pushed out by Influence Rage, and they are going to be very close by. And on top of that, you're going to have the next Ruya as well, that this teams could try to third-party this fight. So I think they're going to probably try to slow it down a little bit more. Team Queso is going to see if they can make the push. And I was talking about it, and guess what? It's going to start happening. Fireflux is going to be able to spot Team Queso with all the noise that they were making. And here comes the knocks and possibly the eliminations for Fireflux that you've been wanting to see, DK.
I mean, Storm out here fishing, right? Just hooking some big catches, but let's see whether or not Storm and the rest of Fireflux can now close this one up. Lux taking up a nice little bit of an ambush position here. You can see that spread. I mean, a really good positioning overall from Fireflux. Good read, but let's see, can they now follow through? Still got to watch out for next Ruya also hanging in the wing. And we've got a square of despair potentially now starting to build here with 4 teams holding on the edge of the bridge, 7.
Yeah, this was my biggest worry here for Team Queso. They were getting a little bit too much freedom there with N-Hyper taking shots, trying to do that damage. But with Sandhawk, it's so tight. Everything is so close by. Everybody's going to hear those shots, and you are just going to be making yourself a big target. And with this zone shift, guess who's going to be looking good? Vampire Esports currently hasn't had to rotate all the way to the South Island, and they're going to be like, you know what? Let's play a little bit safer here. Let's slow down our gameplay. Let's let them fight it out like Smoke Gaming was able to do yesterday with a lot of those teams, and see what is going to be happening at some of these teams are going to continue to fight with Fireflux, N-Hyper, and Team Queso close by.
Well, N-Hyper in a good spot. They just got to lock it down. Just got to get those flows going. But now it's going to be a little bit of an interesting one to see how these plays are going to develop from here.
It is. To be completely honest, we're waiting to see what's going to be happening. I'm currently looking at the map feed. There's really not much going on my end. So I have no idea what this team is going to be doing or what's currently being shown on the screen. All we know is that Vampire Esports is going to be towards the north. They did end up doing what I thought they were going to be doing, which is slowing down that play. And now we go over to an N-Hyper, trying to get that different position, trying to see what they can do here as next Ruya is close by. There you go. N-Hyper being able to knock another player, and now they're able to get even more eliminations than what they were able to do yesterday. This is what N-Hyper needs to do, but they need to be careful because now you got Team Liquid starting to take some shots at them. They're exposing themselves a little bit too much, and Fireflux is going to be possibly able to get some shots down the line too, as Team Queso now having to back up. A team that was already in that North Island, they decided to push south. Guess what? The zone said, you know what? That might not end up working out for you. Let's send you guys back to the north.
You just gotta love all the action that we see happening right here. I mean, N-Hyper, right? We said they needed to go beyond the top, then it seems like that is exactly what they're looking to do here. A quick patch up coming through, but look at that keen now. Super keen on locking in those elims. Next Ruya also just looking to establish themselves on either side of the island. We do have Stodge and Capri though. They need to get picked up, so hopefully N-Hyper can do exactly that, but things seem to be quieting down ever so slightly, at least up into its center zone. So I think this is where we got to see a little bit of those plays now coming through from the teams heading up in towards the zone.
Yeah, and in that madness that we saw there, N-Hyper did end up losing 3 players. Is going to be coming down to 1, trying to secure those extra placement points for his team, as he was actually able to rotate towards that North Island after he saw that circle. I really enjoy, too, what some of these teams are doing. Team Liquid, they know that they're going to have to push at some point. They know that there was going to be somebody in this compound. The way that they were able to push and make sure that they clear it, even though N-Hyper was already long gone. That's what we want to see out of these teams. And here we go with Smoke Gaming, a team that I was mentioning earlier. Yesterday, they were trying to be a little bit passive, and guess what? The team that definitely needs the points, DX, is going to be able to find some of those players snaking in the grass, getting those eliminations. The only problem is I'm seeing where these teams are currently fighting, and it's a little bit too far away. It's once again with DX taking those fights in the blue zone. DX, they need to start focusing more a little bit on the end match. Yes, you got those eliminations. Now let's see if we can maybe try to make it to the circle before all those other teams set themselves up on top of the mountain, on the island towards the west, and then it's gonna be a lot harder, DK.
I just want to start chanting, right? I just want to start, like, you know, picking a team name and chanting, but I feel like I might be cursing them at the same time. So maybe I won't do that just yet. But in the meanwhile, we are going to be looking at the zone now, just shifting even more over towards that center, to the western side, though, centering up beautifully on, well, at least what we've got left of N-Hyper, just huddling up over in that slight corner. Vampires still moving in from the north, but we do see Insanity still having that rotation all the way out over to the far western side.
Yeah, and I think that botation is absolutely gone because that boat might have been blown up as they are currently now swimming. I was going to mention in regards to Vampire Esports, I did enjoy how much ground they were covering there. And it sounds like DX might be listening to me or might be listening to us or something's going on here because they actually decided to back off from that fight that they were having out in the blue zone, which is very unlike them, at least from what we saw yesterday. And this could be a completely different DX, as now they're going to be rotating towards the north of the circle. It's going to be a little bit easier towards them. We do have somehow Team Kessel was able to survive the madness that was going on earlier when they had to swing back. And now you have Team Liquid trying to take some shots there to Fireflux. Team Liquid is a team that I'm intrigued to see how they're going to be making this push if the circle does end up going to that North Island.
I mean, speaking about intrigue, right? We've got Foot Chaos and Influence Rage getting ready for a little bit of a showdown here on the edge of zone. I mean, this is a good position for Foot Chaos, right? They do have the opportunity here to really defend and kind of prevent Influence Rage from getting a foothold here, but it is going to be a pretty tough play between either of them. I like that high ground coming through from Influence, but now it's just a numbers game, right? Look and see if you can get the angles, get the position, and so far, nothing really changing up too much, at least not for now.
Yeah, and the way they're able to slow down the play here, you know what? Get them off guard. We do have 3 players now. They went, okay, we got enough intel that we needed to get. Let's use this smokes to our advantage, but they need to be careful because Foot is going to be cooking up those grenades. They are going to be getting ready as we do see some Molotovs going around. Diego being able to knock a player there from Foot. And here comes the push by Influence Rage. They're going to be clearing everything together, and they're just making Foot back up more and more and more. And look at the angle that Federal is going to be trying to get here on some of the other players too. They need to be careful though because Doku Machine is nearby. And he's laying down, and he's waiting just for a chance to strike.
I mean, you could almost say that Foot was put on the back foot, but instead they put their foot down, right? They're going to hold their ground, and they're going to try and defend it. Ooh, Malik trying to sneak on up. A little bit of that hoorah play now, just moving up the hillside. But I love the third-party angle. I think that was from Fireflux that actually connected up with them. Now it's going to be a little boy here from Influence, trying to see if they can maybe get a position, get an angle. But as you said, Duck and Machine just waiting in the wing, ready to let loose.
It is waiting to get loose, but guess what, Hora? We saw what Hora might be able to do. Hora Esports going up that mountain, got caught off a little bit, got told to slow down by Fireflux, and now they're just going to be waiting for these 2 teams fighting towards the top. Foot, Influence Rage, there you go. Foot finally being able to get some of those knocks. Law is going to be able to spot somebody there from Foot. Is he going to be able to knock him? He's not. He's very low. He needs to connect with one. There you go. There goes the knock. Make sure to confirm that into elimination because it's going to be so tough for these teams to just go on there. He's going to be able to spot the other player, and you know what? You're going to stand still for me, Law says. I'm going to make sure I send you back to the lobby.
Influence Rage laying down the low, but I mean, it could be a little bit short-lived because, well, look at this. It is going to be Hura now pushing up as well. No Fear coming through with the jump shots. DBS, beautiful play through the window. And what a quick sweep that was.
It was. Hora Esports said, through the window, through the wall. You know what? You go back to the lobby too, buddy, because it's over for you. Great push there, actually. You guys were talking about this was a team from qualifiers, a team that was able to actually make it from there. They've been playing. We saw what qualifiers teams were able to do yesterday, especially at the start of the day. They were able to do really, really good. And Hora Esports taking the chance there to third party, making sure they eliminate Influence Rage, a team that they definitely don't want to have to worry about towards the later circles. Meanwhile, Zebra Masters being able to connect there with the Team Kessel player and now trying to figure out where everything is going on. And with the circle that we're currently seeing here, Vampire Esports is going to be looking really, really good, especially with what we saw earlier. Vampire Esports being able to gather a lot of that west area of the map.
Yeah, I mean, West is best this time around, at least for Vampire. They've got quite a bit of a spread there, but look at this. just a full send. The Death Wolves now going to be looking to pick up a few of the plays, but Hurrah on the defensive. Oh, Sky just locking it in, and that is the end of the road for the Death Wolves.
Hora Esports just being able to do everything. Third party, check. Being able to push a team, only lose one player, check. They're going to be able to do a full reset here, as now they're going to have to start worrying a little bit more because DX is very close by. But with that spot there that Hora got, they might actually be looking good. They might be able to third party some of the other teams if for some reason they are able to fully reset. I don't think they're going to be able to fully reset with this player getting eliminated. So it's just going to be 2 players there from Hora Esports.
But I'm curious to see what Zebra Master are going to be doing with their current positioning over on towards this eastern side of zone. Beautiful angles that they've got down over on towards Fireflux. We can see Luck now getting met with quite a bit of aggression here. But, I mean, Fireflux, right, trying to get themselves in. Zebra Master, they're just starting to build up that momentum. And we saw yesterday, if Zebra Master gets it going, it becomes quite challenging to really stop that play from unfolding. And now next Ria also testing their hand, but Zebra just staying solid in the compound.
And those shots that we saw earlier from Zebra Masters is what made the difference for them yesterday when we were talking about their performance in Sandhawk. If they found a compound, they weren't being passive. They weren't letting all the teams get around. Even if they weren't pushing towards them, they were making sure they made any team that ended up peeking pay. And that's currently what they're doing it here with Nextria, earlier with Fireflux, and any team that's going to be coming by as everything does slow down a little bit more now. The madness of Sandhawk takes a bit of a chill pill as Zebra Masters does know one player from Nextria is going to be around the corner. Is going to be who can hit their shots. M4 versus M4, I believe. Who is going to be the better one with it? And next, Ruya, the player is going to be looking a little bit tougher for him. A bit more of a struggle as now they do have to worry about the blue zone.
I mean, at this point, right, taking fights is one thing, but picking a fight with a big bad blue zone, it's a fight that you're not going to be able to win, as we did see Kain now fall into the blue. The mentor, Diminor, right, just laser focused down towards that southern side, waiting to see what is going to be happening. But, you know, such a challenging play that we've been having so far.
It has been, and now we go to Hora Esports. This was a team that I was wondering what they were going to be able to do with what happened earlier. That beautiful push that they were able to clutch up. By the way, it was an absolute madness of a push there by Hora Esports, and I'm glad he ended up working out for them. They're going to have 2 players. They're inside the zone. And if I'm not mistaken, if they can just hold this and keep on moving up inch by inch, this team could end up with the great positioning for those placement points as Baton, Vampire Esports. Look how proactive Vampire Esports too, being able to get those angles, making sure that nobody tries to surprise them. DX is still in the mix. This is what can happen when DX decides not to take those fights in the blue zone and instead prioritize towards the later of the game. This is the DX that we've been wanting to see.
Oh, let's see. I mean, Barajan and the rest of the crew just trying to get a little bit of foothold. I like the fact that Nade has gone for that wide positioning over on towards the western side. But let's see if that play is indeed going to be paying off. They do seem to be gatekeeping Hurrah from getting themselves positioned, getting a position, getting an angle in. The Baton still in the mix. Beautiful nade though up onto Zebra Master.
Baton was able to spot him. He's going to be able to get that elimination for his team. And Hyper now at 7 LMs. He's going to be able to jump over the car, and he can't connect though. But if that would have happened, boy, that would have been a play of a lifetime for him. Being able to jump over that car, do a quick 180 and make sure you hit those shots with the DBS. What could have? What could have happened there? The amazing clips that we would have seen out of that. And now we have DX, the player, Peregrine, making his way up to Hora as some of his teammates does end up getting knocked and end up getting eliminated. He's getting spotted. He needs to throw that nade quickly. He's going to be able to throw it right before he gets knocked. Can he actually connect? He's not going to be able to connect. And now Hora Esports is able to move up a little bit closer towards that circle. But boy, it's going to be tough considering that Vampire Esports and one more player from DX is currently on the hunt for them.
I mean, but this is such an interesting position that we find ourselves in, right? We've got 2 of our qualified teams in here. We've got 2 of the partnership program teams going toe-to-toe. And now it's going to be Tony K with a quick opening up onto V10 there on the edge. Quick nade, this could definitely close up the play, at least for Zebra, as Neil Zada does take a little bit of damage. Tony not done with their fruit just yet. They got to keep on rolling, but DX instead is going to be the team to lead the way on through, and we're down to the final 2 squads now.
Final 2 squads, Vampire Esports, the way they position themselves, the way they rotated, the way they were able to hold all these angles is currently making wonders. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. Vampire Esports, they said, oh, you guys have been mocking us for how we did in PMGC? Well, guess what? It's a brand new year of PUBG Mobile Esports, and we're coming for everything.
I mean, it's good to see Vampires Esports not being scared of the sun, right? In fact, it just powered them up even more so, stepping over into Sanok, bringing in such a dominating performance. And I mean, what a way to close it out. They only got 6 eliminations, but they were still able to pack 1,108 damage into this performance.
And I'm honestly, I'm completely fine with that, because the way that they were able to position themselves there towards the north, hold a lot of those angles, control a lot of the area between them, it was absolutely beautiful. And on top of that, you had a lot of the other teams having to fight towards that north circle once the circle did end up shifting. Overall, great performance there, Hot Jukes, by Vampire Esports.
I mean, it's about time, right? I mean, we were expecting that they were going to go ahead and pop off the rip. We've been talking about them, and they did not disappoint. So it's so good to be able to see Vampire start off so strong. And it's also good to see... What was that? Oh, well,
Sounds
you know what? It's
what
also
you're saying,
good to see...
but I cannot hear you.
Well,
and you know what? Let's go straight into the highlights here of what we just saw happen in none other than Senhawk Team K. So this was what we're talking about. That first player from Fireflux just got a little bit too overextended there, DK.
Oh, it was close. It was, you know, it's a risky play. Foot, they also tried quite a few plays. I love these jump shot window angles that we had coming through. I mean, it was just such a performance. But, you know, Hura, no fear. In the window they go. Jukes, what a spicy play up in the very first match.
Oh, yes, sir. Putting in that work. I mean, also, I think it was really beneficial to see that first circle for these teams as well. To be able to have that nice Western zone, I think definitely attributed to the performances that we saw. This jump shot, though, from Baton, I was freaking out because I was with you, Seven. I was like, yo, if he hits this, we are going to go nuts. But, oh, just taken out from under him at the last second. Oh, surprising. Looks like N-Hyper had the most damage in that one, Seven.
Yeah, with the way that they were taking all those fights towards the earlier stage of the maps too, I'm not surprised to see N-Hyper there towards the top. Baton, we saw them being able to get a beautiful grenade on one of the Zebra Masters players and confirm that elimination. 7 eliminations for N-Hyper. This could be massive for them, considering that this is a team that we've been talking about. They definitely need to get all those points. And Hura Esports, I'm actually really surprised at how they were able to perform in this match and how they were able to third party and make sure they rotated the right way to get that second place finish as well.
Yes, sir. Now, one of the teams I was kind of disappointed by, I had some high hopes for DK, was Xavier, right? They lasted towards the end of the game, and I was really thinking, like, man, they're going to put some big points on the board here, but didn't get the eliminations that they wanted and weren't able to finish out a top performance. What do you think about that?
I mean, at least we did see a little bit of a shift in momentum. But, I mean, again, looking back at what we had over on Sanok yesterday, DX also stepped up, right? We did see them lock in those 5 elims. So they got to push it beyond that, right? They got to take it that extra step further than, you know, essentially as we progress past the Sanok game.
Yeah, they got to be able to do something here because, yeah, you know, it's good to see that little bit of a momentum shift, but with how they performed yesterday, we need to see a bigger one from them if they want to make sure they make it into the main event. But you know what, guys? We got a nice little interview coming right up, so why don't we go ahead and take it on over to the main stage.
Incredible match we just have watched, but more incredible for Vampire. That was incredible. Thank you so much for being here with us. This is the coach for the team, and we are gonna talk about this last match. So actually, first of all, I would like to ask, were you guys watching Group B playing yesterday? And maybe you guys have prepared some kind of strategy to come for them today?
We just watching the game yesterday from the hotel because we don't have a venue to watch. But yeah, we're talking. I'm talk to the team that okay, we have strategy to prepare because yesterday we can learn a lot from other team, that other group, how they play or how they compete. So I hope today we can going to play like what we're planning.
Perfect. And what can we expect from your team today?
We wanna do everything is like what we have to do, like get more point, get more position, because you know it's just only the 2-day competition. It's really hard to maintain the placement. So we try to get more point as possible today and tomorrow.
Okay. Is there any team here that maybe be a big threat for your team?
I think it's a lot of teams, so I don't have any idea what specific team, but I think all teams are really great on this tournament. So I think it depends on the circle and it depends on the game.
Awesome. Thanks so much for the interview and good luck in the next match.
Always good to see the legendary coach there for Vampire Esports coming in saying that he was watching yesterday. But you know what? Sky said, hey, I was watching as well, and I'm ready to put in some work as he's going to lead the MVP here for game number 1, DK.
I mean, what a good play that was, though. But as we know, Vampire Esports, they locked in on target, getting their claws in on that winner chicken dinner. The first one for the day done and dusted. But Seven, this is where I think the big question comes in now is how are the teams going to respond moving towards game number 2? Because as we know, things don't necessarily always go the same after the opening match.
Yeah, this is when I'm going to be looking at some of those teams like DX. But you know what? We'll expand on that a little bit more. This is what I'm interested about. Overall standings. And even though they didn't even play this match, even though they're not going to be playing for the whole day, Team Falcons holding on to that first place. And now, as we move here towards the second page, just like that, with one game in, one chicken dinner down, Vampire Esports pushes all themselves up to 15th place. And guess what? It's going to be looking closer and closer for them to pass up all these other teams.
Yeah, these leaderboards you just cannot trust right now, guys, because we got, teams that played 6 matches yesterday, and we have a new group coming in that has not played at all. And yeah, like you said, it's so crazy to see Vampire in match number 1 pass up one of the teams that played 6 matches yesterday, DK. I mean, I'm not going to say like I'm super shocked because we know what this team could do. I'm glad they didn't disappoint here. But, all these other teams that played those 6 matches yesterday, we're talking about Group B, they need to look at these leaderboards with a different kind of glasses on. They need to just not trust them at all. And I'm looking at you, D. Xavier, right? D. Xavier need to go crazy if they want to make it into the main event.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be of the utmost importance for DX Xavier. If they want to, stay in the running here, they're going to have to up that gameplay. They're going to have to pull a move similar to what we saw Smoke Gaming do yesterday. So there is going to be that pressure stepping into the latter part of this day. So quite a bit on the table here.
100%. Well, guys, go ahead and check out the Anniversary Crate Surprise Lot. Some of the best skins in the game. I know you guys have been looking to get that full M4, all that kind of good stuff. You have until the end of the month to try to get your hands on it for, who knows, this could be the last time. So go check it out. Also, you got the first pull every single day is only 30 UC. So, hey, get in there, get your hands on it. And if you do, make sure you go ahead and send us a tweet so we can go ahead and get that nice little retweet. Easy retweet, guys. Also, of course, we got a big shout out to Realme, guys. The 12 Pro Plus elevates your photography experience with 120x super zoom and performance in games. Go check it out today.
How to be a portrait master.
We are back. Welcome back, everybody, here to the PMGO Brazil Prelims. It's day number 2, and it's the last day for Group B. So that's who my eyes are going to be on here, because they have the most at stake, really. This is their last day to perform and their last chance to put up points to hopefully hold on, and it's going to be brutal tomorrow, 7. These teams and players, coaches, fans are going to be just watching, biting their nails, hoping that their team doesn't get passed up on the leaderboards.
Yeah, you were talking about DX Xavier earlier. You know what? Let's continue talking about DX a little bit, because they did, in my eyes, a lot better. The decision making, I feel like maybe the placement 4th place doesn't reflect how high we wanted them to be, right? The urgency that we wanted to see. But I did enjoy them willing to back off from a fight in the blue, backing up from a fight that wasn't gonna end up benefiting in any way. Yeah, if you end up winning, you do get those extra element points, but then you just set yourself up horribly if some of the other teams are set up. They decided to, you know what, get that knock, confirm the elimination on Smoke Gaming, and absolutely back off from that fight. And that's exactly what we want to see out of DX. Now, going into Erangel, it's going to be a completely different story. Are we going to be seeing possibly hot drops again between DX and a different team from Group C? I'm hoping if there is a hot drop, DX gets in a car or just hit them jets and start running away from that fight.
I was about to say, I really hope not, for D Xavier's sake here, because, you know, yesterday it was nothing but hot drops. They were stuck for so long, you know, in the blue zone. They couldn't play their game at all, DK. And we know that if this team can, you know, just get into the latter half of the game with their full squad up, we know these guys can shred, but they didn't even get that chance yesterday. I think the only bonus that they really have, you know, silver lining, is the fact that these are new teams they're going against, right? I mean, yeah, they're going against some of the same, but the fact that there are new squads coming in here might lighten things up. But do you think that it's possible we could see some teams try to take them out?
I mean, it could 100% be possible, right? That is the beauty of these battle royales, right? Anything can happen. If the zone's not in your favor, if you don't have the right positioning, things become quite tough. They become quite challenging, and we saw that being somewhat pretty evident yesterday. So the pressure is going to be on here, especially for Group C that is joining in to try and get themselves established. But as we've been saying, right, the Group D squads, they got to lock in on that focus. And what I appreciate about what DX was doing in this first match of the day is it's an improvement, right? As you said already, they decided to disengage from fighting too long out in the blue, right? They fired off a few hits. They're like, you know what? Let's go. Let's change things up. And hopefully they're going to kind of maintain that flow throughout the entirety of today's games.
Yeah, let me ask you this, Seven, right? Considering how of a poor performance they had yesterday, if you're a team coming into this, you know, crippling D Xavier for one match could be enough. That's how bad it is, at least in my eyes. Do you agree, or what do you think?
Like if another team was to maybe try to hunt them down?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, for sure. Hear me out. Group C had an amazing first match. For them to Vampire Esports being able to win it, right, overall. And then on top of that, for the second place finish, you have Hura Esports, a new team from Group C. That's exactly the performance that you want to have if any of those two teams are going to be contending Team Falcons towards the top. Now, for DX, later in the day, if they continue to do well, that's going to give them a bit of a cushion. But if for some reason they start performing bad, and I'm maybe Vampire Esports, or maybe I'm some of the other teams from Group C, I'm definitely looking to see if I can make their life a little bit harder. We saw it in Qualifier Finals. I wouldn't be surprised here if we start seeing it on day 2 of prelims.
Oof, hopefully we don't see it off the rip for a team like D Xavier. I think they need some momentum, right? I think that they need to start the day off strong. If they can get a good game in match number 1 of Erangel, I think they're going to be pretty set for the rest of the day. But it's going to be hard because, you know, we got such crazy performers, and I think that if I was in, you know, D Xavier or any of the teams in Group B shoes, seeing Vampire Esports get match number 1 with 16 points, DK, I think that would definitely get my boots to shade a little bit. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I can see the team sitting there going like, you know what, we wanted to do that. But, I mean, we still have 5 more maps left, so there will be opportunity for teams to try and contest, try and see if they can play that catch-up game and replicate, you know, what Vampire was able to pull off right out of the gate here. But, I mean, the pressure is going to be on, right? And I want to see that evolution come through. But the big question is, moving into Erangel, right? Are we going to have somebody drop up in Pochinki alongside DX, or do you think DX is going to be having that spot to himself, Seven?
You know what? We talk about DX way too much already. I'm going to wait and see because all the hypotheticals here, I'm just getting a little bit nervous for what could happen with DX. I'm going to be looking at some of the other teams that maybe didn't have one of the best performances from Group C, even though they were able to showcase some flashes of greatness there. Influence range, we saw what they were able to do, right? Not only fending off some of the other players earlier in the map, but also winning the fights when it mattered the most. And then sadly for them, the team that ended up in second place, or Esports, ended up third-partying them. Influence range, I feel like that's a team that could definitely do well when we end up going to Enrigo, whenever this match does end up starting. And then the team towards the bottom, All Glory Gaming, we didn't even get a chance to see them. That I can possibly remember, DK. I don't even think we got a chance to see them on the screen. A team eliminated right away, 0 points. That is not how you want to be starting your day, considering that is a team from Group C.
Yeah, and I mean, just as I was shutting them out, right? They were gone. They were gone. So I don't know, Jukes. Hopefully, I'm hoping that we can see a little bit of that BBA, right? The bounce back ability coming in as we enter over in towards game number 2.
Yeah, 100%. There's a bunch of other teams here that need to have a great match number 2, and you know, a couple another one is Team Liquid, right? Team Liquid, they've already played 7 matches today and they only have 34 points. They're currently sitting in 8th place on that cutoff. And remember, we're going to have quite a few teams, 16 in total, play 6 more matches tomorrow. So Team Liquid need to step it up, and Hyper is another one of those teams. They only have 27 points on the board. And, you know, unfortunately, I think it's pretty much... I'm gonna call the nail in the coffin already for Virtus Pro and Insanity Esports. I mean, they played 7 matches so far. Virtus with 16 points and Insanity with 13. These guys have got to be not feeling too good here, 7.
Yeah, and it kind of goes back to what I was saying at the beginning of the show too. It kind of comes down to how this team is gonna be able to react when we end up getting to that 3rd match of the day, to that 2nd Erangel. If they also have a bad game here on this Erangel, not only is the morale going to be down for that team, knowing that it's over right now, there is a slight chance of hope, even though deep down they probably know that it's not, right? With what along the lines of what you were saying, Hot Jukes. But if they continue to do bad, all those other teams are going to recognize it. They're going to be looking to see if they can maybe stop their rotations, surprise them, or if they do see them on the elimination feed, try to third party that fight, because they know it might be a little bit easier to get those points. So that's something that these teams that are towards the bottom from Group B, now playing on their 2nd day, are gonna have to start worrying about.
100%. You can already see right there, you know, Xavier. You look at the players, you can see these guys have a good idea of where everybody's dropping. You know what I'm saying? They want to avoid those hot drops at all costs. So hopefully we don't see that situation happen with these teams. But yeah, if you're a team like Insanity, right? If you're a team like Virtus Pro, you have to start adjusting your gameplay, just like we saw in the qualifiers, right? You got to look at your situation and make a change. And if you're one of these teams, you have to know that, hey, we got to win like 3 chicken dinners. Like, that's how bad it is. And they can't just be regular chicken dinners. We need double-digit elimination chicken dinners, right? So if you can't do that in, honestly, this match here, it's going to be tough. It's going to be really, really hard for them, DK. And one other thing that we didn't really mention, what you were talking about, 7, right, is, yeah, teams can definitely hunt them down and try to get those free points. But then again, when these teams have nothing to lose, they could decide to just hot drop some top squads and make things hard for them as well.
I mean, it's a tough lineup that they have to, a tough choice rather, I would say, that the teams will have to make it. I mean, we were talking about this through the qualifiers, but now it's about time to see what they got to deliver.
Well, let's see it happen here. Yeah, as we get ready for match number 2. I'm going to go ahead and hop on in here and run this one with you here, Seven. Let's get it going as we see a nice little plane path right down the center.
Easy. You couldn't ask for a better playing path than that. Wherever it is that you wanted to go land, you're gonna have a perfect chance to go for it. Man, I was expecting. I wanted to start letting that toxicity flow through my body. It's day 2. I can be a little bit more toxic. I wanted to see like a southern plane and then maybe a north circle. Make it really, really tough here for the first Aaron Gill. So when we get to the later ones, possibly it's a little bit easier. But what if we get the reverse, Jukes?
Ooh, why don't we just go ahead and take it to Millie off the rip, huh? Let's keep that energy. You know what I'm saying? Let's just see some absolute chaos here. Or maybe even the legendary Zarky circle. You know, I heard you in the game number 1. You're talking about Cave. That's still my dream. And in Aaron Gale, for me, it's Zarky. I've only seen it in my entire PUBG Mobile career, I think twice.
Yeah, I think we saw one at some possibly my first one last year. So if we can get that, I mean, I won't be against it. You know, I won't be against it. I'm gonna be looking at DX though. They are currently landing in Pochinki. I'm not able to tell if any of the other teams are going to be landing near them. You can see Team Castle there towards the top in Severn. You're going to have a lot to work with. And boy, we're wanting to see some toxic circles. This is not toxic at all. Unless in the next circle, it goes south.
Oh, if it does, that would be absolutely insane. But it looks pretty, you know, pretty tried and true so far. No hot drops that I've noticed yet. So that's very good for these teams, because they need to really avoid it at all costs. And, you know, we were talking about trying, you know, I was kind of like, you know, hinting at maybe the possible. Wait, hold on. Let me see the shots. Can we get it done? What? Trying to be able to get that knock from all the way from prison. Not able to hit those shots. So that is Virtus Pro. Maybe hitting that 4 stack right there by prison. Interesting strategy for them.
Can you imagine if he actually would have hit that shot and you're Virtus Pro trying to change your day around, trying to make sure it's a completely different day. Hopefully you can do enough to possibly make it into the top 8, even though it's looking very unlikely to them. You're flying, you're like, okay, boys, we're going to land there. And all of a sudden you're like, oh, okay, I'm knocked. Never mind. We're 1 down, boys. 1 down.
I'm not even gonna lie, just hearing those shots whiz past my ear while I'm in a parachute, I'm like, are you kidding me right now? You know, like, that is not the energy that you're looking to have here. But you can see the standings, everybody. Remember, they are quite skewed on the fact that we have, you know, teams that played 6 more matches than a lot of these squads here. So it's crazy for me to see Vampire already in 15th place after only 1 game. But you know what? We're only going to see them climb up more and more and more as the day goes on.
Yeah, the fact that they were even able to right away on the first game pass up some of the teams that played yesterday, that just talks about how bad those teams had yesterday and how much they need to just make a change. And we're talking about teams that definitely needed to make a change. DX, we got a chance to talk about them for a long time. We finally getting to see that, okay, they're going to have enough time here to position themselves to loot Pochinki. Nobody's going to be pressuring them. Also, with this circle that we are currently getting, they're going to be able to take their time and figure out where they might want to rotate, possibly have enough time to scout and see what's going to end up happening. And now we're looking here at a Team Liquid being towards the south. They're more than likely going to have to rotate. They're more than likely going to be moving up through those bridges. And something that we saw yesterday was a lot of that bridge camping. And if I'm looking at Team Liquid, I also have to point out All Glory Gaming. It's even further south, currently looting. They're not even in the circle.
Yeah, they're not in the circle right now. They're all the way down on military base, just looting those little southern buildings. So they're going to have a fun time trying to get into this zone, because both bridges right now are pretty well gate kept and secured. So we'll see how that all plays out here in just a few minutes. You know, when it comes to Team Liquid, 34 points on the board, definitely not going to be enough as well. You know, what I want to see from some of these teams that are kind of low on the leaderboards that were from Group B, I think they need to hunt down some third parties early on, Seven. What do you think about that? You know, I think that they need to try to get some eliminations, but safely, you know? So maybe try to avoid those early engagements. You know, if you can get a third party, though, and try to soak up some points, do it. Because there's no guarantees here. You need to get to end game, and you need to put some massive points on the board, but you also need those eliminations as well. So if I'm one of those teams, I think that trying to loot very quickly, you know, try to get some of those early game third parties going is going to be absolutely essential.
Yeah, possibly trying to get teams on the rotation. And I love how you put that there, safely on those third parties, because boy, you can definitely do a third party safely, and then you can do one where it completely ends up backfiring, and possibly you end up getting third party. So a lot of the scouting is going to have to be done too. Insanity Sports, this is a team, honestly, I didn't know what to expect out of this team, and they're neither letting me down or putting my hopes up, because this team is just nowhere near towards contention. And that's another team. We're talking about Virtus Pro. We're talking about some of the other teams that just weren't performing that well. Insanity Sports, at the moment where they're currently at, with just having a total of 13 points, that's not going to be good enough. That's another team that needs to be able to turn it around. That's another team that possibly needs to do what you were talking about there, Hot Jukes, which is, if they're going to third party, do it safely. Make sure you try not to lose any players. And if you do, then start positioning themselves towards those later matches. But they definitely need the points.
100%. And that's why I stress on trying to get it done so early, because, you know, if you try to get a third party in zone number 1 or zone number 2, you have a lot more room to breathe, because there is so much space. You have teams kind of like separated. So if you're able to get that third party going, you can. And if it doesn't feel like it's going to work, you still have so much breathing room that you can just eject safely, right? Now, if you're trying to do these third parties in zone number 4 or 5, your chance of getting third partied are like 90% immediately afterwards. So that's why I want to see them press the issue here, because I'm not going to lie. I'm a realist. Looking at Insanity, they need a chicken dinner top 3 finish with double-digit eliminations in this game, or it's nail on the coffin for at least for me.
Yeah, when you were saying earlier how I was trying to be positive and saying, okay, you know what, maybe they can kind of end up positioning themselves, and then you hit me with a truth bomb of possibly they need to have 3 chicken dinners for Virtus Pro and those other teams that are towards the bottom. I was like, okay, you know what, you sway me. They're definitely not going to make it to the top 8 unless they do end up getting
it's
those
possible.
3 chicken dinners.
Yeah, it's possible, right? But it has to happen now, and that's what I stress on, because, you know, I hate to see teams and, you know, IGLs and coaches just say, hey, just play your game, play the same thing, you know. You have to look at reality. Like, hey, we had a terrible day 1. It's still possible, but in order to make up for the bad performance we had in day 1, we have to go insane in day 2, right? Stick true to the name. So I want to see that, and honestly, I will be more proud of Insanity if they do that, if they go insane and go out. Right? If they try to push the issue, and if they go out, it's okay. But if they just play it safe, you know, even if they get a chicken dinner here with 1 elimination, I'm going to start shaking my head, because that's just not enough.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you on that one. And the thing is that they actually do have like a veteran player within that team as well, with Swagwin. So, I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Another team that I kind of want to see a little bit more about in regards to today, and a team that positioned themselves pretty well from yesterday, as we do see Foot being able to take some shots there on Virtus Pro. It's going to be none other than Smoke Gaming. I mean, the team performed so well. They're currently within the top 3, and they can definitely position themselves, not only guarantee in a way themselves that they're going to make it to the top 8 by how they performed today, but possibly make it to that first place and try to challenge Team Falcons, although Team Falcons still has one whole day to play. If they start performing well, if they break the pattern that we saw yesterday with the first 2 games being absolutely awful for this team, we could see a much, much better Smoke Gaming.
Yeah, 100%. Remember, Smoke Gaming are not going to be playing tomorrow, so they need to go crazy. They need to challenge all these teams with a crazy performance right here today. And you know, they didn't have a bad game number 1. They put up some good, solid points there. So I think that's good, especially considering that is Sandhawk. This is a very good circle for them here. And I was hoping that with the zone shift, we would see them, you know, start driving along that south side and try to get to that hard shift side. And that looks like exactly what they're doing. So they're definitely in a solid spot here. Now, some of these other teams, like, you know, All Glory Gaming and Hyper, Death Wolves as well, they're going to be pretty behind the 8th ball with this kind of circle.
Yeah, a lot of teams might end up getting just bottlenecked there towards the bridge. And yeah, I see what you're saying, no, and that's because one of the DX players does end up getting eliminated. I was gonna give them props earlier. They didn't end up losing anybody. They were having a little bit of freedom, but Zebra Masters, a team that is just so proactive, looking around, seeing who they can find, they're able to spot a player there from DX, maybe is overextending a little bit too much. They get him knocked, And that's one trait that I really enjoyed about Zebra Masters, just how proactive they are, looking around, making sure that nobody gets too close. And if they do get too close, make them pay for it.
Yeah, that's kind of disappointing for me on the side of DXavier, considering that this circle is pretty good for them, considering that they loot Pachinki. But the fact that Zebra Masters was able to catch one shows that they did their homework, right? They knew that DXavier was going to be coming from Pachinki side, so they did what we talked about earlier, right? Those rotation campings. If you're going to beat a team like DXavier and some of these other teams that can have some pretty insane players, the best way to get them is by catching them out in a vehicle, right? Yep. And that's exactly what Zebra Master did. They saw the circle. They're like, yo, this team's coming from Pachinki. Let's get this easy point and loot. And that's exactly what they did.
We're talking about earlier with Virtus Pro, possibly third party in fights. Well, guess what? They're currently positioning themselves here to gatekeep Vampire Esports, which is easier said than done. And then on top of that, they had DX very close by. And what I actually enjoyed there, Virtus Pro just taking those shots, even though they more than likely weren't going to be able to connect and fully eliminate that player, still taking the shots, showing that they're still confident, they're wanting to take those fights and letting them know, hey, just when you step out of that building, remember, we're going to be here towards the top.
Oh, yeah. Virtus Pro, I like the fact that we see them active. It's very unfortunate for them that they happen to be looking at one of the most insane teams in the lobby. Oh, okay. This zone shift is going to make things interesting. We saw Death Wolves go all the way down to the south to gatekeep on the bridge to possibly catch Team Liquid on their way in. That's what you can see there on the bottom left. So Team Liquid's in trouble, but now Death Wolves have to make a decision, right? Do we keep this gatekeep going, try to get these points, or do we leave and go to Circle 7? What do you think they should do?
For Death Wolves, I'd rotate as soon as possible because there's just going to be some of the other teams are going to be rotating. The fights are going to be very unlikely at that point because they're more than likely wanting to focus towards that end of the match. And Team Liquid, I mean, yeah, you'll get some solid points here, but it kind of goes with what we've been talking about DX this whole time. Just focus towards the later games where you're more than likely going to be able to get easier points, and they're just going to be coming towards you. But I mean, at this point, they're trying to back off. They're wanting to stay. I'm not sure what they're wanting to do here as Team Liquid just took a little bit too long there in the south, and I think they're getting away with the jukes. As yeah, you know what? They're backing off. Team Liquid definitely gets away with one there.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, if I'm Team Liquid, I wouldn't have even shot a shot at Death Wolves. I would have been like, yo, guys, go. You know, we'll fight you guys later on. I'm not even going to shoot a shot. Don't even worry about us, you know, because it would have been bad for both of them. Any second longer would have crippled them even further. And honestly, Death Wolves and Team Liquid are already so behind. So it's good that they were able to get out when they could. So let's see if they're even able to make it into this next circle already. It's so difficult to go late into these games. In earlier stages in tournaments where there's weaker teams on the edges, it's fine. It's not okay here at PMGO. I mean, every single one of these squads are just monsters waiting to just tackle teams that are on the edge. And oh, look at the trigger discipline from Schweppes.
Oh, he's going to take off that tire. Nice. All right, Schweppes. And then on top of that, you have enough of now let it spray. Oh, so close. It's getting him to like, what, 10 HP only. But Foot actually ends up getting that knock. And now they're going to be switching targets. Yeah, Schweppes, they knew exactly where that team was going to be at. And they need to be careful as DX is also starting to get shot. I think Foot is going to realize this is going to be a very, very bad spot. Let's not stop there. Let's send it back towards where we were. And Schweppes just causing a lot of damage and just a lot of confusion here for the team. As Zebra Masters is now currently looking to hunt down one player from DX. And that's going to be it for Chua as he gets knocked and he's going to get fully eliminated.
This is just so tough. These guys cannot catch a break. I mean, they haven't had one Aaron Gale where they're able to get into late game with all their players up. So when you have something like that happen so consistently, it kind of alters your brain chemistry of just how this tournament is. And it's going to be so difficult for them. But meanwhile, look at this Team Liquid, another team that needs to put up some big points here. It's all up to Ayala to keep his team alive. And let's see what if he's going to be able to do, as we are taking a look at the map. And this zone is going to make things difficult. This is actually a really good circle for N-Hyper, though.
It is. They have so much space to work with there towards the north. Nobody's currently going to be challenging them too. But with this circle, there's going to be so many shifts. Once again, Smoke Gaming, a team that we saw there for a bit, inside the circle. Next, Ruya now being able to reset a little bit, going to be making a push. Death Wolves, remember, that was a team that decided to stop with the bridge camp, and it's going to be working out wonders for them. At least they're now within the circle. They're not going to be super handicapped. Old Glory Gaming losing some players, and Perigian currently trying to figure out if he can possibly get inside this buggy and get away with it.
He needs to put this team on his back at this point. Like, they desperately need points in game number 1. They need a hero. Oh, meanwhile, look at this battle back and forth. Zebra Masters and next Ruya go down. So they do end up taking out Team Liquid, but Zebra Master real quick on that third party. But you said it earlier, right? Once you start third party, you can instantly get that fourth party going, and that's exactly what happened.
Keep the parties going, baby, because that's exactly what can happen. Much easier said than done with those safely third parties. You need to be on the lookout. You need to be a chameleon with those eyes looking everywhere, because everybody's looking for that easy chance to steal those eliminations or just to fully eliminate you. We got Virtus Pro here, one of the teams that definitely needs the points. One of the players, they're almost getting knocked, as Hura making sure that they make them back off. Death Wolves on the horizon too. These teams need to be careful because they could end up exposing themselves, and we just saw what happened there between Next Ruya and some of the other teams like Zebra Master.
That was a scary rotation for Virtus Pro. I did not like it at all. These guys need to be fighting and trying to get the points rather than trying to risk a crazy rotation. They did get one player knocked. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get that res off because they need it. They need all 4 players up. And again, in my eyes, a chicken dinner with double-digit eliminations if we want to even see them have a chance, as they do get a beautiful knock there onto Smoke. That is one of the teams that is also in their group. They need to get the finishes, but 2 of their players are knocked. They're so separated. It's not looking good.
They are separated, and then we have Smoke Gaming now trying to make sure they are possibly going to be able to confirm these eliminations and then knock the third player there for Virtus Pro. And what was interesting too, as we're looking at some of the teams fighting, is I'm keeping an eye on the leaderboard, and right now Zebra Masters, Next Ruya, Team Liquid, DX, all those teams that are towards the top of this current leaderboard are knocked. If I'm Group C and I'm looking at this, if I'm one of the teams like in Hyper needing the extra points, trying to make that extra push to the top, I'm gonna be so happy seeing that as Hura Esports is able to destroy another player there from Death Wolves.
100%. It's the doors opening now for a team like in Hyper, but they have to take advantage of it here. Meanwhile, Hura Esports, I was seeing a whole bunch of their fans in the chat cheering them on. A lot of expectations for this team. They only have 2 players up. Could be a big nade here. Got to hit it. Nice little heads up play though. DBS is out. Goes through the smoke. Oh, now finally gets a good idea of where he is, but goes down in the process. Death Wolves, last player up for them. Gonna have to pop in the vehicle. Oh, it's on fire though. This is risky. Yep. He said, never mind.
He thought about it. Yeah. He thought about it. He was like, yeah, you know what? I'm not going to be doing that, as we do have a new circle pop up, and it's going to be none other than going towards Influence Rage. And now with all that real estate that N-Hyper had to work with there towards the north, they might be able to end up positioning themselves here on this terrain to maybe start third party in some fights. Old Glory Gaming, a team that we didn't get to see much in the first match, still alive, currently with 0 eliminations though. But if they do end up surviving a little bit more and they don't get any limbs, they're at least going to be able to clutch up some points in regards to placement points. Insanity is still alive as well, and Vampire Esports just learning. They're trying to see if they can go back-to-back as Virtus Pros gets eliminated.
Yeah, that's it for them here. So in my eyes, one of the teams from Group B that could still have a chance is Insanity. It's a very slim one, but they need to win this game with crazy eliminations. And one of the teams that could be pressing up onto them right now is none other than Vampire Esports. You see Tony K. He's got that M4 and that famous mini of his locked and loaded and ready to go. They're on the south side. They're outside of the circle. They have 2 minutes, though, so you can see them right now. This is just all intel gathering. They're just trying to figure out where's the next spot we're going to go. They're looking for trees. They're looking for rocks. And there's not a lot of options here, but they're going to have to get there with that M4 on their back. Meanwhile, Insanity, nice spin out. That's what you got to do. You got to shoot those tires. If you do, it's an easy elimination, and they definitely pick up one, and that is huge. They need every single one they can get.
I love that, man. I love whenever they actually go for that tire and that buggy's still going, because you know it's 100% going to end up spinning, and it's just going to make it an easy target for you to just pick off. And one player did end up making it out alive for Old Glory Gaming. He's going to get spotted, though. Smoke Gaming being aware of everything between their surroundings. And now they're also taking shots there on N-Hyper. Even though they're far away, they're making sure that they cause as much stress to them as possible during that small rotation towards that player. Insanity Esports taking a look here towards Vampire Esports, a team that just won that last match. They're looking to see if they can follow it up. Stone gets knocked, and Schweppes gets knocked as well. It's not looking good, as Insanity Sports is going to be seeing if they can reposition themselves and possibly keep on third party in that fight.
Don't let them breathe, that's for sure, though. I said it earlier, Vampire did not have a lot of options when it came to real estate. And it doesn't matter if you're one of the best teams in the world. If you're stuck out in the open, you're going down. And we're starting to see teams take advantage of it big time, as Leah's Fireflux taking up those points. Smoke going in with the run over and doing it in style. Oh, he's going to go again. Oh, Miyaki with that nade. That's going to be good enough. Smoke Gaming wants the spot. And Foot's in big trouble here. This nade for Miyaki might get it done.
It's definitely in big trouble. Let's see if that nade is going to end up hitting. The players moving around. It's only one player standing from Foot. Can he survive? And he's able to lay down just in time. Smoke Gaming needs to be careful here because they are going to be very exposed. They could end up getting third party. You're going to see those smokes now starting to be thrown. Start focusing more towards Insanity. And as I was saying that, guess what? One of the smoke players does end up getting caught, and he ends up getting eliminated. Now Smoke, from something that could see so promising, I think they got a little bit too hyped up, and they end up losing 2 players if they're not able to pick up Myth.
Yeah, that's tough because sometimes you get so tunnel vision on that center of the circle. You want that position, but you got to always prioritize clearing out your back. And Insanity doing a great job, great timing here. They have all 4 players up. They're playing the edge. We need full-fledged aggression from them here. They need to wipe out everybody in this lobby and win this game. And another team that's in that same boat is Hyper. Desperate need for points here if they want to keep their tournament alive. Smoke Gaming, you know, had some good points on the board, so they can afford to go out in this situation. But these teams are full-on desperate mode. It's so crazy to see Vampire still alive. They have 2 players up, and these guys are dangerous.
And they have 2 really good players, as we see Tony K. Tony K is going to be able to hit that last one. He gets him down very low. He needs to be careful, though, with those off angles, as he does see the shots getting to his car. Going to be throwing that Molotov. The DBS is going to be coming out there from the Insanity Esports player. He's able to hit some shots. He has to lay down because his teammates from Insanity Sports are just cooking him, and he ends up getting knocked. Nusi's still alive, though. Can Nusi possibly end up picking him up and maybe confirm on some of the eliminations? The DBZ is going to be coming out. DBS is going to be coming out. Can he connect? There goes one player. Tony K gone. Insanity Sports doing what we want them to do, Jukes, making sure that they go for those eliminations. And who would you rather eliminate than Vampire Esports? That's a team that you definitely don't want to have to worry about towards the end.
Well, they're not done yet. There's still 1 player up, and Insanity's trying to figure out what to do here. Now, finally getting a little bit of support from their teammate. Here they go, and they get him done with. So Insanity clutching it up, and Silence with a heck of a performance. Silencing some of the biggest names in the lobby here with 4 eliminations. Looking good, making 5. This player wants to keep his team alive.
Keep it going, why don't you? They see Fireflux. They're going to be seeing if they can possibly turn this into an elimination, and he's going to be doing just that. Woo! As now Insanity Sports moves up to 7 eliminations. And out of all the teams, this is definitely one of those teams that has just such a great position, because we're talking about Hyper, we're talking about Smoke Gaming. Those teams are just going to be so exposed. They're going to have to use the explode vehicles. Hyper does find a bit of a rock to cover him. It does end up covering, and Hyper able to secure another elimination as they have 3 players still standing.
Insanity doing exactly what they need to do, and Hyper is going to need some of these eliminations as well. So let's see who's going to end up on top here, as 2 teams from Group B are fighting it out to try and keep their tournament alive. Insanity with some great angles here, but here comes Fireflux with the push. They should have all the angles on them, and it looks like they are. And Hyper, are you going to come with a third party? That's the question. Meanwhile, Influence Rage still alive. We haven't even talked about this squad. They've just been waiting in the water, waiting to make it happen, and they are now starting to pull that trigger. Here goes Better Out on the push on Hyper.
Influence Rage being currently the biggest nightmare possible to some of this team. Federal trying to hit those shots. He's going to get a player very low. He knows that one player is going to be pushing him. He's going to take out that shotty and see if he's going to push out of that smoke and make it easier. Federal now has to hit the deck as his health is very, very low. And I'm with you. Influence Rage, for the longest time, we didn't hear them do absolutely anything. They got involved, but it's currently backfiring for them. As Hyper was making it harder. Little Boy's going to be able to confirm that elimination, and they still have to worry about one more player here from Hyper, just driving around, trying to see if he can run him over, and he does.
The run over's coming in so huge, and that is it for Influence Rage. It is now Insanity versus N-Hyper, two of the teams that desperately needed these points the most, and double-digit eliminations, they got it. Can they get the chicken dinner now? That's the question for Insanity, as it's a pretty even fight here. And Hyper with 7 eliminations as well, looking solid. It's anyone's game, 7.
A bit of a slowdown there. Influence Rage with the biggest surprise, but it ended up backfiring for them as this terrain was just so exposed. You barely have some trees, you barely have some rocks to cover yourself with. So whenever you do end up popping out of that grass and you start fighting people, you're just going to leave yourself very, very exposed. And Insanity had just such a great angles. Now it's going to come down to a 2v2. Capri knows that there's going to be a player from Insanity over there, but he needs to be careful because Silence is going to be snaking around. He's going to be trying to get that off angle, and it's all about those off angles. They still have 2 players from N-Hyper. Where is the other player? Where's Stars gonna be at? Right behind them, still in the vehicle, driving around. Is he gonna try the same strat? Is he gonna try to go for the run over on Silence, possibly?
Oh, that is gonna be so risky. I think he's trying to just get a little bit more intel here. It's still only stage 7, and the reason why we see so many teams gone is because of this zone. It is dead out in the open, and we just saw an all-out war happen. I like some of those offensive smokes there from Insanity. They are smoking hard onto N-Hyper, eliminating their vision so they can push up. The problem with Insanity is that they're so spread out. It's going to be really down to who gets this first knock.
It is, and I think they got to use their numbers here as N-Hyper is just moving around. And the good thing right now with Stars is that he is staying a little bit further back to the point where they're not able to see, Insanity Sports is not able to see him, and he's just driving around trying to see if he can spot anything along the way, possibly spot Silence as he does end up moving up. But now with this distraction that Silence was causing, throwing some smokes, throwing some nades to kind of throw them off, I was hoping that this player right there, he was going to make a push, but he's just stuck behind that tree. It is going to be tough, as you were mentioning there, Hot Jukes, for Insanity Sports to make this push, to try to win this fight with how split they are.
100%. Yeah, the problem is that if one of these players gets knocked from Insanity, they're done for. So neither of them can afford a knock in this situation. And Hyper, if one gets knocked, Insanity's pushing too. So it really does go either way. The thing about, and Hyper has an advantage, the fact that they can go for the res, but it's going to be super unlikely regardless. Knowing Stars, I guarantee you this guy's just whistling right now while just doing donuts. He's just big chilling, just saying, oh, I know we got some time to the fight. This is stage 8. Once we hit stage 9, though, the zone's going to nothing. Oh, we have to see the crawl from White out in the open. If he gets to that hill, Insanity's going to have a really big advantage here.
Romolosin just inching closer and closer to more cover, and this is definitely what N-Hyper didn't want to have to worry about. And it goes to show that Silence was just making such a big commotion here towards that side and causing those players to get a little bit more confused. And now you have that player in that buggy moving around, trying to see if anybody's going to be taking that bait. Maybe take some shots. Show us exactly where you're at, because right now N-Hyper still thinks that the player is behind the tree. You can see Capri looking around. Silence is going to be forced to move up. He's going to be trying to take some shots. He takes the bait, but luckily for him, he's just hitting enough to the point where they're not going to be able to see him. Capri now trying to see if he can spot him. He gets some shot. Silence being able to take some shots there on Stars, and he needs to be careful.
Ooh, big nade. Oh, I thought that was it. That was money. Just a little too far. That one looks good, though. And it's on the money. And now Silence is going to go back towards this crate. Going to pick up that level 3 gear. What does he grab? What else? Oh, the AMR!
In a ghillie suit too. Okay, you were snaking earlier. Let's see what you can do now. But they gotta be careful though. Remember, I think they still have that buggy to work with, and I'm talking about N-Hyper. He's gonna try to reposition himself, and if N-Hyper still has any of those grenades available, I think the first place that they're gonna be throwing those nades is gonna be behind this one right here. As he now finds an MK. Okay, now the chances have gone up even higher for him to be able to clutch this 2v1.
The Bob Barker, the 2 best CQC weapons in the game. He's got the MK14 and the DBS. And Hyper has to focus on range here. Silence knows where he's at because of that player that got knocked. Oh, he stepped up a little bit. That could be in trouble. 2v1 situation. They got caught. The MK. Oh, I thought he had the shots, but N-Hyper clutch up the chicken dinner. And I'll tell you what, 7, this was a massive game for N-Hyper. Job's not done yet, though. They got a lot more left to go. That's a big sigh of relief for them, though.
And Hyper, that's what we want to see from the new NA host, because this is a completely new team with FS still being there from last season, but he was a sub getting a chance to shine as well. And Hyper being able to take that chicken dinner, add those points, and for a team that even wants to get a chance, sounding like Darth Vader, I'm coming back, Jukes. This is our chance. Day 2 is the time.
Oh man, dude, start breathing. I'll tell you what, that breathing is just like a sigh of relief, because man, to be able to get that game under their belt, these guys are so excited here. Another team is gonna be Insanity, right? Insanity, yes. Even though they didn't win the game, that in my opinion was the start that they needed, right? I said a top 3, at least double-digit eliminations, and they got it here, DK.
Oh, I mean, talk about a wake-up, right? It was such an insane play. I mean, it was good to see Insanity and, of course, then the players there from Hyper having a phenomenal run. But just looking back at how we got here, it was good to see All Glory Gaming also starting to do a little bit of something, right? We did get a little bit more airtime on their end, so gotta say, phenomenal game number 2 coming in here, and it's good to see that we're changing up the flow from what we had happen in yesterday's groups.
Oh, absolutely. Vampire had a great game under their belt as well. I mean, they were doing a good job. Just this circle, right? Wide out in the open. So few spots available. We saw them try to take a central location, maybe just a couple seconds too early. And it was really because they had no other choice, right? That was the only place they could go. And every single team in the lobby saw them come. And nice little runovers as well. And Hyper, really good at using those buggies here, 7.
Honestly, for Hyper to be able to survive this, for Hyper to even be able to win this match, I'm just impressed, man, because I was seeing them towards the north, and the more I started seeing that terrain, they're out in the open. They're fully exposed, but they were just being patient, hiding behind a rock, hiding behind a tree, hiding behind whatever they could find, and they end up with 9 eliminations. But we've been talking about it. Insanity Sports, they didn't win the match like Hot Jukes was saying, but they did end up getting a lot of eliminations, and not just on any teams. They ended up getting some eliminations there on Vampire Esports, pushing it to Fireflex as well. So big teams that we wanted to see. And then DX Xavier, even though nobody hot dropped them, as I was expecting to see in Pochinki, they only end up with just 2 points, and that's just not going to be enough for DX.
Man, I remember the days where every single top team in the world was just like, Pochinki is the place. And the more I see it, it's starting to make me question things, because teams have gotten so smart now. And, you know, we saw that the second that zone shifted, we saw Zebra Master just like, all right, with this zone coming, we know a team's coming from Pochinki, right? Let's get the gatekeep going. And that's exactly what they did here, DK.
I mean, it's going to be a pretty exciting one so far. It is looking like this is the kind of play that I was hoping to see from Hyper, right? I mean, I was nearly convinced that it was going to lean towards the side of Insanity, but Hyper just stepping up, clutching it out. Unfortunately for Team Liquid, having a little bit of a bumpy ride coming in on towards this Erangel, but again, right, we still have a few more of them to go, so I'm really looking forward to it.
And me as well. But before we can get it going, we got a nice other interview for you guys. Let's go ahead and take it to the main stage.
And the second chicken dinner today in the hands of Hyper Esports. And I have here with me Star, the play Star for the Hyper Esports. Welcome and congrats on this chicken dinner. So in the last stage of the game, the last 2 players of Insanity, they were very spread apart. Do you think that helped you getting the chicken dinner?
Well, we know their exact positions, so I was driving around trying to find them. But yes, we basically killed them one by one.
Awesome. Is there a specific team that you guys have studied before today matches?
Not really, to be honest. We kind of studied all the teams.
Okay, so they are very prepared for today. Congrats on this chicken dinner once again, and thanks for the interview.
Thank you, and it's comeback day. Thank you, and it's comeback day.
Wow.
It's comeback day, baby. Let's go. I like the fact that even he said, he's like, oh man, we studied some other teams, which makes sense because there are some monster squads in here. But you know what? If Insanity keeps playing the way like they have so far, they're going to be a team that needs a little bit more eyes on them here, 7.
Yeah. Let me keep the train going a little bit there on Hyper, right? 10 points to start off the day. 19 points now. If I'm not mistaken, I think they ended up with 17 points yesterday total for the day. So in one match, they're able to just pretty much get what they did yesterday in 6 matches. That's exactly what we want to see out of this team. And we want to continue to see a little bit more as we are looking now at the schedule. Erangel, once again, who's it going to be? Is it going to be one of those teams from Group B that definitely need the points? Or is it Group C going to be starting to stand up?
It's comeback day. It's comeback day, baby. Let's go. Let's see it hyper ride this train. You know, we see good old stars, you know, once Starlight before. This guy really made it happen. I like the fact that he told Carol that he was just, you know, riding that buggy around, trying to get some of that information. And we see them move up 5 places up to 6. But remember, placement points or the ranking doesn't matter right now, DK. What matters is how many points you have going into tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, so there's a good opportunity for a lot of teams still to go farming, you know, get some points secured, get everything backed in nice and snugly. I do expect that Insanity could be looking to maybe continue with the bit of a momentum that they were building up in this last match. But if we look a little bit further down the board, I mean, Influence also trying to get that engine started, trying to bring in another bit of a play, right? Because I mean, we're almost in game number 3, right? So if they're looking to do something here today, we're starting to run out of time. So whatever surprises they have in store, the sooner they get down to it, the better it will be for them.
And by sooner, 7, I think it's got to be this game, right? This game here, it needs to happen, right?
Yeah, I mean, with some of the way that the teams from Group B are starting to stand up, they don't know how the teams from Group C are going to be reacting tomorrow when they end up playing a completely different group in Group A, and then you're going to have Team Falcons on top too. By the way, Team Falcons, 2 matches done today, and they're still on the lead. They're still chilling. They're still saying, okay, all right. I mean, keep on doing your thing. We're just going to keep on doing our thing. Smoke Gaming not having the best start here. I feel like if we do have another interview there with Kunha, he's gonna be like, okay, the first 2 matches, even though we did get some points here in this last match, just not good enough. We need to go back to it. And I wonder what's gonna happen here with Smoke Gaming if for some reason they aren't able to match the chicken dinners that we saw out of them yesterday. Because besides those chicken dinners, besides those 3 games towards the middle of the day yesterday, they really weren't able to do much. It was quite inconsistent for them in regards to their placement and also in regards to their elimination points.
Well, guys, we got a lot more action for you coming on up. Will we see Group B? Hold on. I hope so. We're going to have to find out right after this break.
Halo, namaku Excel dari Talon. Kali ini aku akan membagi tips cara berkomunikasi dengan efektif dan efisien. Yang pertama, kalian harus tahu apa yang kalian mau omongin dan sampaikan ke teman satu tim kalian. Yang kedua, kalian harus menggunakan bahasa yang jelas supaya teman kalian ngerti. Terus gunain nada yang jelas itu, jangan terlalu lembek atau jangan terlalu tinggi. Udah. Terima kasih.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Hot Jukes here with the 7WG and DK. This is going to get pretty intense here. As for those of you guys that are just tuning in for the first time, let's do a quick little recap, right? So there is today and tomorrow left in the prelims, and it's all about getting into that top 8. Top 8 goes to that main event and competes for that big prize pool. The problem is that this is the last day to play for Group B. We've been stressing this a lot because, you know, it's the worst feeling in the world, DK, to have to sit out tomorrow and just pray that your points are enough to hold on and your dreams are still able to continue here.
It's rough, man. It is so rough. So the teams in Group B, I mean, they've got limited time left to make as much of an impact as they can here, because as you've said, right, come tomorrow's matches, whatever they weren't able to accomplish today, they're going to be just biting their nails, chewing their fingers to figure out whether or not they're going to be making it up into the top 8 or whether they're going to be part of the audience. So, yeah, a lot of pressure coming in on them here.
Yes, sir, indeed. And yeah, you know, just to remind everybody, Group B is Smoke Gaming, Insanity, Zebra Master, Team Liquid, and Hyper, Virtus Pro, Nexria, and D Xavier 7. Now for the side of Virtus Pro, I think it's nail in the coffin at this point. When it comes to Insanity, though, right, we saw that little bit of a sign of life. Not even a little bit, a good sign of life in that last game. Even then, it might be enough, though. So they need to continue here with another performance just like we saw in the last one, right?
Yeah, and that's for this team. We're talking about consistency. We just want to be able to see that consistency. How are you going to be able to follow through? The only thing, too, for that team, for Insanity, is that I really enjoyed that they were taking the fights to people, man. I really enjoyed that they were willing to just go after a lot of those other teams. And not only being able to do that, they did end up with 10 elimination points, if I'm not mistaken, in that last match. So we know the fragging power is there. If they can just find more of that, they could definitely end up positioning themselves in a big way for tomorrow when they're not going to be playing to just biting those nails, saying, oh, did we do enough or did we not do enough?
Yeah, got to remember, you know, this top 8, they're currently in 12th place, and we got 16 teams playing 12 more games, but it's time for another match as we're heading into Erangel for match number 3. Boys, take it away.
And who is going to be end up winning this Erangel 2 of the day? Day 2 of the PUBG Mobile Global and Open Brazil Prelims. Because, boy, oh boy. Oh, hey, we get a nice plane path here. Once again, DK, anybody can take it with this plane path. Wherever you want to land, you can do it.
Yeah, pick a spot, get it. And I mean, I was happy to see that we had a decent spread coming through into the first Erangel that we had here. So I'm curious to see what this Erangel is going to be doing. Are we going to be having a decent zone to accompany a flight path like this? Because that would be such a nice play to make. But yeah, the big one is here. The pressure is on. I'm expecting Insanity to maybe try and replicate a little bit of the efforts that we just saw from them. But as we know, the rest of the lobby, I mean, Sevens, they're also going to be looking to wake up, right?
Yeah, everybody needs to wake up too. I mean, you were talking about Influence Rage. That's a team that, yeah, they were able to put up some good points in that last match in regards to placement points. But we just haven't seen that fragging power, right? With a team that I expect a lot more when it comes to those elimination points. I want to start seeing that. Where is that Influence Rage that I've been expecting? And some of the other teams as well, like All Glory Gaming B2, Foot. You got Team Queso in there too. We really haven't gotten a chance to see much out of this team. So maybe if they start positioning themselves, or maybe the circle ends up favoring them, which for right now, Team Queso is not going to have to rotate because they're already inside this circle.
Well, I like this zone, though. I mean, regardless of whether it stays up north, if it goes down south, we've got both the bridges in play here. So we could have a little bit of that camp action comes through, right? The bridge stick-ups that we could be having. But in the meanwhile, it's going to be looting stage, right? We got the Death Wolves all the way down in Novo, and they're sharing the island here with the players coming through from Team Liquid. It doesn't seem like we have any major hot drops. Maybe up close towards Rozok, up and around school area. We've got Fireflux and, of course, Insanity, as well as a little bit of, well, it seems like, well, even more pressure, even more plays that could be having their way through with Influence Rage hanging in the wing.
Yeah, and Influence Rage is going to be trying to make their move here towards maybe just Naya, as they're used to be going there, but they're going to have to be careful. But you know what? We're going to be looking at Smoke Gaming. This is a team that I was kind of talking about. They had such a great day one in regards to those 3 matches where they were actually able to perform really well, and then a bit of a drop off, a bit of an inconsistency there out of this team. They're what now? I think it's not that many points behind Team Falcons, but they need to start doing more. And this is when they were able to turn it up yesterday. Hopefully this is when they're going to be able to turn it up today as well. And for Team Liquid, I'm hoping that with this circle that we're currently working with, they're going to be able to load as fast as possible and try to position themselves a little bit closer towards that bridge. So if they do end up having to make that bridge, they are now have all this scouting done. They know if they're going to be getting bridge camp, and they're going to be able to try to make a push if the circle does end up going north.
Yeah, I think in a zone like this, information is going to be key because the teams aren't all that concerned about getting themselves into the zone, as we already do have quite a big portion of those teams well positioned. I think a zone like this allows the teams to really play out strategies, right? They can start lurking, start hunting if there's a particular team that they want to try and maybe focus on. So I'm curious to see how the play is going to unfold here. But I mean, we see Influence also now venturing all the way up into towards Yasnaya, where we then have the players here from Hura also getting themselves situated. So I think there's going to be a little bit of a step up, right? As soon as these teams feel comfortable here, Seven, I think they got to get cooking.
Yeah, and Hura needs to be careful too, because Influence Rage, we were talking about it, they do tend to be that aggressive team. They could try to make that push towards them if they do see an angle. And one thing that we're not seeing right now on this screen, at least when we're looking at those teams, is that they did have Federal just kind of going towards the north a little bit on his own. And he could always end up getting some off angle on Hura if that fight was to happen. Now we have next Ruya in Old Glory Gaming. This was the team I was talking about here. We really haven't been able to see much. Maybe this could be the chance, but with next Ruya, Seawolf trying to see if he can possibly surprise him on an off angle here.
Well, it's going to be a pretty interesting play though, because the rest of the squad, we do have them over towards the west. So if Seawolf does decide to do anything, they better hope that they are an absolute stealth master getting that play coming on forward. But I want to see something still here from All Glory Gaming. I mean, they did start warming up those engines in the previous match, so I want to see a little bit more of that now developing out onto the field. And of course, speaking about developing, it's going to be DX Xavier now looking to develop their position as they're heading up and opening with a bit of a spray.
DX now trying to keep an eye on there on All Glory Gaming, and DX with them being able to actually rotate this fast is nice to see. Remember, they're usually a team that likes to take a little bit more time in Pochinki with those all those hot drops that we saw yesterday. They haven't been happening today. They're trying to take advantage of it. They really weren't able to do it in that last match with only being able to get just 2 elimination points. I think they're going to be trying to change their luck here and position themselves a little bit better, as next Ruya is hopefully seeing if they can maybe get an angle on All Glory Gaming, but All Glory Gaming is absolutely gone.
Yeah, it's going to be fast reactions that will need to be coming through here. I'm also looking all the way up towards the edge and that northwestern side where we've got the Zebra Master squad as well as N-Hyper, both teams in the opposite ends of Georgia Pool. So I'm curious as to what their rotation is going to be leading back in towards the zone. But one thing that we don't have to worry about is going to be what Smoke Gaming will be getting up to, as we already see Ninho up on the roof, getting ready, popping away over onto the side there of Farasian.
Oh, DX being able to find themselves once again down a player early on, and this is the second time in a row that this happens, and Peregrine is gonna get sent back to the lobby. It's gonna be an easy point here for Smoke Gaming, and now DX puts themselves at a disadvantage once again. Just only being able to fight with 3 players, they're gonna be having to change whatever they were planning on doing, as Smoke is gonna be able to confirm that elimination. And on top of that, Ludeman, on top of that, look at Smoke on the elimination feed. They're taking shots on Team Kessel. They're taking shots on anybody that gives them a chance to possibly turn them into elimination point.
I honestly think that we've not seen everything that Smoke Gaming can bring onto the battlefield here. I mean, they are holding up exceptionally well in this lobby. So I think game number 3 could provide quite a bit of a turning point for them. As you can see, Team Queso also now feeling even more pressure, but it is now going to be the Death Wolves knocking at the door here and see whether or not Kunhav can actually get themselves out of the sticky spot, because I don't really see the rest of the squad there to provide any backup. So it is going to be, an unfortunate angle. Death Wolves right on it.
Deathwell's finding him there with his pants down as none of his team was nearby. Remember, they were currently taking fights with DX, with Team K, so they were definitely split around. Deathwell's though being able to confirm that quick elimination, and now Smoke Gaming, look how far away they were. Yeah, they weren't really going to be able to do much, but you know what? They're just going to be taking some shots. They currently have 2 eliminations to their name and seeing what they're going to be able to do there towards the end. And Team Castle, you were mentioning them earlier as well. They're going to end up backing off and trying to see if they can reposition themselves. Next, Ruya, we'll be talking about all these bridge camps. Guess what? Team Liquid decided to move a little bit faster. Instead of the east bridge this time, they're going to be going towards the west. And one player is going to be making it through, forcing Next Ruya Frozen to back off and go up this little lighthouse and see if he can maybe find somebody else from Team Liquid whenever they do end up making that push.
Yeah, but now the element of surprise has kind of slipped through here. As you can see, the rest of Team Liquid trying to see if they can maybe find a different way through. But the interesting thing here is the zone has not yet committed to either the north or the south. So I think Team Liquid trying to assess as the zone now just shifts a little bit more, centering up beautifully between the main island and of course that southern island. So this is where the bridges are going to be quite essential, because I think a lot of the teams that don't want to get caught up in the chaos erupting on that southern coastline of the main island are going to be opting for the bridges.
Yeah, for a team that right now is the only one towards the south, Team Liquid, with having 3 players still in the military island, they could definitely set themselves up here for greatness, as Cordozan from Team Liquid is trying to find a way back now to his team. There we go. Next, Ria taking some shots to Vampire Esports. Vampire Esports might need to be careful because they're going to end up getting surprised by Team Liquid, which is currently set up on the other side of this bridge. Next, Ruya looking at everybody pass by, and they're currently setting themselves up here to cause a lot of damage.
Yeah, next Ria essentially just softening players up for Team Liquid to welcome them in. As we already do see in the feed, there is a little bit of something happening here. Chief now spots a bit of an opportunity, bit of an angle over towards Tony K. The nade getting close, but not going all the way through. So there could still be quite a bit of an opportunity here. Team Liquid now just need to try and lock it in. I mean, at least if they are able to alleviate Tony K, that will open up quite a bit of an opportunity now for Team Liquid to just lay into the rest. But meanwhile, next Ruya 7, they are getting pushed by N-Hyper.
Yeah, next Ruya finding themselves there in a now particular position, as you mentioned it. N-Hyper is trying to make this push. N-Hyper is going to be down a player, though. The grenades are going to be coming towards the top, seeing if they can maybe find that player on the roof by surprise. But they need to be careful because other players from next Ruya are going to be moving up. There you go, a bit of a switch up. Stars ends up getting knocked. This is not what you want to see out of N-Hyper here. They decided to go for this push, and it's currently backfiring as next Ruya is going to be able to reposition themselves. Now, there you go. Just like that, you can have the highs, you can have the downs, and right now for this match, N-Hyper is going to be going home with only 1 point.
Oh, man. Up, up, and down they go back again. But there's still quite a bit of congestion over on towards the edges of the zone. Even looking at center, relatively close to center, this is where Smoke Gaming is going to be trying to just establish a little bit of a foothold. I like the fact that we do see Fireflux just up towards the north of them as well. So there's always so many angles that you need to be super cautious of. But up comes Ayala, doing some Ayala things as they do secure another elimination. That's Team Liquid now sitting on 2 points up. But are they going to be able to secure even more? Because, I mean, looking at these bridges, right? Everybody over on the western side, they know they're going to have to push across some way, shape, or form.
They are, and Team Liquid right now setting themselves up perfectly for this kind of pushes from the other teams. I mean, we saw them being able to eliminate 2 players from Vampire Esports, and you couldn't ask for anything better. The less stronger you can make those teams, the better at the end of the day that it's going to end up being for you if you are able to do that. Vampire Esports now is starting to back off. Next Ruya is still going to be there, but next Ruya is going to have to end up making a move here, as it did end up working out for them. They currently have 5 eliminations to their name, but they need to find a way to get out of here and either make the push towards the south or go towards the northeast, which at this point, honestly, it's going to be going towards the south. So make sure you get to the south.
Yeah, I definitely would agree with you. The south, just looking at the info that we have on the map, right? The south is going to be, I think, maybe the wiser decision to make at this point, but of course they don't know what we know, so they're just going to have to risk it and see whether or not they can actually make it all the way through. So N-Hyper, or no, rather next Ruya now, just getting themselves prepped up. Looking to see how they're going to push on forward here. I mean, the biggest fight here is going to be with the big bad blue zone, right? It is just slowly chucking away at those HP bars. But, I mean, the rest of the lobby, everyone is now playing a very, very kind of indecisive strategy at this point.
Yeah, and for Death Wolves at this point, they're going to continue to hold this angle on the bridge. There's going to be just one player that we can see there from Team Queso trying to figure out where those Death Wolf players are going to be hiding. But at some point, Death Wolves is going to have to disengage. They're going to have to focus a little bit more towards the other circles later of the game, because at this point, they're going to be putting themselves at a disadvantage, especially once everybody makes it through with smoke. And now we have other teams swimming across as well.
Well, the swim will only help for so long. As you can see, Death Wolves now over towards that eastern bridge, finding a bit of an angle over into Team Queso here. But we still have Hura also having to make that move, right? Are they going to try and push on through? Are they going to maybe go into the drink, try have a bit of a swim? We've got Fireflux and next Ria all the way over on towards the western front now, starting to get things rolling here as they do start approaching bridges. DX feeling the heat right on that southern beach line, and up comes Hura. Are they going to maybe steal the elims here, or what will the play be?
We'll have to wait and see, as Death Wolves is currently still taking shots there on Team Queso. Team Queso trying to see if they could possibly revive the other player, but now Death Wolves is getting a little bit more impatient here, as Hura Esports is going to be coming through. He needs to make sure he doesn't expose himself too much, because that would be an easy knock there for Hura Esports. And Hura Esports now making that push through. They know that players are behind. Oh, Team Queso was actually able to pick up that player. It's good for them, and they could possibly end up making this push by Hura Esports a little bit harder, as now Hura Esports are going to have to start watching their back.
Well, that blue is going to kick up a notch in damage as well. It does seem like Hura starting to prioritize that bridge push, as they will need to cross on through. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Zebra Master and Foot now prepping for a little bit of a play. But, I mean, first, it is going to be Virtus Pro. Let's see whether or not they can hold their own here. We got Furia just waiting in ambush. Team Liquid also still trying to assess this whole situation. I mean, yeah, sure, they are securely over on towards that southern island, but I mean, like, there's so many teams that are yet to push in. The only team currently in zone is DX, Smoke Gaming, and one player coming through from Team Liquid.
Yeah, and Team Liquid are going to be looking to push out of that circle. But you know what? Let's focus on the fight that's currently happening here, as Virtus Pro now has one player knocked. They were trying to see if they were going to be able to swim across. That's not going to happen. Zebra Masters is going to be able to knock them. Fireflux as well, one of the other teams that we had high hopes for, is going to end up getting eliminated. And Nexria did end up backing off from that bridge. They didn't want to go across the bridge because they know Team Liquid was going to be waiting for them. And instead, they are going to be going for the other play, which is just start swimming and keep on swimming until you touch land.
A little bit of that Dory move having to come through here. But I think especially with the zone now shifting down onto towards that southern island, whoever gets a strong position close to the bridge, you know, with some decent coverage, they're going to be smiling, right? They're just going to be farming those eliminations, because we've got so many teams now not only trying to swim across the way, but also just going for a slightly exposed position onto towards that southern island.
And here we go. Death Wolves finally decided to push out of that bridge towards the east, and now starting to focus a little bit more here towards military apartments as well. Hura, though. Hura, that was a team that I was wondering how they were going to be able to make it across, and they do end up making it across, at least with one player that I'm currently seeing. So good for them to be able to do that. Zebra Masters now having to switch up from being the aggressors on land to trying to make it across as well by swimming. They need to be careful, though, because Virtus Pro has now made it through. And then on top of that, Foot is going to be waiting for them too. Virtus Pro, look, this is exactly what's going to happen. You're going to have to start dancing that salsa. You're going to have to start hitting them with that two-step, because as soon as you step on that land, as soon as you step on that sand, everybody's just going to be looking at you.
That's not the kind of dancing I think they were hoping to do here. But meanwhile, it's going to be Death Wolves. Whoa. Getting a quick 1-2-1-2. Malik now having to try and pick up the pieces. I'm not quite sure whether or not Malik is going to be able to raise up their teammates. You can see Nofi and Sky just waiting in anticipation. But up comes the Death Wolves. We did see them being capable of backing in quite a bit of that heat. And the nades now starting to come in as well. Meanwhile, Hura trying to take as much of a spread here to kind of accommodate the potential losses of players here.
Yeah, and Deathwolves making that push, stopping the revive there from Hura and now Smoke Gaming. We're talking about them earlier. This is usually when they tend to shine. They ain't gonna be set. They're gonna be able to take some shots on anybody that's gonna be swimming across, and they're looking to just get those easy points. They see Foot, they're gonna start shooting at them. Zebra Masters finally makes it across too, and they're starting to take some of the players there from Foot. So it's going to be easier for them. Foot gets fully eliminated. Now DX, we switch over to DX. They're going to be chilling. I can't tell exactly how many players they are right there. Only just one. So it's going to be a tough ask for them. Next Ria eliminated as well in Zebra Masters. This is what I was talking about. Yeah, you're going to have to go from the aggressors on land to make that swim. But then once you get back to land, it is going to be tough. And I mean tough for them to be able to even survive this. And now we got a chance to see some of the players from Team Liquid as well towards the beach area. I don't even know why they were there, Team Liquid. You should have been with the other teammate towards the mountains, towards the high ground. You didn't have to push this, and now I think they might be able to reset, but it's gonna cause some struggle for them.
Yeah, and also looking over on towards Smoke Gaming, who we can see slowly approaching over to the side here of Zebra Master. I mean, Zebra Smoke now in contention for the most elims. As Muff says, thank you so much. We'll just take that one in stride. But now Team Liquid getting themselves picked up, prepping for a little bit of recovery here. Fortunately for them, there's quite a big vacancy over towards this western side of the zone. So I'm curious to see just how they're going to look to get themselves positioned. A lot of the focus, though, from a lot of the other teams, right? The remaining teams that we have here, 5 of them, is going to be over towards the eastern front. So, I mean, the Xavier, Hura, Insanity, Deathwolves, they're going to be having an exciting time looking to defend their position in zone.
And Team Liquid finally doing what I wanted them to do, which is finally being able to go back towards the mountain. They definitely get away with it a little bit there as we're looking at Rumula Soul, and he's going to be trying to spot some players in Sanity Sports, trying to see if anybody is going to be on the lookout. And you know who I'm currently not seeing on this. I haven't seen anybody from Influence Rage, and I wonder if they actually ended up getting eliminated early, and I might have missed that, because that's a team that we're definitely looking forward to seeing how they're going to be able to step up now that we're in the 3rd game of the day, the halfway point of today. And Smoke Gaming is going to continue on a tear here. They're seeing some players there from Hura Esports, and they're looking to land those shots.
Well, let's see how this one is going to go. Will they indeed be able to get those plays? Smoke now putting down a bit of that utility, trying to cover up the angle before they decide to make any major moves. But Malek realizing rather that they need to get out of that little shack, because it is going to be an absolute bombardment. But now the danger comes, right? Moving out of the shack, yes, you might be able to evade Smoke Gaming, but you're opening yourself up to Insanity just on the opposite end. Doesn't seem like Insanity has spotted those angles just yet, but here we go. Clean up as Miyaki comes in, gets the play, gets the spray, and that is it. We are down to 5 teams, but Smoke, they are approaching Insanity, and Insanity, they are pretty focused in on the Deathwolves.
Yeah, and great push there at Smoke Gaming, being able to cover that player from Hura, as now we're going to be switching over to Insanity. Deathwolves, you were mentioning, they have been chasing each other back and forth for the longest time here. Are they going to be able to start getting those eliminations to start taking care of these teams? Because right now, what I'm going to be seeing is we're not going to be seeing Team Liquid for a bit. They're going to be chilling. They're going to be doing the Smoke Gaming route, which is usually let everybody else fight. And when the time comes right, that's when we're going to end up striking. Smoke Gaming trying to get those angles, making sure to get all the extra loot possible as the circle is going to be closing in. And who is it going to be going to? You can see everybody's ready. And now Team Liquid is going to have to be getting involved with this. I wonder if they're going to be trying to make a push here towards DX. And DX, the only player within that building, it's looking around. It's waiting to see if anybody's going to try to approach that building, and hoping that he's able to clutch it up, because he's the only one alive for that team.
It's a tough call to make. It is such a challenging decision, but Smoke Gaming, well, for them it seems easy as they just find play after play. Insanity getting sent away, and down to 4 we go. But I'm looking at Deathwolves. We got them on that beautiful ridge. I think they're going to be looking to hold onto the high ground. Team Liquid, though, abandoning the tranquility that we had over on towards the west as they start to move on up, just getting themselves in a bit of a 2-2 split, leaving Ayala and one of the other teammates all the way over onto that far side. Of course, it is Ayala and Chief, but for how much longer are they going to be holding such a spread? I mean, Levis still alive and kicking. right? DX still having some presence in this match, but I think it's going to ride on Smoke Gaming and the Death Wolves to really lock it down.
It is, but they're going to have to worry about Team Liquid because Team Liquid still has all the 4 players standing. Smoke Gaming now is starting to slow down after they were able to take care of the players there from Insanity Sports. And the player we were talking about, the DX player, that's the only one alive, stopping Team Liquid from taking over this compound. You were mentioning Death Wolves keeping that high ground. They're going to continue to stay there. There is one player in a vehicle. I wonder if he's going to try to make some kind of a weird push and hopefully get an off angle on them. But right now, it's going to be a bit of a stalemate, trying to see where everybody's at, trying to find those off angles. And that's exactly what Death Wolves is currently looking to do, trying to see if they can find an off angle on Team Liquid.
I mean, if the zone shifts towards Death Wolves, they set, right? That's it. They're just going to be sitting out there, just clapping everything that moves around them. But you can see Gardozen not satisfied with not being able to get up into that compound, trying to get the breach going. Smoke Gaming, they're going to be using this opportunity to get themselves positioned as they slowly start to lurk, just inching their way further and further forward, while at the same time doing their due diligence, right? Keeping their eyes on the hills, looking to see if they can find any pixels out of place. So we do find ourselves in a bit of a standoff, I believe, here, Seven.
Yeah, and I think this is how it's going to play out there for a bit, unless a team finds an opening. I don't see Team Liquid. Oh, Team Liquid, Cardozen, you're thinking about it? Don't tease me like that. I thought he was going to be a madman and try to go for that push into the building, but he needs to be careful. We've been talking about it. Death Wolves is very close by, and I think Team Liquid might end up committing to this as the nades are going to be coming through. The smokes are going to be coming through as well. Team Liquid currently not comfortable where they're standing, and if they are going to make a push, they need to make up their mind because they're going to start getting spotted there by Smoke Gaming. That standoff, it stops as one of the players from Team Liquid ends up getting knocked.
Well, now it is going to be go time. Death Wolves just waiting for that zone to pop. We got a few more brief seconds left on the clock. But Smoke Gaming now looking to big brain the heck out of this position. The zone is going to be shifting in favor of Team Liquid. But looking at what we've been seeing so far, right? Death Wolves, Smoke Gaming, now they are going to spring into action. And I'm expecting them to just rush and just trying to overpower their position into this next phase.
They need to make something happen here because Death Wolves, they're taking advantage of all of this commotion going on here because they're having 2 players rotate around and get those off angles. DX, the only player, Levi, the only player that's alive from his team, trying to clutch up those extra points. They're currently sitting at 0 eliminations for this match, and boy, this is a team that definitely needs any points that they can get. Levi getting a little bit riskier now, getting closer towards that door, seeing if he can maybe get somebody with that TPP angle. Not gonna be able to spot anybody just yet. Meanwhile, Death Wolves just taking advantage of all of this. They're just chilling right now. Smoke Gaming, one of the players does end up getting knocked, and Team Liquid, can Mythic end up confirming this into elimination point?
I mean, it's looking good though. Team Liquid picking up some much needed points. So far, this is the best game that they've had here today. So let's see just how far they are going to be looking to push the envelope now. Still Smoke Gaming trying to find the appropriate way, the appropriate angle to get themselves positioned. Miyaki, well, they're getting quite a bit of that HP ripped away from them. But out comes Death Wolves. This is their opportunity to shine. As you can see, the rotations now heading along that southern side, going in a bit of a clockwise rotation. And this could really open up the place for them, especially over towards Team Liquid.
I believe it is going to end up opening up because they're just going to continue to wrap around and see if they can possibly find somebody out in the open from Team Liquid. Team Liquid now starting to eliminate some players there. Finally getting that elimination on the Smoke Gaming player. The DX player still alive. And you got Death Wolves looking to see if they can possibly spot somebody, but they need to be careful because guess what? Team Liquid does have 3 players up on top of that mountain, but they still have Chief trying to get that off angle. Here comes the push by Smoke Gaming. Myth is going to be making that push. He's going to be hitting the shots, and beautiful play there by Smoke Gaming. Myth, as he's able to destroy the player from DX inside the building. He's going to have to heal up, and he's going to have to refocus as now everything is starting to let loose. Death Wolf is starting to get some angles, and meanwhile, Chief, the only player that was towards the bottom of that mountain, trying to see if he can help out his team.
Well, let's see how this one is going to go. The final 2 teams now in a bit of a showdown. Cardozen is still going to be holding nice and steady on high. Team Liquid, it looks like this one could be turning in their favor. But we've seen what Deathwolves can do if they decide to strike. So I like the play here, though, right? Both squads going for a 1-2-1-3 split. So it allows them quite a bit of flexibility. But now out comes the push, moving in here, Obscure. Having his vision obscured with the smokes getting brought down here by Chief. A nice little bit of a distraction. But once that first hit, that first play is made, there could be a roll-up opportunity here for the Deathwolves. But of course, you still got to watch that heal side. So, yeah, Deathwolves definitely needs to try and not overextend their reach at this point.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy finish here. The thing that they do have going for them for Team Liquid is they do have a numbers advantage. And with Chief being down there, he's still within the circle, which is something that Deathwolves can't say for the person that was holding that off angle for them. He's not within the circle anymore. Right now, Chief not really going to be able to do much, as he does have to end up laying down. The smokes are going to be coming through for some of the players there from Deathwolves. I'm hoping and I'm wondering if maybe Chief is going to be able to spot that player. Guzo, he is going to be able to spot him, and here comes the shots. If they can get this knock, it's going to be massive because he's going to open it up, and now it's going to become a 4v2. Great stuff there from Chief. And also his team being able to relay the information. We see somebody running, make sure you knock him. They do just that, and he turns into a 4v2.
And well, speed about 2v4, it is about to be stage number 9, right? So no more shifts, only blue. It's all going to come down to this Team Liquid now, definitely looking to capitalize on the opportunity they have at hand. But let's see whether or not the Deathwolves can maybe make a little bit of something happening here. Ooh, Mythic though finds the play up into Obscure. It is Deathwolves down to only one remaining hopeful. It is going to be a full-on push. Team Liquid, they want to get that winner with a chicken dinner in hand. It is going to be a full send as they rush on in. The plays is there, and that is Liquid getting the winner chicken dinner.
Way too much for that last player there from Deathwolves. Team Liquid, this is more like the team that we've been wanting to see, getting those 13 eliminations, 2100 damage. And as you were mentioning, whenever there was the top 4, it was going to end up being one of their best matches. Well, guess what? They were like, we're going to cement it as our best match so far here in the PMGO with that chicken dinner, and that should help them out push up on the leaderboard, because, man, this is exactly what we've been wanting to see out of these teams that are in Group B.
100%. This was a huge chicken dinner for Group B in general. I mean, Team Liquid needed these points desperately, and they got them. My question, though, is it too late? Is it too late? I had to put my glasses on and stare at the leaderboards, do the math, because, woo, I mean, they still have a lot of points to get, at least in my opinion.
21 points. I mean, they're not going to be mad at it. And now is the time, right? Halfway point through the day, they're still going to have 3 more matches. One more Erangel. If you can somehow mimic maybe a top 3 situation. We know the fragging powers there, DK. They need to start showing it, though. They need to do exactly what they were able to do in this last game, which I'm going to put a bit of a mark there on the side, because they almost ended up throwing it when, instead of covering the mountains, they decided to push towards the beach. It almost ended up backfiring for them.
I mean, it was a close call here, but yeah, you're gonna have to see a copy-paste, rinse-repeat play, and I think that's the beauty of having yet another Erangel coming up next, right? It would allow for exactly that kind of strategy to be optimized on. But I gotta say though, I like the flow, right? The teams not having such a tough time really getting over on towards that southern island, and once they were there, it was just go, go, go. So yeah, I gotta say, big ups. Team Liquid, they just flowed so nicely.
100%, dude. 13 eliminations, and that chicken dinner is going to be huge. And so Smoke Gaming, so consistent here, 7. I mean, I really love to see how they've been playing. They've just been putting up points on the board constantly. Zebra Master as well, doing some good points, as well.
Yeah, Smoke Gaming for them. I mean, it's going to continue onto the pattern, right? The good thing is that they were able to break the pattern from yesterday a little bit sooner. They ended up the previous match, I mean, 5th place, 7 points. And then on this one, they're able to end up within the top 5 again and being able to back it up with Ilims. I know if we were to interview Kunha, he's going to be like, wait, this is more like we want to see. This is how we're going to be keeping it. Virtuous Pro, you were wondering what they were going to be doing? Well, they're going to be gone. And then Team Queso, not looking good there for the new roster of Team Queso.
Well, let's go ahead and take it on over to Carol Bombshell for an interview.
And I'm happy to have here Michiki, the player from Team Liquid. Congrats on this last chicken dinner. And I want to know what were the biggest challenge you faced during the matches yesterday. Quais foram os maiores desafios que vocês encontraram nas partidas de ontem?
Acho que foi se posicionar bem na safe e tal. A gente tava se fudendo muito por causa disso, morrendo muito, foi mal. E acho que foi mais isso. Em questão de bala a gente tá muito bem sempre. É só mais se posicionar melhor e tal pra conseguir se destacar nas partidas e ganhar elas.
They need to do now a better game to fit in the late stages of the game. They need to get better positions, and they need to set a better strategy to finally qualify for the main event the next week. And that's exactly what I'm going to ask them. What kind of the strategy they are going to set today because they are running out of time. Quais são as estratégias que vocês vão ter agora para as próximas partidas, já que o tempo está ficando curto, para que vocês consigam se classificar para a semana que vem?
Acho que a estratégia é só... Não vai mudar muita coisa, só a gente se posicionar melhor, ter a cabeça melhor para pegar as posições. Porque igual eu falei, em questão de bala, em questão do nosso jogo, se a gente conseguir impor ele, sempre vai dar muito bom, sempre vamos ganhar a partida com muita kill, e se não ganhar a gente sempre vai ter as kills, porque o nosso jogo é esse, a gente não vai mudar, só vai aprimorar ele para conseguir pegar a classificação no top 8 para a final.
Perfect. He said they just needed to adjust some things because they are very aggressive team. So they probably just needed to get done things like positions in the maps and, for example, to talk better, to have a better communication with their team players and everything. For sure will go well and they will qualify for the main event next week. Thanks so much for the interview. Muito obrigado pela entrevista e boa sorte nas próximas partidas.
Obrigado pela boa sorte. Vamos pra cima hoje. E é isso. Go Liquid.
You heard it from the man himself. I love the fact that, we talked about it. He's so excited, of course, for a great game. You can just see it, though, in his eyes. You can hear it in his voice. He's like, we need more. We need more points. We want to qualify. We want to make sure that we make it to that main event here, DK.
I mean, Team Liquid, it seems like they've thawed now, right? The ice has been shaken off. They're getting ready. They're approaching that flow state. And I think we could maybe have an insane play coming in the next few matches from them.
I think so, too. I mean, you heard it there, Seven. He was talking about how much they needed to start playing aggressive. And we finally saw that aggression there as we take a look at the top 5 players. Ayala on top.
Yeah, start playing aggressive, but... smart aggressive, maybe. Because I was saying it was a bit of a question mark there when it was just one player standing and then the other 2 were knocked and they were nowhere near. They decided to give their advantageous position. Maybe they got a little bit too hype up from seeing that last Miramar match from yesterday. Team Falcons being able to do that. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. As the MVP, Ayala, no surprise there. 5 eliminations to his name, 962 damage. We're talking about players being able to get more damage than some of these teams. I think this is definitely one of those performances.
By far. Let's take a look at some of his highlights here. On the bridge, throwing those nades, putting in some work against Tony K himself. Beautifully done. And you know what? Sometimes you just need a good game under your belt just to kind of rally the squad. And that's what they got right there as we take a look at the overall standings. And finally, we see Team Falcons get passed up by Smoke Gaming themselves. Only problem is, Team Falcons going to have 6 more games tomorrow here, 7.
I was like, let me borrow them glasses, Jukes. I think I'm looking at... Am I seeing this right? Yeah, they're still going to have so much to work with. And now we're going to be looking at some of those other teams, right? DX, Insanity. This is teams that are not going to be playing tomorrow that need to have that proactiveness. They need to do something. And another team that I kind of wanted to mention as well is Vampire Esports. We haven't really seen much of Vampire Esports ever since their win in Sandhawk. I don't want to say it's a one-up because it's way too early for Vampire Esports, but I do want to start seeing a little bit more out of Vampire Esports. I want to start seeing more eliminations. I want to start seeing more stuff out of them as we're going to be going into the last Erangel.
Oof, 3 more matches left to go, and that is going to be for the tournament for Group B. This is it. 3 games left, and for team squads like Team Liquid and Hyper, Insanity. Honestly, I'm going to say this already. It is not looking good for D Xavier and Insanity. At this point, I'm already starting to call them out at this. I mean, because D Xavier haven't really shown us anything. Yeah, they've gotten some points here and there, but we haven't seen that pop-off game that they just really, really need, DK.
Yeah, I think if you're not comfortably situated up in towards at least, I'd say, like the top 5, top 4 come end of day and you're in Group B, that's your ticket, right? Because, I mean, tomorrow the teams are going to come back with a vengeance. They're going to be climbing that ladder. They're going to try to get themselves up into the top 8. So there's a big opportunity for points to get acquired moving forward in these last few matches, but it's going to be tough.
I'm honestly going to say top 4. I really think you need to be in the top 4 really safely if you want to stand a chance, because it is just not looking good. Guys, remember, the treasure lies where the fun begins. The 6th anniversary is out now. Go check out Inside Game and go check out that version 3.1. You're going to love it. The new mode is amazing. It's honestly one of the most fun ones I played in a while, 7.
It is. It is. I still need to get some stuff down with the portal and stuff. I keep messing it up.
Oh, man, dude, it's so crazy. I was playing with some squads that have it down, and it's just crazy, the utility. They're out here teleporting, doing all this stuff, and I'm here just grabbing an old school nade. I'm like, man, I got to get that practice in. But I'll tell you what, it's just been a blast to watch these players, you know, really take it up a notch. I got that little spark of joy when I saw Insanity have that comeback match. You know, you said it. You heard there from Starlight saying it's comeback day, and then Hyper has a bad game on the next one. So come on, you know, they're not too far away from getting into that top 4. But at the same time, 4th place is 59 points, and Hyper has 47. That's a 12-point game with only 3 matches left. The comeback day needs to happen now. Now, 7.
Yeah, and on top of that, DK, all the other teams that are towards the top, more than likely they're going to continue to get points.
Yeah, they definitely will have to continue to try and get as many points. But, you know, while we're on the point, of course, we got to give a big shout out to the Realme 12 Pro Plus, which elevates your photography experience with that 120x super zoom. And, of course, the performance in games. So be sure to check it out, and we'll see you guys back in a short bit.
How to be a portrait master.
Bounce in the streets, I'm a boss till I call. Bounce in the beast, I'm a boss till I fall. I'm a boss on the beat, I'm a boss, spit it raw. I'm a boss, keep it G, and I walk in the talk. I'm a boss.
And we are back, baby, just like that. We got more to talk about here as things are ramping up, because we're now reaching the second half of the day, 7. All right, so it's time to put on those the calculator hat, 7. All right, which team in this next match? I want 3 teams. Okay, 3 teams in this next match. We need to see 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in your opinion.
1st, 2nd, and 3rd.
Yep.
Okay. Zebra Masters, I would like to see them in 1st. Smoke Gaming, I would like to see them in 2nd. Just because I'm going by what you were saying there. You want to see teams finish in the top 4. Realistically, those are 2 teams that definitely, they've done enough, but they can definitely do more and not leave it up just to chance to kind of make it a little bit easier for them. And Hyper, I like to see in Hyper. Comeback day. Let's see it.
Come on, let's see it here. But guys, we're going to be right back right after this video. Well, in a second, sorry. Yeah, in just a couple more seconds, don't worry about that. But you know what? And Hyper, let's go, baby. Comeback day, Starlight, you know, I hope he needs to get on that buggy. He needs to get on that buggy, drive around, do a couple more donuts here, and then we'll maybe see a chicken dinner in a bit. But guess what? Now it's time for that video, baby. Let's go ahead and head it over there. We'll be right back.
You want to take revenge on?
Eu quero enfrentar a A7, a INF e a IG por conta dos meus antigos companheiros de equipe. Queria matar eles. Não é nenhuma rixa, é uma brincadeirinha que nós tem. O Cielo da IG, o Magalim da A7 e o Diego da INF, que a gente gosta de ficar contando quando alguém mata, alguém tipo se mata, entendeu? Então é por isso que eu quero encontrar eles e poder me vingar, ficar na frente do ranking.
Bất cứ đội tuyển nào này vào khu vực tôi thì chúng tôi sẵn sàng kill đội đấy. Em nghĩ giải PMGO lần này thì em nghĩ là AK7 là đối thủ cạnh tranh nhất với team em.
Getting a revenge? No, I don't think so. Like there is a lot of really good teams in here. Otherwise, they couldn't have made it here. So I would say there is a lot of good teams. Like, for example, Alpha7, Inco, Nova, Influence. So basically, I would choose Alpha7 as this team because we had a lot of like back history and competing against them for 2021, 2023, and 2022 also.
Tem muitos times bons, né? Campeonato bom, mas eu acho que tem um time que eu particularmente gosto de matar, porque são habilidosos, tem skill. Acho que é a Team Falcons. Já joguei contra eles 2 PMGC já. E é um time muito bom de bala, tem boa estratégia, tem ótimos players. E é sempre um time assim que eu gosto de matar, de passar por cima, assim, porque, querendo ou não, são bons jogadores. E eu acho que é mais por esse motivo, porque, querendo ou não, quando eu mato eles, o ego já sobe, já dá bom nas partidas. Pode ser qualquer outro time, mas sempre tem que ter uma estratégia para matar, não pode ser na emoção nem nada, até porque eu não tenho raiva de nenhum time, nem sou fã de nenhum time. Para mim, os 15 times que estou jogando contra são igual. E acho que é mais isso. Trato como se fosse qualquer outro, mas sempre na estratégia e na base da bala. O recado que eu quero dar para eles é, primeiramente, bem-vindo ao Brasil. E, segundamente, que quando entrar em campo não tem tempo ruim para ninguém. E se trombar no meio da partida é bala para cima.
And we are back. Final Erangel of the day. And you can see the look on D. Xavier's face. They are not happy here. And it's totally understandable why, because this could be their final, most likely is going to be their final ride with how they performed so far. At this point, for a team like this, it's going to need a chicken dinner for the rest of the 3 games in the row. Let's see if it can happen here as we head on over to our final Erangel for Group B. Take it away, boys.
Final Erangel indeed here for the Day 2 Prelims PMGO Brazil, and I'm excited to see which teams might end up taking advantage of this. Is it going to be Smoke Gaming again, trying to repeat what they were able to do yesterday with the chicken dinner on the final, on one of the Erangels, or we're not going to be seeing a chicken dinner out of them, DK? Anything can happen.
I think they're going to come in hot, right? They're going to be smoking it up. There's going to be such a push, but I don't think Smoke Gaming is going to be the only team to bring it in, right? I'm expecting that to be potentially a collective push, right? Team Liquid, they could be looking to maybe play a bit of an upset here as well, but surprisingly enough, Vampires, they've just been, I don't know, playing a little bit of a shy game, it feels almost today.
They are, and that's what I was hinting at earlier. I mean, they get that chicken dinner right. I kind of got a little bit blinded. I'm like, okay, maybe we got the Vampire Esports, baby, that we've been wanting to see. But I got a little bit too hyped there. I got a reality check that by Vampire Esports, because right now the first 2 Erangels haven't been going their way, and they're going to be landing in Stalbert too. So it is going to be an interesting land here for Vampire Esports. I want to see more out of them. I want to start seeing more of that Tony K hype that we've been seeing. And by the way, something to kind of mention too for Vampire Esports, it is not a completely different roster, but there has been some changes here and there, as we are going to be seeing Newsy playing more now in comparison to what we saw him last year.
Well, I mean, a change-up is sometimes as good as a holiday, they say. So I don't know if these teams are going on a holiday or they get into work, but we'll find out pretty dang soon, as we did see that Zone also taking a beautiful shift. Ooh, up into the northeast. Virtus Pro, though, getting the first elimination right out of the gate. Good start here for them.
It is going to be a good start, but it might not be good enough, as Hot Jokes would end up saying, because, oh man, the way they are currently on that leaderboard, if we want to see this team within the top 4, they're going to have to just win out. They're going to have to win out the next 3 matches, and with the way that this team has been playing, it's just going to be so unlikely. And then for Hura Esports, I mean, the team that is just playing for the first time here today, so far they've done quite good enough, but I want to see more out of this team. I want to see them position themselves even better, because yes, Group B, you know what? They're going to take whatever they can do here within the last 3 matches that they're going to be playing for the prelims. But then tomorrow, we're also going to be having Group A. And it's not just Team Falcons, as much as we would like to hype up Team Falcons. There is going to be some of the other teams that are going to be making it at least within the top 8. And if there's a team that can definitely make it within the top 8 by 1 point, that has a history of doing that over and over and over again, Inco Gaming is going to be looking to do that.
I mean, let's hope for that, right? Because, I mean, Inco, they're there, right? They could definitely do with a good little boost to come on through. But as we know, well, we'll have to wait a little while to see that play come through. Influence, though, they're in a good opportunity here. They do find themselves having to share a little bit all the way over in towards Yasnaya Poliana. If we look over towards Gatka, it is going to be All Glory Gaming now, just scouting out the vicinity. But I'm going to be looking over towards Rozog, because that's where we've got Insanity and Fireflux. Not exactly hot dropping, but I think they're close enough to be, you know, just there, a little bit uncomfortably close.
It is going to be uncomfortably close. And before we even go into Miramar, another team that needs to take advantage of this is going to be DX. We were hoping that we're going to see a little bit more out of DX here within this matches, since they weren't going to be challenged that much in Pochinki. We got a chance to see a 4th place finish, but guess what? That 4th place finish in the last game, 0 eliminations. So yay for the placement points, but boo for the eliminations, because that's just not going to be able to cut it, especially with what some of the other teams are able to do. Team Liquid putting out, what was it, 13 eliminations, and then on top of that you had Smoke Gaming. They ended up in 3rd place, and they ended up putting up 12 eliminations on their side. So yeah, DX, if you want to get a chance, which is looking very, very unlikely, to make it to the main event in the top 8, you need to do a lot more. You need a chicken dinner, and I don't want to see a chicken dinner with just 1 elimination. I want to see a chicken dinner with at least minimum 15 eliminations.
Yeah, because that would make for not only a very impressive show, but as you said, right, it's going to give them those points they so desperately need. So it's going to be an interesting one. I like the fact that we've got those live locations coming on through. I mean, yeah, now we know exactly where everybody is. But, I mean, in the meantime, this opens up the opportunity for, I think, that center zone busyness to get somewhat settled. And speaking of which, of course, we've got Influence Rage and Fireflux now looking to do exactly that. As we do see Diego coming through with a beautiful hit. That DBS going a long, long way. And they might be a little bit of contention now for Alamo.
Yeah, and for Influence Rage, we want to see a little bit more aggressiveness. You heard Team Liquid say it. We want to be more aggressive, and I was telling them to be careful. This is a team that I want to continue to see. I want to see some aggressiveness out of there, because we just haven't been able to see it. After 3 matches for Influence Rage to only have 11 points, absolutely not what I was expecting out of them, and I'm hoping they're going to be able to turn it around here on the second half of the day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's hope that is. I mean, because we know they surely are a team that is more than capable of doing exactly that. I think it's just about finding the right moment to have that happen and getting yourself into a little bit of a situation up in center zone early on in the game. I'm not quite sure if that is necessarily the most ideal approach to be taking, but it does seem like they've decided against that, and they've now started to just slightly back off from that play. Of course, as we move up to, I believe, Heaven it is, Fireflux, they just going to be perched on high, just looking all over the place. But what a nice setup this is coming through from foot up in towards Mansion.
Now we're going to have Smoke Gaming just rolling around, trying to see where they're going to end up parking themselves. If we know something that Smoke Gaming is good at, it's pretty much parking themselves, finding a place where to hide until all the commotion starts happening, and seeing if they can end up third party in Team Queso, another team. I was talking about Influence Rage. Well, Team Queso, That's another team that I want to see a little bit more about. We haven't seen much of them. 5 points only after all of that happening. And I was talking about them being aggressive. Influence Rage, we were able to see it there in the elimination feed that they are able to secure some extra elimination points from All Glory Gaming. And here we are, making sure that they clear the lobby. Influence Rage trying to take the fight there to All Glory Gaming. I think there's going to be just one player alive, and that's it. All Glory Gaming, once again, we're barely able to get a chance to see him, and just, they're gone.
Oof. That is a super unfortunate play, though, for them. I mean, we've only seen them secure 2 points so far today, one of which came through from placement. The other one was the elimination in the previous match. So it is proving to be quite a bit of a tough day indeed. But, I mean, you were talking about Smoke Gaming earlier, right? I wouldn't say they are necessarily the team to start the fire, but sure do they love to fan the fire once it's lit, right? I mean, just hanging in the vicinity for those opportunities to strike. But now I'm going to be looking over towards teams that we are yet to see rotate up in towards Zorn. Coming in from those far southern sides, there's quite a bit of vacancy on the southern side as well as over towards the west. And I want to see, are they maybe going to look to contest teams like Next Ria or DX Xavier that we have situated a little bit further up into Zorn?
And talking about DX, it's like you just summoned them, showcasing there on the screen as we're seeing rotations in and out of them. And then in Hyper, I'm actually seeing an in Hyper too here towards the west, trying to get at least within that circle. But here we go with the next circle, and oh my gosh, what a north shift, as everybody is going to have to be moving north, and we might end up seeing some possible fights here as they rotate up.
Well, Stolba is going to be the place to go. That and Yasnaya Poliana, but in the meanwhile, it is going to be Hura trying to pick up a few of those grazers. As you can see, Fireflux, everybody else now starting to roll on through. Insanity also getting focused at this point. But let's see, Malik, nice vantage point that they've got here. Influence also now trying to decide whether or not they should move up or maybe just hold on. But it does seem like everyone is now trying to be the first team positioned way up north. Smoke, they're also going to be hunting down Virtus Pro.
They are going to be trying to hunt them down, but with Smoke, they'll make the smart decision. And Virtus Pro, I mean, this is a team that's just not going to be able to make it with the main event unless something insane happens here. They're going to find a compound, but if I'm Smoke, if I do end up getting a knock, if I confirm that elimination and I know that it's Virtus Pro, I might just take my chances. I might just go for those extra points. And earlier when we saw all those teams rotating, I was looking at Hura Esports, and Hura Esports, they were like, this is our time to shine. Let's rain down as much havoc as we can here from top of this police station and possibly end up getting some knocks. They didn't end up getting any, but at least they try. Vampire Esports, the team we want to see a little bit more out of, only 19 points, 3 points in the last 2 matches. Could this end up working out for them?
Well, I think especially moving in towards the zone, positioning is going to be, again, one of those absolutely essential angles. I mean, you were talking about Vampires. They do have, I think it's a nice transitional position, right? So many teams are going to try and climb up this hill like we see Team Queso here now trying to do. But let's see whether or not Raze is going to be able to make it out alive in one piece. Tony K, quick on the reaction there, spots the play. Unfortunately, the terrain not working out all too great for them, but it's not over just yet. Oh, Vampires, though, you want to see those points getting secured. You can hear the cacophony of shots now going off in the background. Ray's actually getting found out, and off they go. Schweppes finds the hits, signs it out.
Reyes, just when he thought he was going to be able to make it out alive, Schweb said, no, I can still kind of see you here from this angle. And he ends up getting sent back to the lobby. Tony K with the M249, that is a scary sight right there, especially once the circle keeps getting more and more compact. Vampire Esports being aggressive, and they actually ended up making some of the players here from Virtus Pro pushed out. Team Lake with a team that was just able to get a great chicken winner, a team that definitely needed a chicken dinner. Now trying to figure out how they're going to be playing this crazy circle that we ended up getting.
Let's see if anything is going to work out. Now, next Ria also just trying to get a bit of a foothold as they move up north, but the Zorns throws a spanner in the works, putting all the way back into Yasnaya Poliana. 8-7, what a shift, right? Because like everyone was getting ready for that long trek all the way up to Stolba and the surrounding areas. But, I mean, it's Yasnaya now.
We saw players making players dance salsa, and now is the map and all these circles making the players dance salsa. You want to go forward now, go back. Let's go back to Yasnaya. And a team that I was looking at when we were actually looking at that map feed is Influence Rage. This is their place. This is usually when they end up landing. They were able to rotate earlier. They were able to go back to their spot where they might be comfortable at. And this could end up being a big game for that team, as Nextria now trying to find this off angles, trying to find some place to park themselves at, as all of the other teams are trying to find themselves a good position. Smoke, we've been seeing Smoke rotate so much. I kind of feel bad for them. I kind of feel bad for those vehicles. They might be running out of gasoline soon, because boy, oh boy, we've seen them all over this map today.
Yeah, we've seen them be super mobile, but it does seem like they are going to be taking the plunge and rushing right into Yasnaya Poliana. And as you mentioned, right, Influence, they're there, they are part of the welcoming committee, but let's see just how many pickups and how many trades they'll be able to get along the way. But this is where there's a slight bit of separation starting to happen in this zone with the teams, right? We've got our northern teams, our southern teams, and I mean, you got to find your foot, right? Find the position that is going to work best to your playstyle. And already looking over towards Hura, they are going to be trying to play the long game, right? Trying to play the nuisance card, right? Just poke and prod at every angle that they can spot up ahead.
They are in Hura. I mean, we saw what they were able to do earlier with those shots. They weren't able to connect with anything. They are going to be down one player. Hydra did end up getting eliminated earlier in the match. Smoke Gaming finally is able to find a building that they can call at least their home. The tires on those cars were absolutely gone. They were like, okay, we need to make it to a safe spot. They are, and it's not that much of a safe spot, as they do had Influence Rage very close by, and then a player there from Insanity Sports close by as well, that could end up surprising them when the gunfight does ensue. And we didn't get a chance to see it, but Virtus Pro did end up losing 2 players on the overall right side. Vampire Esports still with all their 4 players alive. They're going to be looking to rotate now even more into the circle. Everybody just slowing it down. I think this is the way it's going to be. The commotion happened when all the rotations were happening. Now everybody gets to just relax a little bit and see where everybody's going to be parking themselves.
But I think the big question with regards to parking is, where's the next zone going to park itself, right? Is it going to pull back to the north again? Is it going to maybe just commit to that southern edge? I think whichever way that the zone decides to move in this next shift will help in determining which team has the highest probability of locking in that winner chicken dinner. And well, in fact, it goes neither. It doesn't go north, doesn't go south. Instead, it leans over towards the western side. So whoever's in Yasnaya, they're going to be sitting pretty, and it's going to be a challenging play for the teams up towards the north here.
They are going to be sitting pretty, and I'm going to be thinking about Influence Rage, because they did end up positioning themselves in a good spot. Meanwhile, DX finding some shots there. Peregrine getting some knocks on Death Wolves. Can he confirm that into an elimination? He's trying to, and he does end up doing it. Peregrine now trying to spot another player there from Death Wolves, seeing if he can connect with that one. He's not going to be able to. And I was thinking about dancing. I actually almost ended up calling them dancing wolves there for a bit. I'm glad I didn't, as Zebra Monsters is also close by. DX could find themselves here in a good spot. Virtus Pro gets eliminated, and Death Wolves is trying to make this push here. They need to be careful, and they need to do it fast. With all this smoke going around, guess what? It's not only going to be DX. Vampire Esports might be able to spot some of them too, and they're a team that definitely needs the points.
Well, let's see who's going to get those scopes out and come through with the spray downs. You have the Death Wolves also now getting that knock in onto their side. But again, a 2-piece could maybe still make a little bit of something happening here. I like the fact that Lux is also just chilling on the ridge, just waiting for everybody to shoot their shot. And then Lux is going to be the next one to join the party. Great opportunity there, but the trigger discipline again is going to be short. Vampire is up on the hill, though, moving in alongside the squad there from D Xavier. Let's see whether or not Newsy is going to get anything to happen right here. But I mean, still, the blue zone, it's going to close up. So these teams need to commit to some kind of play.
It is going to be closing up, and Vampire Esports there, even though they were able to get some eliminations there against DX, they do end up losing a player. And here comes the push. Zebra Masters is going to get spotted. Can they actually turn this into a knock? And they need to, because they're just letting Zebra Masters pass by. Fireflux, what are you doing here? We need to start getting some knocks. Now Fireflux is going to be finding themselves in a particular position as he turns around. There you go. One knock goes towards the way of Fireflux. Zebra Masters having to jump out of this vehicle, figuring out if they want to take this fight, and they are going to be taking this fight. If they have any grenades, now is the time to take them. Zebra Masters getting knocked, and here comes the name from Fireflux as well.
Oh, here we go. Oh! beautiful vehicle explosion to close the door in their face. And that is it, right? Down to 13 teams we go. Zero Master now having to settle with just that elimination point to carry them forward. Fireflux now going to be feeling quite a bit of heat as the Death Wolves, they have tasted blood. They want more action and they secure the finish right then and there. But still, they got to pick up their player.
I'm just loving what I'm seeing out of Vampire Esports here. This could possibly be the first time that I've been seeing those little trains be used in the game. And guess what? They need to be careful though, because as soon as they go down, as soon as they land, that's right, Influence Rage was going to be waiting for them. Luckily for Vampire Esports, they're able to get just in time and not get shot by anybody.
Well, let's see whether or not the joyride is going to last much longer, as Vampires, well, have Newsy nearly getting finished right there. It's now going to be reliant on Schreps and Tony K. Let's see if they can pack it in. But up comes the push. Influence Rage now trying to secure that northern edge. They will pick up and shoot at anything that moves around them. This is going to be a very tough spot now for the Vampires to get themselves out of.
And for Vampires, they're going to get lucky because he's going to be able to jump out. He might end up getting revived. We saw that smoke wall that they created, but Influence Rage knows exactly what they're going to be. And it's not just Influence Rage, Smoke Gaming, all the other teams towards the top. We also saw the circle close up even more. So Influence Rage right now with this 2-2 split that they have in different buildings could end up working out their way. Smoke Gaming, we know they're going to be passive. We know they're going to be waiting for the right time. Vampire Esports does end up picking up that player. And I'm going to start looking at some of the more teams that were towards the top, like Death Wolves. We saw them play that out so well. They waited for the right time. They let the fight happen between Fireflux and Zebra Masters, and they were able to third party. And on top of that, they didn't even have to worry about Vampire Esports because Vampire Esports was going for a nice view ride.
I mean, at least they took in the sights, right? I think that's sometimes something we forget about on Erangel. It's also got some nice scenery. So, you know, you might as well appreciate it while you're there. And I think another thing that we got to get to appreciate is a bit of a city finish. I mean, it's on the cards, right? We are so close to seeing these teams really having to duke it out in a lot of that CQC spray. But we still have DX and the Death Wolves all the way up towards the north who've not yet committed to the zone. I don't think you can really blame them because, I mean, they've got very slim options when it comes to a good rotational path into this next phase.
Yeah, and Death Wolves now having to make that push that they were going to have to do. You can see Nextruya is going to be making some noise. And meanwhile, Little Boy is going to be seeing if he can find an angle. Death Wolves somehow makes it into the buildings without losing anybody. And now Vampire Esports are getting spotted. Vampire Esports needs to figure out what they're going to be doing here as grenades might start raining on them. Two players are knocked. Here comes the push. He's going to be seeing if he can maybe throw a nade. Nope, he's not going to be able to, and they're going to have to back off. That's going to be one player there. Eliminated by Esports. It's gone. That was just such a tough spot. They took a little bit too long, and once again, Vampire Esports not able to capitalize here in Erangel, and he gets sent back to the lobby.
I mean, what an unfortunate turn of events that it was for the Vampires, but, you know, it is survival of the quickest that we've got right here. Down to 11 teams left to kind of lock in the performances here. And Hyper also going to be taking a nice little bit of a quiet positioning over on towards that western side. We've not yet seen any eliminations come from them, and we can say exactly the same about the squad here from Smoke Gaming. But looking at Smoke, I mean, they are smack dab center. And Hyper, on the other hand, they could also still play a little bit of that elevation down in towards Yasnaya.
Yeah, so many scenarios because it's going to come down to this circle. What is going to end up happening? Is it going to just go straight down the center, or could it possibly make us dance some salsa again and go towards the north where there's absolutely going to be no buildings, which I honestly wouldn't mind. DX wouldn't mind as well, as Peregrine is the only player towards the top. And guess what? They're not going to go towards the top. They are going to be going towards the left side, towards the west side. And that ends up benefiting one of the teams you were mentioning, which is going to be none other than N-Hyper, as Insanity Sports tries to make this push out of the location where they were at earlier.
Let's see how these locations are going to unravel. Talent now getting absolutely bombarded. We got mollies, we got nades, pick a utility, and it has been sent across. Insanity now having their numbers start to dwindle. Will Influence suffer the same fate, or are they going to be able to bounce back? Speedrun, bounce back. DX, instead of going to the west, they push up from the north, and now Smoke Gaming just opening their barrels, letting everything loose. And so far, it is DX now just relying on Chow to see whether or not they can hold on for dear life.
Yeah, and it is going to be a tough one with Chow only being able to clean himself up. Actually, Nate was also alive. Look at that. Ooh. They were able to clutch it up. I don't think they're going to be able to pick up their teammates. They might be able to get in time, but no, he goes over in grenades. Actually, the car exploded from N-Hyper being able to be aware that there was a vehicle there. They start shooting at it and it makes it explode, and there goes 3 players of DX. Oh man, can they even pick him up? As Influence Rage now is going to be making a push towards this, and guess who's going to be on their way? Smoke Gaming. This is going to be a great fight.
Oh yes, here we go, getting ready. Out comes Federale as well, alongside the rest of the crew. Knock, knock. Anybody at home? It's only Nate. It's a Smoke Gaming stops them right in their tracks.
Smoke Gaming, well played by them. They put down some smoke as well. They knew that they were going to be coming. Federal's going to be able to find one. Actually, Federal is going to be able to find one, but he ends up getting eliminated. Now Smoke Gaming, without losing any players, you couldn't ask for anything better out of Smoke Gaming. Get to take care of Influence Rage, a team that you definitely didn't want to keep on being hot, as Influence Rage ended up with 9 eliminations. Definitely what we want to see out of Influence Rage there. But for Smoke Gaming, great stop. And now they got a lot of time and a lot of space there to work with, as Insanity, Romulosin very close by to Team Queso, Milos. Just waiting and seeing what's going to be happening here. We're going to have some stealth mates here, but when the action picks up, my goodness, is it going to pick up? Because you could call it, right? A city finish still.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's as close as a city finish as we're going to get right now, right? I mean...
A suburb?
Yeah. It depends on, like, if it pulls more towards this western side, sure. Then we're gonna have a suburban showdown. But so far, I gotta say, it is looking pretty dang sweaty across the board. And I mean, at this point, it could still essentially be anyone's game, right? We're gonna be seeing where this phase will be taking us. And of course, Speedrun, where it could take us, Foot. Right, Foot, they've also been trying to get this ball rolling, trying to see what they can get. Yes, they were able to secure themselves 2 eliminations, but they've also been brought down to only 2.
They have been brought down to only 2, and it is going to be tough considering where the circle ends up going. And here we go. The circle is going to be closing in Hyper. Look how much space they got to work with, and it's actually going to go a little bit towards the northwest, so that could end up benefiting a little bit on N-Hyper with how spread out they were. If they're able to position themselves, everybody's gonna be trying to fight themselves out of those buildings. Overall, this is gonna be just absolute madness, and that one player, that's 2 players that's still alive from DX, they could end up clutching up even more elimination points for DX, which is a team that definitely needs any points they can get.
Well, let's see how this one is going to go, as we've now gone from the suburbs into the ranch. Only a handful of compounds and buildings remaining moving into this next phase. I mean, this is where the pressure is going to be, especially now for these teams over towards the southeastern side, right? We've got Team Liquid over there. We've got Ahura. Such a challenging bit of ground that they need to try and make up. But who knows? Maybe they can find a bit of a rat hole and get themselves positioned up in towards this next phase.
Yeah, and then Smoke trying to find those angles. Then no N-Hyper is going to be looking to find their way in. And guess what? Hura now having to fight there against Team Liquid. Meanwhile, Smoke, we're going to be going back and forth here, ladies and gentlemen. Hura trying to make that cross. It's not going to be working out well for them, as 2 of their players is currently knocked. It's going to be coming down to 1 alive with the DBS. They're going to be jumping down, and he's going to be easy pickings there for Team Liquid. As Hura gets eliminated there with only 2 eliminations to their name. Oh no, Chief gets knocked as soon as he gets into the building, but luckily for him, his teammate is going to be right there to pick him up. And now we have some of the other teams. This is what I was talking about. Smoke, DX, all those teams that are currently within a comfortable location, they don't have to worry about fighting through. They don't have to worry about crossing the streets. All they have to worry about position, location. Team Liquid having to worry about their location, and they're currently just getting beamed as Team Queso being able to spot them. That is going to be easy pickings there for Team Queso. And guess who's waiting? DK, Smoke Gaming is waiting. They're saying, okay, Team Liquid, if you want to keep coming our way, we'll definitely take that point.
Yeah, they're getting those fans ready, right? Because the fire's been lit, the action is rolling. You can see Myth now letting one loose as well, trying to see if they can maybe just force a bit of a play at the expense here of Team Liquid. But I think this final bit of the game is going to come down between N-Hyper, DX, and potentially even Smoke Gaming. But the shift now has taken us even more over towards that western side. So it is looking quite amazing now. If your name is N-Hyper, Smoke, I'm pretty sure they'll be able to get themselves out of the sticky spot. But look at that spot, the compound down on the southern side, right? We've got Foot in there. We've got Team Queso in there. We've got Insanity also just trying to see if they can survive.
And I think Smoke is just playing it cautious here. They obviously don't know if anybody's going to be within those buildings. They're just going to be assuming that there's going to be people there. You saw the smoke, them they were throwing, but also the grenades. I saw a bit of explosions. Them thinking that, you know what, if anybody does end up picking, we'll be able to get them DX throughout the players that are still alive. Being able to find some players there from N-Hyper and knocking them. Foot as well, looking for N-Hyper and Capri. Getting in here, he gets one knock. He's going to get the finish. Here comes down the player from DX, and guess what? Capri sends him back to the lobby as N-Hyper looking to get those extra points. And you know who wants to make that push? None other than Smoke Gaming, clearing buildings back and forth. This is the opening that they were looking to get. Grenades, everything being thrown, and they're playing it so well. Whoever ended up calling Smoke Gaming mid-team, they're looking like a top team right now.
100%, 100%, and I mean, they are just toying with N-Hyper at this point. N-Hyper down to 2-piece. Team Queso also going to be holding nice and steady. Let's see whether or not Smoke can pick up those last few plays. There's going to be Starch on the approach. FSS also just holding nice and steady. Myth, the entirety of Smoke Gaming, they are here just searching, clearing floor by floor, building by building, and eventually they are going to figure out that N-Hyper is going to be chilling on the outside. So just a few plays away, but what a nade though. As Starch finds the opening play. That is the angle now. Myth pushing on forward, looking to see if they can pick it up. Up comes FSS. Oh, it's in.
N-Hyper. Oh my gosh, he had all the time. He didn't even have the player's attention, and he ended up missing so many shots there. But now we're going to be switching over to Foot against Team Queso. Team Queso getting obliterated here by Foot. Chaos Esports are now, they're going to be trying to make a push, and luckily for Smoke Gaming, they might be able to reset a little bit here. They are going to end up losing one player, but if they can at least end up with 3, that's going to be wonders for them. Team Queso still has 1 player alive. Papi Potro is going to be looking outside of that window, and Team Liquid, Ayala, trying to see if he can find some angles too. Papi Potro is able to find at least 1 knock, which is going to be massive for his team, and now Smoke is going to get 3 players up. And whatever ended up happening here, anything can happen here with what's going on. I mean, we have 3 players from Smoke, we have 1 player from Team Liquid, and 1 player left alive as well from Insanity Sports, which Insanity Sports, only 2 eliminations, but hey, they'll take the points. They'll take whatever they can get at this time.
I mean, they're going to be dealt a decent amount of placement points as well, so that is all going to stack up. Speaking of stacking up, Insanity trying to move up, and look at that nade! It is done and dusted. Winner chicken dinner. Smoke Gaming claiming their 3rd winner chicken dinner in just the past 2 days.
And Kunha, you could picture him. He thinks he's going to the main event already. He's thinking of the crowd saying, are you not entertained with this win? That is now 3 chicken dinners for Smoke Gaming, and with that win, honestly, they're gonna position themselves so great coming in tomorrow when they're not gonna be playing, and Group A is gonna be coming back. Team Falcons is gonna be coming back and seeing if they can possibly take that first place. Great day so far here by Smoke Gaming.
I think they made a quick stop over at the hardware shop. I mean, because they have just cemented their way through here. It is insane to see Smoke Gaming just roll on through it. Speaking about Insanity, right? Let's take a look at a few of these amazing highlights that we had in this past game.
We're going to have Hoorah. We saw them starting to fight first. This is when they ended up losing Sky. Oh man, Sky is just such a big player for that team. As Virtus Pro finally able to get some more eliminations, but it's over. Oh, Jukes. It's over for Virtus Pro.
Oh yeah, it's over. That's it. That's the nail in the coffin for Virtus Pro. Honestly, I'm gonna probably put the nail in the coffin for D Xavier as well. In all honesty, with the way it is right now, it's kind of tough to even believe at this point. But You know what? The numbers do not lie. Smoke Gaming, though, like you mentioned, DK, I think these guys are without a doubt good to go. 3 chicken dinners so far. They really have been stepping up, and they knew exactly what they needed to do in order to make sure that they made it to the main event.
I mean, they don't even need cooking lessons, right? They just know how to roll with these punches. Look at this nade, though, from Ninho. Boom! Right on the money.
Absolutely nailed it. Let's take a look here at the elimination leaders so far. That was wow. Smoke Gaming, no surprise with how they've been performing. It's good to see Mythic as well step up for Team Liquid. And they've had some really good, solid performance here. That last game really helped them out big time. Hopefully, in the Miramar, they're able to continue that same streak here, Seven.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Keen Ultra as well with those 20 eliminations for Nexria. Nexria has a total, I think before this match, they had a total of about 46 eliminations. So for him to be able to put up those numbers, that is great. I want to see more of the players from Nexria stand up. But overall, it comes down to this team right here on your screen. Smoke Gaming with those 18 points. Massive, massive points. Team Liquid as well. We were talking about them. We were wanting to see more of them being able to back up with 11 points. And then Hot Jukes, I'm starting to get flashbacks here. We're having high hopes, especially for Vampire Esports. I think they might have catfished me with that first win.
Oh, man, it hurt my heart to see. You know, like, I mean, they had a great game one. I was like, all right, now we're going to see a little bit of that remake we saw from PMWI. But then, yeah, just not able to get it done in these next couple of matches. I will give them the last, you know, Aaron Gill that we saw. I mean, because they just got into the last zone. There was not much they could do in that situation. But other than that, I mean, it's really hard to see. I mean, yeah, this is their first day playing, so they will have 6 more matches tomorrow to make it up. At the end of the day, all that matters is that they get top 8. But let's go ahead and take it on over to our interview so we can see what the winners have to say.
The first chicken dinner of the day for Smoke Gaming after yesterday. They got 2 in their hands. Okay, so let's talk with him because he's gonna tell us about some yesterday and today as well. Even though yesterday was a good day for Smoking Gaming, Team Falcons finished in the first place. What was the real strategy today to take the top?
First, we watched our games yesterday, and we tried to solve our mistakes, and we came for the second day with our mind focused on to get the top 1, because like I already say, our goal is show to the world our power, that we in what we can do also.
Beautiful. And since it's the last game day for Group B today, what is your guess about the 8 teams who will advance to the main event?
Us, of course, Falcons, because these guys are the best team in the world, and all the Brazilian teams like Furia, Team Liquid, I think Zebra Master also will get a slot, and nothing for, because tomorrow there is some good things to play like INF from Brazil, so just that.
Okay, we'll definitely figure out all the teams that will advance to the main event tomorrow. Thanks so much for the interview.
I am gonna have to agree. I mean, the numbers don't lie. You got to do the math in your head, and you got to just be real with the situation that you're in. Honestly, even teams like Hyper are looking a little bit tough in this scenario. But hopefully we could see them bounce back. Meanwhile, Yaki, Smoke Gaming, we can't give these guys enough props here, Seven. They've really done well.
They just play so well, man. Like the way that they've been able to push certain areas. Yeah, sometimes it kind of backfires. It doesn't look the smoothest as possible, but hey, keep it going, because you're currently sitting in first place with 102 points. Group A is going to be coming tomorrow, and Team Falcons and all the other teams are going to be looking to change that. And then a team that do want to call out a little bit, Zebra Masters. I want to see more out of them. I want to see them create a bit more of a point gap along the lines of what Smoke Game is currently able to do.
Me as well. You can take a look at the rest of the standings here. We see a lot of names that are in some big trouble. You know, Insanity is one of those with 40 points. That ain't gonna do it. I mean, even in these last 2 matches, pretty sure it's done for. Hopefully we could see them just continue on here as the rest of the lobby. We could see Vampire, only 22 points. That's not too bad considering that they still have 6 games tomorrow, but they definitely want to step up here, DK, in the last 2 matches.
It's
I mean, but the scary part is 16 of those 22 points came out of the first match, right?
Good
so they're gonna have to step it up quite a bit. You know, put on some sunscreen and you know, just get it going. But I mean, who knows, right? It could still change as we approach our final 2 matches.
Yeah, let's take a look here because Miramar is going to be make or break for Team B or Group B. Sorry, yeah, that's it. This is the last 2 games we're going to see of these guys. Some of these teams, obviously, I think know that they're going home. There are still a chance, though. There is still a chance, definitely here. But one team in particular that I think that has a chance out of all of them, it's going to be Hyper. I think that's the only one, really. Hyper, you know, I mean, obviously Team Liquid, you know, Zebra, you know, all those teams we have a good feeling for. But those teams that need points, it's really up to here. They need to get 2 chicken dinners, I think, at the end if they want to stand a chance, 7.
Yeah, they definitely do. And I mean, with Hyper, it just comes down to being able to hit those shots because, man, there was a player there at the end, dude, full health. The other player wasn't even looking his way. He just needed to get sneezed on and he was going to be getting sent back to the lobby for snow gaming, but he ended up missing every single shot.
I hate to see it. By the way, guys, you saw that lower third there. PUBG Mobile's 6th anniversary is here. All kinds of new modes, new guns. Guys, go check it out as soon as you possibly can. Version 3.1 has been a blast so far. And, man, hopefully we could see some of these teams not have to worry about playing it as they'll have 3 more days to play coming up soon if they make it on into those finals. Because, DK, we haven't really got a chance to talk about it too much of what's coming up. But the finals, we got even more teams coming in here, and it's going to just take it up to another level.
I mean, like we were talking about the top 8 moving through, right? So there's a reason why only 8 teams move up because we've got 7 teams joining, right? 7 teams coming in because, of course, we've got our team from the qualifiers that have already gotten a seat, plus these 8. I mean, you want to talk about tough competition? It is looming just around the corner. So whatever these teams can get done here, I think it would be some good preparation, you know, making it up in towards that final event, the main event itself.
Got IHC, PMGC champions. You got Nova, Paraboy at the end of last PMGC. He was there. He wasn't playing. He was casting for the Chinese side, for the Chinese talent. He was like, you know what? I'm going to come back for what belongs to me this year. So he's going to be bringing it. Alpha 7 is going to be bringing it too. They're playing at home. They had a great performance in regards to the previous PMGC as well. Yeah, if we think this is a hard lobby, wait until we get to the main event of PMGO. That's going to be exciting, and I'm probably going to end up losing my voice.
Oh, yeah, same here. I mean, I got to give a big shout out, you know, to Hi-Fi's and the qualifiers because they were able to snake Team Falcons at the last game. For those of you guys that missed the qualifiers, we thought Team Falcons were a lock. We thought that they had it, but Hi-Fi said, you know what? At the last second, they dropped on them, were able to take them out early, and were able to secure that slot to the main event. And I wonder what, you know, them and the rest of their, you know, fans are looking at this lobby here, and they're like, oh, you know, this is tough already as it is. Come main event time, it's going to be another level. So, you know, teams, especially like we mentioned so many times before in Group B, this is their last chance. But, you know, hopefully we could see them make it happen in Miramar and see their dreams come true. But we'll be right back right after this break. Welcome back, everybody, for the PMGO Brazil. Next game's about to come up, the first Miramar of the day, and it's going to be me and DK leading off you guys into that one. So, Seven, since you're going to be sitting back watching, crunching the numbers, all right? You know, what are your thoughts going into this match here? You know, you told me what your top three were for the last one, right? What are you thinking about this one? What is it that 7WG wants to see?
I thought you were going to put me in this fight. Like, you said top 3 last time. How about the top bottom teams this time?
Hey, give me the top 12.
That one might be a little bit easier. don't let me flow through that toxicity, all right? But the top 3 teams, I'm going to be pointing out some that definitely need it. You pointed one out earlier. I mean, in Hyper, if they're going to be wanting to even try to get in a chance at making it, they need a chicken dinner here. They definitely need to go for it. I think Smoke Gaming is going to continue to play really well. At least I hope. And maybe continue to create that gap between themselves and Team Falcons. And then last but not least, man, that's a tough one. You know what? Just because I've been talking about it, just because I feel like I'm being catfish here. Vampire Esports. I would like to see what Vampire Esports has to offer because we haven't really seen much of them besides them just taking a nice little ride, enjoying the scenery, and then getting to the other side and getting absolutely clapped.
Yeah, you know, I will say, DK, you know, it's one thing that Vampires had a trend of doing is like during qualifiers, having some of a tough time. Then main event time popping off. That's what they did in PMWI, but they did not keep that same energy when it came to PMGC. Oh, yeah, but Seven, what do you think about that?
I think for Vampire, they just need to stop throwing, man. Like, so many people will get their hypes up, including myself. I'll put myself first in that line. I mean, like, okay, this is the one. This is the tournament where Vampire is just going to show them that it's not just PMWI. And then I just end up walking with, like, hoping the door doesn't hit me when I exit the building because they just let me down. And I'm hoping that that's not the case here again because come tomorrow, I mean, we've been seeing, by the way, all these teams winning. They're high-fiving. They're going after each other like, yeah, baby, we won. What happened when Team Falcons won? Yeah.
just straight
Stone Cold
up
killers.
Stone cold, man. These guys got ice water in their veins. I mean, it's so crazy to see where they're at on the leaderboards. Guys, they only played 6 matches. They only played 6 matches and they've held on for so long. So we'll definitely see them continue on here. But guys, here we go. Match number 5. First Miramar of the day. And the last 2 matches for Group B. Seven, thank you so much. We'll get back to you in a second as DK and I are going to take over this one. And oh, this is a very, very important match. That's for sure.
Oh yes, sir. I mean, I think this is gonna be a crazy rumble because I mean, yesterday around about this point as well is where we saw a very strong increase in performances. But I mean, if you are in Group B, this is gonna have to be even more than that, right? This is gonna have to be your best 2 games that you've had so far if you're looking to get yourself within the top 8 after tomorrow's games.
Yeah, 100%. And honestly, I think if you are Group B tomorrow, you're going to put on your Falcons t-shirt and you're going to hope they go off and soak up all the points. You know what I'm saying? Because it doesn't matter, right? If Team Falcons get first place, great for them. But, you know, you want them to soak up all the points as compared to the other teams that are going to possibly pass you up. So hopefully we can see that happen tomorrow. But, you know, for these teams right now, they got to do all they can to secure it. Like I mentioned, Xavier, Insanity, Virtus Pro, it's over. I mean, I just don't see it happening. And Hyper, where they stand at points-wise, there's still a chance. But like we've mentioned so many times, and we can't stress it enough, they need a crazy game here. And they really got a great start here, DK, because look where the zone is and look where they landed.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good play, right? So they've got quite a bit of a run-up that they can make at this point. So, I mean, they can even decide where they want to run up, right? Do they want to go through Ladriera? Do they want to go through El Pozo? Do they want to go, I don't know, pick a spot, right? But it's all going to come down to how well they've studied the other teams, because I think that is going to determine how their rotation will go.
Yeah, the hard part is that they didn't really get to study, a lot of these teams here from Group C, because, this is their first time they're playing against them. And so not a lot of data when it comes to Miramar from those squads, at least when it comes to this tournament, maybe in the past. But, with a zone like this and Playing Path and Hyper definitely have their work cut out for them. And that knock, those two knocks on a D Xavier. If there wasn't a nail of coffin before, like I mentioned, that's going to be it right there.
Yeah, that's a tough start to an interesting knock-knock joke, but I don't think it's a joke that they want to hear the punchline of. So let's see how this one is going to unravel. Ooh, little boy also getting hit here as Influence Rage are going to be feeling the pressures come through. His next Ria Keen now looks to step up, finding the elimination there, locking in those points. But this is where I'm curious to see as to how the zone is going to be shifting, because, I mean, Jigs, if I'm being honest, I'd love to see something a little bit up towards the north, Ladriera, maybe up into Oasis even.
That would be fun. I haven't seen an Oasis finish in a hot minute, That hardship side could prove to be pretty interesting for sure. As now we're going to be taking a look at the calm before the storm. Remember, folks, it's top 8 that make it in. And you got to remember, there are still 16 teams going to be playing tomorrow. 6 matches. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Smoke, they have to have secured a spot, no doubt. First place, that's going to be, Team Falcons have so many points and games left that could definitely happen. But, for them, they're good to go. So that limits the amount of, placings that are going to be left. So those teams in that 8th place position are really going to have to be careful.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not 8th place today, as we said, right? It's 8th place after tomorrow's matches, so it's going to be a very scary day to look at, though. So, yeah, I think teams sitting like from 4th position upwards could be somewhat secure in their positions come end of day tomorrow. But as we know, anything can change here. It's good to see Smoke Gaming, though. They've hit the century, right? 102 points up. And they are really trying to end their play here, or end their day on a very, very strong note. So I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to be coming through on that. The rest of the teams, though, we are yet to see a bit of a play come through from Foot, for instance, right? I mean, yes, I know it's only their first day, but still, you want to end your first day on a strong note.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, we were talking about Group B because it's their last game, but we definitely got to mention these teams in Group C. For sure. Foot, Fire, Flux, even Vampire, right? Need to finish this day off strong, because let me tell you something. Now this just came into my head because I haven't even been really thinking about it too much. I've been so focused on Group B. But the problem is if you're a team like Vampire, let's be real. Oh my gosh, right? Let's be real here. Team Falcons did so well. They know they're top 8, pretty much with just one day alone, right? If you're a team like Team Falcons, you could spend your entire day tomorrow just hot dropping or making Vampire and the rest of these teams' days hard and make sure they don't make it in. Can you believe that? Imagine if we see that happen.
Dude, make them sweat? I mean, come on. That'd be amazing. But I mean, that is definitely a strategy these teams could look to adopt coming into tomorrow's games. But in order to do that, right, you can't let stuff like this happen, right? Being Influence Rage. Because the Vampires, they just now out here hunting points.
Vampire so strong. These guys, when they get hot, they're really hard to stop. And we saw them start off strong, so that helped out, right? The fact that they got majority of their points in just game number 1 allowed them to kind of, have a few rough games. But tomorrow it's going to be really tough if they don't perform here and now. So you can see them definitely, trying to make sure that they have a great day or a great finish of the day here in these last 2 Miramars, as they are currently sitting in 17th place. But, if they have a good couple games here, they'll be set. So they got to make sure they make it into the final circle in this Miramar match.
Yeah, that's going to be step one. And then they're going to have to bring in consistency come the last match of the day. I'm curious as to where these teams are going to be looking to get themselves situated, because if we're looking over onto the players here from Team Kesor, I mean, sure, they do have some kind of a positioning up close towards center zone, but we still have quite a few teams that are yet to rotate on up. I think Vampire Esports here also sitting with a decent spread. I mean, that 2-2 coverage. I think they're waiting for someone to dare step onto that road, and then they're just going to let it rip and just break into an insane performance. But I mean, again, only time will tell.
Yeah, only time will tell for sure. The pressure's on, though, for teams like Hyper, because their time is about to run up. Teams like I mentioned, the Xavier, those other squads, it's already over. I don't see it happening at all. But Hyper have all 4 up still. 52 points. They're in that 6th place position. A chicken dinner here could rocket launch them definitely into that kind of 4th place spot. If you're a team like Team Liquid, you really, really want to have the same kind of performance. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, guys, for those of you watching, if you look at the leaderboards on that right, we see Smokin with 102 points. We see Zebramaster there with 78, Team Liquid with 68. We could see Zebramaster and Team Liquid end up in 7th and 8th place. Barely make it in with how many games are to be played tomorrow.
Yeah, but I'd say it definitely depends on what the team's focus is coming into this game, right? Are they going to be trying to focus on placement points? Are they going to try and focus on a little bit of regression, maybe a bit of a strategic play? It's a tough call to make at this point, and I really hope that the teams make whatever is the best call for them, right? Because, I mean, it's so challenging to decide on what will be that exact approach to take here. I mean, that's why I'm so happy I'm not an IGL, because, I mean, there's so much
hard.
pressure.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult for sure. I mean, there's a couple ways you could go about it, right? Like, you want to play it in a way. Well, the main thing that you have to think about at this point is you just got to think about trying to get to that end game and putting some major points on the board. You don't have enough points to just sit back and just get like 4 or 5, right? You really do not. If you are even Zebramaster and Team Liquid, especially Team Liquid, I think that you're thinking, all right, we need at least 10 points each game here, So if we can get at least 10 points, that would make them at 88, in the last 2 games. I think 88 points will get them into top 8,
Yeah.
But 68 is too scary. Way, way, way too scary. So that's where I personally, if I was their coach, set the mark. Like, hey, you need to get at least 10 points minimum each game. And you don't even know what's going to happen in the next one. So you want a good buffer in this match here. So we'll see how they decide to play it.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the way to go, right? You want to set that buffer up so you don't have to stress too much coming into tomorrow's games. But, well, speaking about stress, though, Doc and Machine with a beautiful reach here onto Hura. A great way to get the action underway. But now, I mean, Foot, they seem to be coming through with a really decent pacing here. Just finding the one, alleviating that, moving up to the next threat, just taking it in a very strategic manner. So I think Foot looking pretty good on this one.
Yeah, looking pretty good indeed. So they have that outside advantage here. That's going to be great. You always want to be on the outside of the building in this kind of situation, because you know where they could possibly peek from. Plus, you could just throw all the utility you have directly in through those windows. And if you catch a knock, you're going to be pretty good to go. So far, so good. Hoorah, definitely you're going to have to play this one very carefully. You can see Kairos. Oh, that nade, though, onto Kairos is going to be pretty crucial. And they most likely going to get this thirst, and they get it. So now it's a 4v3 situation. Kairos pretty out of position there. And that's going to cost Foot for sure.
Well, as we know, it is at least not the end of the road for either of these two teams, right? This is their first day of play. So they're going to have a bit of an opportunity to hopefully try and make up if not everything goes according to plan right here. But, I mean, looking at the zone, we've got quite a bit of a spread. And if you look up north, we've got someone lurking, right? In Hyper. now trying to sneak up into that nice and quiet position. And we saw a very similar rotation to this come through in the previous Erangel. And I mean, they had a really good outcome with that.
Yeah, they did, and I think they know the situation they're in. With only 52 points, that is definitely not going to be enough. So if I was talking that Team Liquid needs 10 per match, and Hyper need 15, literally. If they get 15, you know, in this one and 15 in the next, they might just be comfortable enough to make it on into the top 8. But even then, that's going to be pretty sketchy. So that's going to be their minimum, at least in when I'm doing the math in my head. So we'll see if that's going to happen. And if you got to think about it, to get 15 points, it's not going to be with eliminations only. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's going to take both eliminations and placement. So, I mean, the hard part about that is second place is only 6 placement points. So to get 15, you're going to have 9 eliminations in second place or 5 eliminations in first. And then it's not going to be easy to do in this lobby. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Hyper, just especially in stage 3 here, try to catch a couple players off guard, maybe get, you know, a nice little squad wipe, a third party. They're going to need it for sure.
I mean, you're going to have to be some kind of predator when it comes to hunting for those points, because, you know, relying on placement points alone, I think that is a very dangerous decision to make. You know, you've got more control when it comes to eliminations, right? You can focus all your effort on those elims, get those points secured, and then get blessed with whatever placement points accompany that come the end of the match. But now, it's still a tough call to make here as the teams are slowly getting themselves spread out all throughout the zone. I mean, just about every team has been able to make it in. Team Kesso also going to be coming through from that far southern side. Liquid, though, they just big chilling over here, waiting to see if Zebra Masters maybe going to try something, or another team could potentially line up some action for them.
Here we go, as Fireflux are going to get a thirst onto a player from Virtus Pro, but they do get a nice little knock back in return. But I tell you what, the second Fireflux realizes who this is, they're going to hard push. They do end up getting, oh, they know who it is now. Yeah, they got that thirst, so let's see. Fireflux are definitely going to push this one hard. And here they go. There's going to be a second knock coming from him. Oh, I thought it was guaranteed, but he jumped out of that vehicle just in time. This is still early, so they could eat a little bit of blue zone, but the second it closes, which it's about to do, that blue zone's going to start chunking a lot harder.
I mean, at least it's good. The zone didn't shift too aggressively from here. Nice mellow play, and now there's an opportunity for Malloy to come through with a little bit of that repayment. But still got to look at that HP bar. Can't get all too distracted. But Virtus Pro still have quite a bit of a ways to go. And I like this gatekeep play coming through from Fireflux, though.
They need to, yeah. They know who they're going up against. These are like, they were free points, but they lose 2 players in the process, which is definitely not optimal for Fireflux. So it's going to be pretty much a lose-lose in this scenario. The Xavier looking to third party this. I don't even know why they're standing where they're at. They need like 20 points per match. So they should be pushing this like without even thinking at this point.
Well, let's see.
Even if it's those 2 players.
Yeah. I mean, it's a little bit of a tricky position they find themselves in. Luck's now going to be looking to see what opportunities could be available to them. We do see even more players also then starting to trickle on through that feed. But here we go, Furia, hoping to find a little bit of something. I would always say that is an ambush that they're looking to set up there. But it's going to be a 1v1. It's going to be Furia up against Lux. Reyes also just off away in the distance. But here we go, Furia got the nades at the ready. Come on, is he going to get the hit? Or, I mean, it seems like there's a little bit of hesitation. You can understand because, I mean, Virtus, they don't want to give it up.
Well, I'll tell you what, Furia needs to start playing for himself at this point. He really does. Vampire go out. Wow. Another tough game for Vampire. Tomorrow's going to be a tough one for them. That's for sure. Oof, not the best scenario. But I'll tell you what, yeah, Furia needs to play for himself. He needs to just pop off, have a crazy gun skill performance, get as many eliminations as he can, and stand out. Because you never know, you know, like come main event time, you know, you maybe have some players that can't make it, and if you just show yourself out, you never know if you might get picked up for a game or 2. You know what I'm saying? So that's the only thing I think you can do at this scenario, because you know your team's not going to make it. It's your time to shine. Meanwhile, Insanity going up against an Hyper. Oh, and Hyper getting knocked. This is brutal. And Thirsted. This is not what Hyper needed. It's only one player up left, and that should do it with the DBS in hand. Boom. And Hyper's dreams looking ever so slim after that finish.
Yeah, but I mean, that is still a good play coming through for Insanity, as we do see moves being made. Oh, the nade. Oh! What was that, though? Team Queso. I mean, surely they saw that nade coming over the hill.
Yeah, man, the perfectly placed too. Fireflux is eliminated. Fireflux having a really tough day. 5 matches, only 17 points for them. That's not the performance that they were looking for. They have 1 match left to go, though. Meanwhile, Team Liquid. Team Liquid, last day that they have to play here. Currently sitting in 4th place. Have all the players up. Looking pretty good in this scenario. Looking to camp out next Ruya here on this edge. Let's see where the zone's about to pop, though. 7 seconds left on the clock. That's going to make things interesting as we see All Glory Gaming on the Smoke, man. Smoke so consistent. Nice knock there, though, from Fran.
Yeah, I mean, a good follow-up coming on that, but now All Glory, they're gonna have to push it on forward. It's gonna have to be All Glory or nothing. But now Miyaki is gonna be just popping away. We also still see Malloy there from Virtus Pro off in the distance, looking to bring in their own contribution to the Carnage here. But Myth now starting to ride the ridge. They just need to crest that hill, and that could be the end of at least Fran. But it's not gonna be end though for All Glory. Not yet.
No, yeah, it's not. Furia, what I was talking about, like these guys are now starting to play for themselves, and you can just see them. And this is what happens a lot of the times. You see a team that knows they're not going to make it, and all of a sudden, all those nerves that they had just go away, and they start finally playing their own game and start popping off. You hate to see it, but it definitely does happen. Look at that. See, now Malloy is just shredding players. Look at that. It's 3 eliminations each. That's how you go out.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely starting to find their comfort here, but let's see whether or not Myth is going to allow too much comfort to go unpunished. Up comes the push. Oh, hey, beautiful strafing as we do say goodbye to All Glory. Smoke, though, only their first elimination, and I mean, we are down to 10 remaining teams here.
Yes, indeed. I think you're going to want some of these teams to start soaking up the points for those squads in that middle of the pack. All the teams at the bottom went out early, so that's really interesting. That might give a chance for some of these teams in that mid-pack to breathe a little bit tomorrow. Well, we're going to see what happens and how this is all going to finish up. Meanwhile, look at this. Ura with 3 players up, keeping an eye on Smoke. Smoke are so comfortable that, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they do a nice little point sponge this game.
Well, I mean, ain't nothing wrong with a little bit of that sponge play going on through, but I mean, it's going to be a tough one to just follow up with as much as they can, but it's about to be go time, right? Team Liquid looking for a bit of a setup. Zebra Master also ready on the receiving end. But then next Rhea, they also still just lurking, and they know the teams could potentially be starting to move in their direction now.
Yeah, here they go. Everyone's trying to take this compound right here. There's so many squads. Miyaki's got that DBS out, looking to make it happen against Team Liquid. Here he goes with the push. Ayala, though, he's got his DBS himself. Oh, he ends up getting 1. Miyaki gets 2. Beautifully done. And that is going to hurt Team Liquid big time. 3 eliminations all on the side of Miyaki. Almost about to get that squad wipe all by himself.
I mean, it's Smoke Gaming at the end of the day, right? They've been just showing up to this whole performance here. So let's see whether or not Zebra Master are going to be allowing for even more of a continuation on that. Next, Rhea now looking to jump at the opportunity as they are starting to look in, and DX and Hura just fighting on the back end.
Here goes Miyaki looking to get another nade, trying to catch the rest of Zebra Master. They know that this zone is most likely going to pop in the opposite direction, so I'm wondering if we're going to see them press it. It's actually not too far away. I wonder if they actually go for this fight or try to circumvent them. I think that's definitely the second one is definitely the play.
Well, circumvention could be a good solution here, but now it is going to be up to Hura. Oh, DX just right in ridges, trying to see if they can find the angle, find the spray, but it's going to be a 2v2. But now the pressure is on, right? The mollies have been let loose, rather. You see Flames now starting to cook things up. Trua just riding and just looking for opportunities. So Paragon, I definitely hope that they can find the play here, but the nades are just getting closer and closer.
Yeah, that's the hard part. Is like when you're so down on the leaderboard, you only have 2 players up. It's really difficult to kind of like flip that switch and make something happen. So not too good for the Xavier. Zebra Masters, though, look at him definitely solidify that spot as they're starting to put some work in against Smoke Gaming. Only Miyaki up left. So Zebra Masters having a good game here at the start of Miramar. As we watch the rest of these players, hoorah, trying to take out the Xavier.
Well, they're trying. Let's see if they can succeed. A lot of movement. And of course, they also at the same time need to get themselves much closer to that zone because the blue is not going to be their friend. But up comes the opportunity. Malik now trying to see if they can find the pop-off. It is going to be a very close call, but the play is in. DX getting hit. 1 down, 1 more to go.
Got him.
And oh, it's on it.
Beautifully done there. So that is the Xavier done and pretty much out of the tournament at this point. They have 1 match left to go. It's going to be interesting to see what they decide to do here. Are they going to crush another player's dreams as Smoke Gaming go down? They have enough points. They're big chilling, so they're not sweating too much. Zebra Master, even though they're in 2nd place, they know, you know what? We do not want to leave this up to chance. 6 eliminations so far. They might just secure that spot to the finals in this game right here, right now.
Well, pressure is going to be on indeed. But here we go now, moving up. Zebra trying to play it nice and cautious. We've got the Death Wolves just hanging on the edge there. I mean, it's an interesting push coming through there from Neil Zado. Let's see whether or not they are going to be able to find those plays. The Death Wolves already having taken quite a bit of damage, but they've been able to kind of recuperate a lot of their HP here. Virtus Pro still in the mix, as we did see them just holding over on towards that far edge. But Zebra now trying to see, can they find the angle? Because they can hear the noises, right? They can hear all the cues. They just can't get the spray.
Yeah, indeed. Meanwhile, you got Zebra Master dominating this match. They have 4 players up. Death Wolves have 4 as well. Not a bad first day on the side of Death Wolves. You know, definitely putting up some points on the board. If they get a good one here, they'll be in a good position tomorrow to possibly make it into the finals. Virtus Pro, final player up. 9 eliminations. That's crazy. It's always crazy to see the last couple games. The team that just struggled all tournament long finally put up some eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, it's about time, right? It's never too late to try and secure yourself some points. I mean,
it's too late.
maybe to get a secured spot in the top 8, but it's never too late to get points on the board, right? I mean Virtus Pro just showing us what could have been, right?
Yeah, hate to see it. Meanwhile, we got Death Wolves with a great position in this match. They have most of the zone secured. Another team that's going to have a good sightline is going to be Influence Rage. They're at the top. They only have a duo up, but with their location, they could definitely cause some problems for a lot of these teams. So let's see what the play is going to be. Make sure oh yeah, the final player up. He knows that, man, I got to leave this hill. Let me just start popping some drinks and saying good luck. Here he goes. He's going to start the drive over right now. And these teams are desperately looking for points. If they see that vehicle, he's getting popped out for sure.
Yep. I mean, it's a risky call to make, but, you know, someone's got to do it. In the meanwhile, Zebra getting ready for a little bit of some of that action. Hurrah, Malik just riding back and forth. But, well, the only back and forth they're going to have to do is back into that lobby. Down to the final 5 teams we go. Insanity also stepping on up, securing their 8th elimination.
8th elimination. Final player up. That's Influence Rage gone. And he is sitting in that shack trying to get some extra placement points for his team. Meanwhile, Death Wolf still in this. Malloy still alive, finds the level 3 gear and a Groza, just looking to steal some points away and ruin some of these other players' dreams. As I did say, like, hey, if this is at this point, play for yourself. And I'll tell you what, Malloy has definitely had some great shots for sure. He gets another one. That's 10 eliminations. This guy is literally about to double his team's points in one game. out of all the ones he's played so far.
I mean, where was this Virtus Pro in
He's
all
gaming.
the other? Oh,
finally shut down.
Nice run though. Nice run.
Way to go out. Way to go out. Meanwhile, Death Wolves, here they are. Zebra Master as well. In a great position on the leaderboards. This game should solidify them for the main event. Death Wolves still have a lot of work to do, though, and they need to put some points on as well. So let's see what the play is. Oh, a little stun grenade there. Oh, you can't see me. Ooh. DBS gets it done. And meanwhile, he's going to start throwing some mollies right there on that vehicle. These are so hard to throw. They have to be perfectly placed since it's on a decline here. And let's see what they decide to do is... Oh, Talent's getting shot up from all angles. He's trying to hide. Get as many points as he can.
When it's tough, it is super, super tough. So let's see whether or not Zebra are going to be hitting rather those double-digit elim count as the Death Wolves rather starts to move on up. But I love the spread 2-2 approach. 2 players on high, 2 players down low, and up comes the play now. It is going to be Zebra Master trying to fend off the advances, but unfortunately, it'll not suffice. Now, a 1v4, right? I mean, Insanity, Talent, this is going to take more than Talent to clutch out this game.
You got to believe. He believes. He's gaming. He gets the knock right there and the finish. That's 6 points. Hits the deck. He says, nope, time to run out. DBS. Oh, Death Wolves shut it down. But what a game right there. Chicken dinner on the side of Death Wolves. 6 eliminations and a great performance considering that this is their first day. I was telling you, right, how my little underdog team was the Death Wolves. I had a feeling that we're going to see a qualifying team pop off, and they did.
Yeah, I mean, they showed the same kind of resilience back in qualifiers last day. So, I mean, no surprise to see them do that, but a well-deserved winner chicken then on their end.
Absolutely. Beautifully done. Beautifully done. And we saw some great performances as well for some other teams. Seven, what did you think about that last one?
I'm happy to see Death Wolves get that win because that was the best performing. Up to that game, that was the best performing team so far out of Group B. And we expected other teams to be the best performing for them to be able to get that chicken dinner, expand on those points, setting themselves up even tighter for those teams in Group A, in Group B that are going to be sitting out. They're going to be like, you know what? Okay, teams like you were saying in Hyper, if they want to get a chance, you were saying 15 points. They weren't able to get anywhere near those 15 points in this one, so they're going to have to absolutely pop off in this last match. And any other teams, Zebra Masters, I mean, another team that we were hoping they would do good in this match, and they do so as well. The better these teams towards the top end up doing that are not going to be playing tomorrow from Group B, the easier it might be to watch tomorrow and not so much as a nail biter.
And it's crazy to think that out of Group C, all the teams, all the names that we saw, it was without a doubt the qualifier team that performs the best so far. Insane. They're currently in 10th place, or they were in 10th place, right? And it's going to be interesting to see where they end up here at the end of this game because, man, I mean, another performance like this, the 6 games they have tomorrow, they're going to have so much room to breathe for sure. Look at that. 1,200 damage, 6 eliminations. That's how you do it, DK.
Oh yes, but I mean, they're not the only one on 1,200 damage, right? Insanity also back in the heat. Zebra Master reaching all the way into 1,700, and I mean, Virtus Pro, they woke up, they brought points on the board, right? Securing themselves those 10 eliminations, getting the placement points on board as well, but yeah, I would have loved to have seen that happen much sooner.
Yeah, likewise here as we take a look at the second end of the damage graph. One team in particular that I'm starting to get a little bit nervous for, Seven. It's going to be Team Liquid. You know, I think they needed just a couple more points to feel comfortable for tomorrow.
Yeah, I think for Team Liquid, they have played so far today really well, and I'm with you. I think this next match, they really need to close it out with hopefully a double-digit elimination match, even if they don't end up getting the chicken dinner. Because in my head, even though this is not mathematically correct, just from what I'm seeing when I was getting the chance to look at the overall leaderboards, looking at all the leaderboards when you guys were there, we'll have to wait and see.
Death Wolf was the chicken dinner winner for this last match, and I'm here with the player Igor that's going to talk with us about this last match. It's been a tough match for you guys. What's the feeling to get the first chicken dinner here? As últimas partidas foram realmente muito difíceis para vocês desde o dia de ontem. Qual que é o sentimento de conseguir o primeiro chicken dinner?
Olha, não foi nenhuma surpresa, sabe? Mas a gente se sente um pouco aliviado. E a gente vai manter o nosso jogo como tá, sem nenhuma surpresa.
Perfeito. It was not a surprise for them. They will definitely keep the same game because they think it's a good game for them right now. So they will keep regular and then they will keep the same game style. What is the strategy now to make to the main event among the 8 teams that will definitely advance the next week? Qual que é a maior estratégia de vocês agora para conseguir se classificar para o evento da semana que vem, para o grande evento, a grande final entre os 8 classificados?
Agressividade, sem dúvida. Agressividade, a gente não conseguiu aplicar muito essa partida porque a safe voltou muito pra gente, mas agressividade, sem dúvida, é o nosso diferencial.
You said the difference, the thing that is different for the team, it's because they have an aggressive game style, so they will keep being aggressive. This last match, it didn't work for them because the safe zone keep tricking them, but they will keep being aggressive and they probably will make the cut for next week main event. Thanks so much for the interview.
Well, they definitely started off strong here. I mean, they are the best performing team in Group C. They have 6 more matches tomorrow, and I think they're going to be feeling pretty comfortable going into it. Let's take a look and see who the MVP was, though, for that last match. And it was actually Talent from Insanity Esports. I don't think I would have had that one pegged here, 7.
Yeah, I'm checking my bingo card. Yeah, that was definitely not on my bingo card. Not even close, and I think we're seeing why, as he was able to use that DBS just to his advantage. Not only against Foot, but also towards the end. He gave us a glimmer of hope, and look at that. He ended up using the DBS to just take over this spot that ultimately ended up getting him an extra elimination point at the end.
Yeah, we're starting to see some highlight plays for some names, right? Meanwhile, let's take a look here at the match ranking. 16 total points on the side of Deathwolf's going to feel pretty good. Insanity 15. Wish you would have seen some of that a little bit earlier. And Zebra Masters, man, these guys have been very, very consistent so far. 14 points. They're going to be feeling really good going into tomorrow.
Yep, I mean, a good feel, that is definitely something that you want to try and have as much of. But as we look down onto the rest of the board, Hyper, a little bit of a tough run as we had in this one. But you know what? At some point, we need to draw the line and say there's only so much we can do. And I mean, it's all going to come down to what ends up on this first page.
Oof. Wow, Insanity Sports actually passed up Hyper. And Hyper there at 7th place. Remember, folks, it is top 8 that move on. Right now, the current cutoff is 49 points. The problem, though, is we're going to have a lot of teams play tomorrow, and they're going to play 6 matches. So that's going to make things very interesting. You're going to have teams like Nigma Galaxy coming back, some other big names as well. That's going to definitely make the plot thicken quite a bit. So honestly, with that performance from Insanity 7, I think we need to see a 12 to 15 elimination chicken dinner for them to feel somewhat comfortable. And the same goes for Hyper. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm glad you mentioned that too with Hyper there, because I was kind of hyping up Hyper. You know what? If they do want to get a chance, this is what they need to do for Insanity. Now, with the way that they have positioned themselves, that's what they need to do as well. They need to be able to get those extra eliminations. And one team that we actually haven't really gotten a chance to talk about, it's going to be Next Ria.
Yeah, Next Ria. What do you think about them?
To me, I mean, they're just being too quiet. They're sneaky consistently the first day in regards to they were able to get, I think it was 2 top 4 finishes, but they're just too quiet for me. I want to see more eliminations. I want to see them being able to place a little bit higher. I think so far today they really haven't finished anywhere near the top 5.
Oof, that's tough. DK, what do you think? You think there's another team that you expected a little bit more from so far?
I would say, I mean, definitely going to be looking over on towards Influence Rage, especially coming into today's plays. I mean, sure, we got them in that 3rd place. They did pop off with a little bit of aggression later on, but again, not managing to lock in enough consistency, I think.
Yeah, and then of course, you know, for me, it's going to be obviously Vampire. Just seeing that last performance there was a little bit tough there, but at the same time, we got one more match left to go. One more match left to go. You know, if they're able to go from to we'll be pretty good. But guys, of course, we got to give a big shout out to none other than Real Me with their 12 Plus Pro, guys. It elevates your photography experience with 120x zoom, and it also helps you out in game as well. So guys, go check it out today.
How to be a portrait master.
Bounce in the streets, I'm a boss till I call. Bounce in the beast, I'm a boss till I fall. I'm a boss on the beat, I'm a boss, spit it raw. I'm a boss, keep it G, and I walk in the talk. I'm a boss. You are now in the presence of a king.
What's up, everybody? We're back. I'm Hot Jukes here with 7WG and DK Casts. This is the final game of day number 2 and the last game for Group B. So hopefully we can go beyond the top and see some insane plays here. And it has to be on the side of N-Hyper or Insanity, or they are going home. DK, what are the odds that we see one of these teams get 20 plus points in this match? Give it to me.
Oh, based on what we've had, yeah, I think what Seven is saying over there, you know,
I'm itching my eye. I don't know what you're talking about, brother. You ignore me.
It's gonna be low to slim, I would say. I mean, unless of course it's gonna be an insane clutch up like they've not yet clutched up before. It's gonna be really tough for them to pull that one out of the hat.
Oof, especially in the last game with teams that are so desperate. Not to mention, you got teams like Virtus Pro who have nothing to lose that can just all of a sudden go crazy just for the fun of it. That makes things extra spicy. We've seen that happen before plenty of times, right, Seven?
We have seen it. And yesterday, talking about Virtus Pro, the last match was the one that actually they ended up playing and getting most of their points for the day.
Oh, unreal. Well, it's about that time, baby. Here we go. Final match of the day. DK, thank you so much. It's going to be me and Seven rounding this one out as we headed to the final game. And Here we go. Plane path on the south side. Let's get it going here, 7.
It's the final countdown. That's the only thing I can think of there. But we were talking about in Hyper, right? We were talking about some of the other teams like Insanity Sports. But I want to take a second now that we actually have extra time here to talk about like Nextria. Nextria, it's only at 66 points. In my mind, and once again, for everybody currently watching, for all those mathematicians currently in the chat, this is not mathematically correct, but I think the cutoff is going to be between 75 to 80 points, depending on what some of the other teams do tomorrow. So Nextria is currently not safe. I'm going to be looking at Team Liquid. I know you called them out as well, Hot Jukes. Those teams are not safe, even though it might appear that they are.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, because they look good right now. They look nice and cozy, but with 6 matches playing tomorrow, and we're talking 16 teams, it's going to definitely get intense. And they're going to know exactly how many points they need, so they can adjust their strategies at will. So, yeah, Nextria, Team Liquid, Insanity, and Hyper need to have a monster game here if they want to stand a chance. I will say already, Zebra Master, Smoke Gaming, they're good. I think they are definitely solid to make it into top 8 without a doubt. The first zone does... that. Yeah, right?
Yeah, 100%. First zone, as you were mentioning, they're going all the way to the east. Okay, a little bit of water, a little bit of toxicity finally. Thank you, Miramar. This is what I've been asking for. But yeah, I'm with you. Smoke Gaming, I mean, they have played so well for a team that a lot of people, when we speak globally, have no idea who they are. We kind of mentioned them at the beginning of the show yesterday. They are just a bunch of misfits players from Brazil, from the Brazil region, that have been waiting for the chance. And this is why I was kind of picking them as my black horse, because I felt like they were going to be taking just full advantage, finally being able to be in a global event, finally being able to get their chance. And also, hey, even if for some reason it doesn't end up working out for them, they're at least putting themselves in a lot of eyes for a lot of the other orgs that could possibly end up picking them up when it comes down to Smoke Gaming. And then Zebra Masters, they have been a big surprise for me too, because that team being able to start off with the chicken dinner. Usually I'm like, okay, am I going to be getting catfish here like Vampire Sports has been doing? Or are they going to try to be a little bit more consistent? Zebra, I mean, they have also gotten 3 top 3 finishes, which is great too for that team. Consistency is key, and that is what Nextria, that's the biggest question mark for me, Hot Jukes. That's we're going to be waiting here to see what some of these teams are doing. I get a chance to talk about them a little bit more. They haven't had any like pop-off wins, right? The good thing with Nextria is that sometimes even when they end up placing 15th, I would say a lot of teams would come down and end up with 0 eliminations, if even 1 elimination. Nextria does have 1 match that they have played where they ended up in 15th place, but they managed to get 7 eliminations. So if I was to pick any of those teams to kind of just secure the spot here from Group B on their last game before we go into tomorrow where they're not going to be playing, Nextria might be one of those consistent teams to be able to do that.
It's totally possible. The only thing is that you mentioned they haven't had that, you know, that top 2 finish, but it's always good to see them, because I always said this is what it takes in order to be a championship team. When you don't have a good placement or just the zone's not favoring you, you got to put up some points. And Nextria did that, right? 15th place, 7 eliminations, 7 points is nothing to shake your head at. You know, the problem is that when you get a good game, a good position, you gotta soak up as many as you can. You need those 20, 25 point games that we've seen from some of these other squads, right? And that's not something we've seen yet from a team like Nextria. So this is their final opportunity to do that. Now, we have seen that from Team Liquid, right? And we saw that today, right? A chicken dinner, 13 points. That's that miracle game that they needed. And I think they could definitely use 1 more for sure here. And, you know, you were talking about earlier, Zebra Master. These guys, man, the first game of the day of the whole tournament, 15 elimination chicken dinner. I think that after they got that, their confidence just shot so high, and they've just been riding that train ever since.
They did. And I mean, that's the main thing, right? Starting off with the right foot, starting off in the right atmosphere as well with them. 15 elims with the chicken dinner. Maybe they want to try to duplicate that, right? Maybe they just don't want to be in the top 8. Maybe they want to say they ended up in the actual top 3. for prelims and have some teams, whenever they do end up going to main event, a little bit scared to try to make them as a feeder team, because that's going to end up happening at some point, right? Even though all these good teams, we're going to have so many amazing teams when we get to main event. Some teams are just bound to not be able to perform well, and you don't want to be that team. And if you do end up being that team, you want to kind of send a reminder, hey, remember back in prelims when we played up against all these teams, we were in the top 3, so you might want to think about pushing us if you do decide to do that. And you were talking about Team Liquid. I feel like if Team Liquid, they don't even have to get a chicken dinner here, although it would be much preferred. If this team can possibly get anywhere from 7 to 9 points, they will be in a much safer spot. But right now, sitting at 70 points for Team Liquid, if they were to go out, man, tomorrow they're either going to be getting white hair, the players, or they're going to start to lose a lot of hair and a lot of nails, because it's going to be a nail biter.
Yeah, 100%. Because right now the cutoff is where is it at? I believe it's at Royals of War. Yeah, in 8th place with 49 points. Yeah, that's not gonna do it. 70 is gonna be a little bit too scary for sure. So let's see what happens here. Is 2 teams that we know for sure are not gonna make it are gonna be going at it here for their final run. The Xavier and Virtus Pro having some fun. As we see Lil Levis try to throw that molly on the Milky Way. And these guys are gonna just keep on pushing. So nothing really too crazy happening so far just yet. But like you mentioned, you said 7, 8. Honestly, if I'm Team Liquid, I'm thinking we need at least 10 to 15 to feel comfortable. You know what I'm saying? Because tomorrow is going to be just so sketchy. There's so many still monster squads, even though some of them haven't really performed as well as we expected. I mean, who knows? I think the best case scenario for these teams, like I'm talking Next Ruya, you know, Team Liquid, these kind of guys, I think you're just hoping that Team Falcons destroy everybody and soak up all the points.
Yeah, and even then, as much as we would like for that to happen, right, you're going to have other teams, like you were mentioning, from Group A, and one of the teams that's definitely going to be coming to mind, at least for me, is going to be none other than Enigma Galaxy. They're not going to have to worry about DX. They're going to have 3 Erangels. Hopefully, nobody ends up challenging them in Pochinki, and they're going to be able to set their games up. They're going to be able to play a lot better and not just play without knowing what the heck was going on, as Nate just destroys that player from Virtus Pro. And even though the Xavier didn't give us a hot drop in this last match, they are starting to take an early fight, which I'm okay with. You know what? Trying to get those points, it is going to be looking very unlikely for this team to even make it, unless Dukes, they end up with like 25 plus points. It could be possible. And they might be trying to go for the urgency, but it's going to be a lot harder considering that they already lost 1 player.
Yeah, you said it right there. You know, losing a player like that is going to pretty much ruin that chance. So, real tough one there. I mean, man, it's so crazy. We saw this team perform so well at PMGC come prelims time that those hot drops with Enigma Galaxy did not help them by any means. So, we'll see what ends up happening here as the next zone is about to pop. Oh, I thought it went all the way to the right for a second. I was like, oh, water circle? But hey, we still got a little bit of water in play as we head towards Minas Generales.
And La Bendita is going to be in there. I thought for some reason we're going to end up in Los Leones. But you know what? I'll take this. I'll take this because it's going to force so many teams there to push up. We're going to be probably seeing a little bit of action there as their rotations are going to be coming down. And Smoke Gaming, even though we could say that they are pretty much secure in the top 8, even if they don't end up playing tomorrow, I'm sure that this team is gonna also be looking to get those extra points, hopefully trying to create an even bigger gap, because imagine how much of a confidence booster that would be for that team, right? If they end up being first place in this and they end up beating the Falcons, we don't know what the Falcons are going to be doing tomorrow. We can definitely speculate and do all this and that. Yeah. But if for some reason Smoke Gaming can finish off the day here with the chicken dinner, that will set them up even better for being able to get that first place in qualifying for that main event.
For sure. We don't even know. Yeah, like, you're right. Team Falcons could go off, soak up all the points, and ruin some of the teams at the bottom. Or they could decide, hey, you know what? We don't even need points. We know we're getting top 8. Let's just start destroying some of the teams that we don't even want to see in the finals, right? So that's something that a lot of these squads have to consider as well. I think that's why we're seeing teams like Death Wolves press the issue so well here. They have a really good position in this circle too. They're a qualifying team. They already have 40 points on the board. A good game here. They're going to have a pretty smooth ride tomorrow, because there are those last day shenanigans, especially towards the last few games, 7, where teams know they're not going to make it, and that's not a place where you need points. But meanwhile, oh, Team Liquid going against Vampire. This is a huge fight, and Team Liquid lose one. That's going to hurt. And they know it's against Vampire, so I wouldn't be surprised if the rest of Team Liquid just take off. And it looks like that's exactly what they're trying to do.
That is going to be a massive fight there. Even though it was just one player, Vampire Esports taking at least one of the players from a team that needs to do something to secure, make it a little bit safer for themselves tomorrow when they're not going to be playing Team Liquid. Vampire Esports, you know what? A lackluster performance here in day one. Most of their points are coming in from that first chicken dinner in Sandhawk, where it seems like, okay, we're getting flashes, the way that they were playing, the way that they were positioning themselves, spreading out too. Nothing was working. Everything was working out their way, but so far here, it's looking a lot different. Now we got a fight here coming up against DX and Virtus Pro. Two teams that at this point, we know that they're going to be end up going home with the way that they've been able to put up those points. But you know what? Why not? Let's get something for the highlight. And DX Chu is not able to clutch up. You know who is able to clutch up? Virtus Pro, because Virtus Pro is trying to do exactly what they did yesterday in the last match. Get as many points as possible and stop those teams that actually need the points at the top from getting them.
Hey, you know what? Play spoiler, right? That's all you can do at this point, because you know you're not making it to the main event. So, hey, play spoiler, get some nice eliminations, maybe put something on the highlight reel for yourself, because who knows? There's plenty of times where you see a team that doesn't make it like this, 7, but they had one standout performer do so well, and then we see that player get picked up by a different squad.
That's what I'm saying. Leave a lasting impression on the crowd too. They might be able to pump up their numbers on social media for all the players out there. Make sure you guys give them a follow if you do end up having a favorite player after this tournament. And Smoke Gaming is going to be giving us one more. Oh, I thought it was. Oh, man. I was ready. I was ready for that blooper, Jukes. I was ready for the card to just keep on rolling. But it didn't end up happening. The team that I was talking about, Next Ruya. Here we go. Next Ruya being able to connect on some shots there, getting those eliminations. And then we switch over to DX. And DX is just trying to finish Virtus Pro after only just one player. This is the last player for DX right here.
Yeah, this is the last player, last game we're going to see for DX for this tournament. And you can see him just doing some shots. He's like, peek me, come on. You know you're not making it. Let's have some fun.
I bet you
Let's
won't.
have a battle. And that nade ain't going to do it. He only has bandages left. So yeah, that's going to be a GG for both of these squads. I really want to see, you know, I want to keep an eye on some of these teams that are going to be on that cutoff. I'm talking about, you know, in Hyper, Insanity, Nexruya, Team Liquid. Those are what I have my eyes on right now. What about you?
Yeah, I'm going to be looking at Nexruya for sure. I've been talking about them too, and I'm going to be looking at some of the other teams from Group C as well for them to finish off the day in a big way. Not only am I going to be looking at Death Walls, but I also want to see Hurrah Esports. Hurrah Esports is the second best performing team so far out of Group C, which is wild to me because this is a qualifier team. A lot of people might have not had high hopes for them. I know some of us, especially you guys, were saying, hey, this is a team that definitely follow up on the momentum that they were able to get last Saturday on the finals for those qualifiers, and so far they've been doing so we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen. A team that, if they even want to get a chance to fight for the top 8 tomorrow, All Glory Gaming saw Virtus Pro going into the last match yesterday with just 3 points. And then All Glory Gaming said, you know what? Hold my real me. Let me show you what I can do. And they decided to one less them with only 2 points for the whole day.
Tough.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that really is just insane. I mean, that's worse than what we saw yesterday, right? So we'll see how they decide to end the day off here. They still have all the players up. You know, if they get big point sponge this game, who knows what could happen. But that is an abysmal performance for sure. It is really crazy, 7, how well these qualifier teams have been performing here. I mean, you look at it, Smoke Gaming, Zebra Master, qualifying teams, top 2 so far out of these groups. And then not to mention, you know, out of Group C, you know, to see Death Wolves pop off has been insane. But you know what? We got to get this game done with here. Vampire are dead center, so they're in a really good position here. This could be the game that they've been waiting for. Death Wolves are going to be on that east side looking good, but there's a lot of congestion there up in the north, and one team in particular that really needs those points is going to be Nexruya. They only have 1 so far, but they do have their entire squad up.
Yeah, and they definitely need those more, right? Well, we were saying they're currently sitting Nexruya. Let me look at the map here. The overall 66 points. Man, 10 more points. That's what I want to see out of them. And there you go, DX getting eliminated, a team that a lot of people had high expectations for in this PMGO. Aren't even gonna be making it to the main event tomorrow. They're not gonna be playing, so from now on they're probably gonna just start going back to the hotel and start packing. Fireflux, another team that I feel like we thought, and I personally thought, was gonna be one of the heavy hitters here from Group C. They're having an abysmal performance as well here so far today by only being able to get those 17 points. We need to see a lot more out of this team, but I feel like I keep saying that out of a lot of teams, and there's only so much that they can do. As Zebra Masters, he's trying to take advantage here of All Glory Gaming, and All Glory Gaming is trying to finish the day off with at least more than 2 points.
No, they already have one of their players down. Zebra Master, nice little return knock here. It's time to keep your tournament alive. If you're All Glory Gaming, you really need to summon something inside of you and start popping off. That nade looks good though. Oh, yeah, and it is. The Molotov's going to get him. So here comes out the pump shotguns, looking to finish out the rest of All Glory Gaming. They only have one player up, and he's about to go down. Oh, I thought he saw him there for a second. Nope, that Molotov or stun grenade's going to do it. He stuns himself. And they are going to be blasting every shotgun shot they have into the smoke. Does he see him? And he does. Okay, yeah, for a second I didn't see that shot. He was just kind of hugging each other. But that's going to do it there for All Glory Gaming. 3 points on the day.
And Jukes, this is another fight that it's very important here. N Hyper going up against Smoke Gaming. Smoke Gaming is pretty much said and done. They might not want to see N Hyper going to the main event. N Hyper currently with just one player still alive. And ladies and gentlemen, whatever hope, whatever comeback we were hoping for that N Hyper would have, it gets ended right there. And that's another team that if the points do end up holding and our predictions end up staying the way that we've been thinking is going to happen, N Hyper is going to end up getting sent home.
Yeah, it's over with. It's over with. Royals of War are playing tomorrow. They're going to have some easy points. Death Wolves, they're going to only need 12 points in 6 games. So, yeah, that's going to be N Hyper done for, I think, at this point. Unless we see those top teams just do that and these guys put up goose eggs, but it has not looked like that so far. So, who knows what's going to happen tomorrow? All we can look at is right now, and that's Next Ruya, right? Next Ruya is one of those teams that can make it happen. Insanity as well, trying to put up some points on the board. They have 4 eliminations with only 3 players up. I love to see teams do everything they can to try and keep their hopes alive all the way to the last second.
Yeah, especially these 2 teams like you were mentioning there. 2 teams that definitely need those points. And then Next Ruya, 3 eliminations right now to their name as well. Not bad. They want to be able to pick up those numbers. The zone is going to be closing in. The circle is going to be closing in. Let's see where we're going to end up going. Vampire Esports still within the compound. This is what this team is usually good at, being able to hold angles, be able to control an area, and then if people start pushing towards them, they're going to be able to just start eliminating them. So we could possibly end up having another great game out of Vampire Esports after we haven't seen them at all since the first match in Senhawk.
I was saying, yeah, Vampire really needed the position here, right? You know, this is what they do best. When they get an easy zone, all they got to do is just look at everybody and shoot at anything that moves. Yeah, they're definitely going to dominate. Smoke Gaming, though, getting knocked here. That's going to be pretty big. Meanwhile, we're going back and forth. This Influence Rage able to get the finish onto Smoke. What a performance from Smoke Gaming, everybody. You got to give them their flowers for sure. These guys really pull out all the stops here in the 12 games that they played.
With Smoke Gaming, I mean, they just been such a surprise. We were just talking about them. We're going to continue to talk about them, especially when we go to the main event. Great performance out of them. I think they wanted to close that out a little bit better, but you know what? They'll end up taking those points. And here we go. Insanity now trying to jump mountains, trying to jump little cliffs here and there, but they got to be careful because this is a team that needs the points. They need to slow down their play if possible, as long as they get inside the zone. Zebra Masters currently hiding smack down the middle of the circle, so they're going to be just fine for a little bit until they have to push out of that. Insanity now gets knocked. There you go. More players getting knocked there and eliminated from Insanity Sports. That is not what you want to see out of a team that needs the points, Hot Jukes.
Oh, just such a tough situation. You could see them pretty much panicking at this point. That's the tough part, is like when you know you have so much on the line, this is your last game, and you're so far behind, you could just kind of have those little moments where you just don't know what to do and you just try to figure it out. And I think that's what we saw that drive away Really, I think that's exactly what happened to them. So we'll see what they opt to do. They are currently have the most eliminations so far, which is good, but they're gonna need a lot more than just that. We'll see what happens. Meanwhile, you got Vampire, like we talked about earlier, big chillin', just like saying, all right, yeah, with this zone, we should have this game in the bag. That's another player from Insanity knocked and finished. That's only one player up for them. It's not looking good.
Yeah, it's not looking good at all there for Sanity Sports. We saw them being able to get some eliminations. We thought maybe it was going to be a turntable. They could have maybe done enough, but it's going to be just making it tougher and tougher for them. One team that's looking to secure those extra points, Team Liquid. You see them there towards the bottom. They're chilling. They're waiting to see what's going to be happening between all these teams. And earlier, we saw Influence Rage. We saw Influence Rage being out in the open, and one of the Vampire Esports player, Newsy, trying to see if he could possibly get an angle on them because they were wide out in the open. So Influence Rage, if they are going to be staying where they are currently, they need to be careful. They need to have their eyes absolutely everywhere. Vampire Esports trying to figure out if they're going to be staying here in this spot or what's going to happen when the next circle closes, as it's getting closer and closer to shutting down and showing us what the new zone it's going to be.
Where are we going? Very much on the side of Vampire. So you can see them now going to start heading towards Newsy, as he's going to have a pretty good position in this match. And Federal from Influence Rage centered up. Maybe the rest of the team can try to get to him. It's going to be hard. Zebra Masters also dead center. We'll see how this all ends up, as next Ruya are going to most likely have to battle out Hoorah for that northern position. Nice little knock there from Newsy on a little boy, but look at this location. They have all the sight lines in the world, Seven.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about in regards to Newsy and Vampire Esports and Influence Rage just being out there in the open, even though they do have a shack now. That's exactly what I was scared about with Influence Rage, just being a little bit too overexposed. If Vampire Esports was going to have to push out of that compound that they were next, we are having some players knocked there. Hora Esports, they're trying to close it out in a good day here. They're trying to finish off with some extra points as well. Trying to find next Ruya. This is a team that they're probably going to end up challenging tomorrow when it gets to the points. And when we talk about the top 8, so if they can actually make them disappear, why not? Insanity Sports, that is it for them. They get eliminated 10th.
Oh, that's tough. For a second, I had a lot of hope because it was talent that was up left, you know, and we've seen him make it happen by himself. But unfortunately, it looks like that was only going to happen one time. So Insanity, not doing well on the leaderboards either. But that's a good thing for these teams like Team Liquid and Next Ruya. They have a big opportunity here. Let's see if they can take advantage of it, as Next Ruya forced out in the open. Frozen gets knocked. Most likely going to get thirsted. Here they come with the push, though, trying to take out this last player from Hoorah, and they do at a perfect time.
That was absolutely beautiful, because not only do they end up getting that player, they're going to be able to fully reset here with a player that was knocked and now get full control of that compound and give them a little bit extra cover too. Now we have Vampire Esports. This is when they get the scariest. This is when Tony K can actually shine, as he's going to be looking at everything and anything. Just give me a pixel. Give me a tiny bit of that head so I can start hitting them headshots, Hot Jukes. And
That's
nobody
right.
is doing that for him. Luckily for the other team.
100%. Let's take a look here at Death Wolves starting to keep eyes on Team Kessel. Honestly, in this position, they either need to push them out or just kind of work as neighbors, but instead they head... Oh, they're splitting. This is dangerous. They are starting to focus on a lot of different teams, and that can make things tough for them, because now Team Kessel realized that, hey, you know what? They're in trouble. Let's third party this.
They are going to try to third party that too. And you know what? Team Liquid finally ended up coming out of where they were. They end up getting eliminated, but I think they ended up with some points there. And Team Kessel making sure that they make Wolves pay as they're eliminating all these players here. I keep thinking about Dancing Wolves, man. That's just stuck in my head. I know it's not. I know it's Death Wolves. There you go. Death Wolves getting eliminated by Team Queso. And now next we are trying to find their next position. Fireflux, Death Wolves fighting. Everybody's just starting to fight here, as Vampire Esports ended up losing one player as well while all this madness is happening, Hajux.
Oh, it's an absolute war right now, but I'll tell you who's on top. It's Next Ruya. Next Ruya with 6 eliminations, all 4 players up. They're doing exactly what they need to do to try and keep their tournament hopes alive. They want to be able to do at least a double elimination chicken dinner with this nade. If it's able to thread the needle, that could do it, and he does get a 1. That's Zwolf. able to get a double nade, and that's a finish. So beautiful play. He's going to try to get back to his team, and those points are going to be critical at this time. Meanwhile, you got Fireflux on the other end, just outside the zone. They got to get moving.
Yeah, and Sewell with that position there, he was going to try to be a bit of an anchor to his team. Fireflux, you see Lux being able to spot somebody there from Deadwolves. He's going to be taking some shots. It's going to be hard to finesse those shots there through the stairs as he ends up getting found there by Influence Rage. He's going to get eliminated. Deathwolves taking full advantage of this third party here by Influence Rage as they're going to be making the push here towards Fireflux, and now it's going back and forth. Now Catch being able to find an off angle. He's going to be able to get him. Team Queso wants to get involved in this fight. Everybody wants to get involved in this fight right here, Hot Jukes.
Last match of the day. You got to get as many points as you want. Deathwolves, they need them, and they trying to press the issue here. They say, you know what, we got 3 eliminations. Can we get this one here? He's got the UMP. Ooh, tries to get those shots. They're both lit. If he can get one knock, he can get the other, but it's not going to work out as Fireflux clutched that one at the last second, but here comes Papa Blue starting to press the issue. Meanwhile, next Rhea, 7 eliminations. Oh, only 1 player up. Gets a critical knock there.
He does end up getting a critical. Team Queso gets eliminated as well. Next, Rhea Frozen ends up getting knocked there by Vampire Esports from the players that are still alive from Vampire Esports. Look at Influence Rage. They were super exposed at one point. Luckily for them, Vampire Esports ended up getting rotated. They lost some players, and now they are the current team smack down the middle in just a little shack with Zebra Masters very, very close to them. It's going to be 2 players there still alive from next Ruya, which is going to be good. This team, the team that definitely needs the points, and as I say that, Swain gets knocked. It's going to be just 1 player now from next Ruya, but I think possibly could they done enough? They're currently in a top 4 situation. He needs to try to secure some extra points for his team.
Oh, so desperately. You can see Vampire rocking a big split here, a 2-1 split. Newsy trying to give him all that intel that he possibly can. Meanwhile, we do have that Shack squad. That was Influence Rage. That nade, though, oh, right on point. 9 eliminations for Vampire. They said, oh, you know what? Who cares about the middle matches? It's all about how you start and how you finish.
And if you can finish on a win, they're going to definitely take that. I wouldn't be surprised if this team does end up coming out with a win, but it's not going to be easy because they still have Influence Rage, even though Influence Rage is currently in a shack. Anything can happen here. Look at them, they're just waiting. Pop all the tires.
Influence is big chill, and they say, hey, we're top 3, 5 points. We'll take this. But it's going to be so difficult to leave this shack because Vampire's just staring at it right now. No smokes on the side of Diego. That's not good. But we do see one of their teammates has one in hand already. Meanwhile, next Rhea with only a single player up, just trying to secure possibly an extra placement, any little point that they can get, because where they're currently standing on the leaderboard, 7, I mean, this could be the difference. Literally, 1 elimination here could be the difference between 8th and 9th place.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it here coming into the prelims by the finals qualifiers. What the final team, Inca, was able to make it by just 1 point. So any point can matter here, and they're going to be trying to squeeze them. Vampire Esports getting a little bit more focus here in regards to Influence Rage. But this is the time. This is the time when if you are the next real player that's still alive, you try to move up a little bit closer. You try to get those angles. You try to set yourself up that if you are able to possibly knock somebody, confirm that into elimination and get those extra points as Tony K has to hit the floor there because he's starting to get shot by Influence Rage.
It looks like we're going to go down to the final circle here. Stage number 9. 8 seconds left on the clock, guys. You better start having your plays in your mind because, yeah, here come the smokes. This zone is about to go into nothing.
And Vampire Esports now letting go of all those smokes that they have. Luckily for them, they still had a vehicle. Chunks. Did you see how much health that blue zone is taking? Yeah, you don't want to let it touch you at all. And next Ruya is going to be taking some shots here. This is what I was expecting to see out of next Ruya. Setting themselves up to get those extra angles. And if Influence Rage ever had a chance to make this push, it's going to be now as Little Boy and the Influence Rage players start pushing up to Vampire Esports because they're distracted by next Ruya.
Key taking off his backpack just to kind of eliminate just any kind of height at all. Here comes a big nade, though, from Lil Boy. Vampire are in a good position, but they're going to have to survive this absolute red zone coming towards them. Tony K dip diving and dodging behind those hay bales, but here comes Influence Rage. Next Rhea on the other side, trying to play as quiet as possible. I don't think ANF realizes that he's there. So let's see what they decide to do. Newsy gets knocked, only one player up left, and it's Tony K.
And Vampire Esports, something that looked easy, like they were going to be able to close out the match. It's not going to be looking like that anymore, especially after this new circle. Tony K, we know what he's
on fire.
able to do, but he is going to be on fire. His health's going to be going down. Influence Rage currently getting themselves set up perfectly here, and he is just stuck. Look at where this Next Ruya player is at. And Next Ruya, ladies and gentlemen, we asked for them to show us something in this last match, and they're showing us everything, even if it's just one player. He's going to be taking some shots there to Little Boy. Little Boy is able to spot him. He's going to make him sit back, and it's going to come down to Influence Rage in this engagement. There you go. He's going to get that. Tony K is going to come down to Next Ruya and Influence Rage. Hajux.
He's going for the toes. He gets the knock. What a critical knock. He goes to the second player. He has the cover. He has to hit the shots. He almost gets them, but it's Diego that wins that one. You can just see that sigh of relief there. 9 eliminations. What a finish, though, from Next Ruya. To be able to get that done at the last second, it could be just enough to hold them onto the main event. But of course, you cannot take the flowers away from Influence Rage. It's about time we see one of these partnership teams put in work here.
We do, and this is a team that definitely needed a chicken dinner. They started off the day awful. They were able to get some points here and there, but we wanted to see more. We wanted to see the Influence Rage that we are used to. And yeah, point at it. Point at the logo, because this is the team that we were expecting. But overall, man, even though Influence Rage won there, that Next Ruya player, Kane, my goodness. That was absolutely beautiful. The peaks he was doing, if he would have just stayed a little bit longer with those peaks, I think he would have been able to clutch that 2v1 at the end.
Imagine if he had just one extra piece of utility. DK, I know you were watching this one. What'd you think about that last match?
All I can say is boom, boom, boom. It was action, it was hits, it was insanity all over the place. But what a play, though. I mean, Vampires, right? We saw them hit that high ground into the later stages. They just hung on there. They just stuck there and being an absolute nuisance. But you gotta give the respect to where it's due, right? Next Ruya, holding steady, playing such a strong game. And, I mean, Kine, that game's so close.
Oh, you saw there, and Hyper getting finished out. It was comeback day. They had a great start, but just weren't able to get the finishes that they want. So they are not looking good at all. They're going to need pretty much a miracle if they want to make it into the main event tomorrow. You're going to have a bunch of teams put up absolute goose eggs, and that is very unlikely because we see teams like Vampire popping off here at the end. They tried to get that main position, but when they took it so early, it's just so hard to hold on. These shots, though, like you mentioned, Seven, they were so close. I thought he had it.
Right there, dude. Right there. That was so beautiful. And he ended up getting the shots. He just had lower health. And you know what? Let's go to the match rankings. Influence Rage able to take it with 19 points. But Next Ruya reacting like we wanted to. 17 points. And finally, we get some signs of life. Did somebody hit him with the defibrillator? Vampire Esports. They ended up getting a beautiful spot. They were able to take full advantage of it. 14 points for them. That is a good little bounce back there from what we've seen in the previous 4 matches.
Absolutely. I mean, they started off so strong and they ended with a solid match as well. They'll have 6 more matches tomorrow to be able to make it on. Of course, we got to give a big shout out to all the teams that made it here in the first place. You know, for all the teams in Group B, this is going to be it for them. And unfortunately, there's quite a few of them that we know for sure are not going to make it into the main event. So big ups for them. Great effort. Hopefully we can see them put in some work, and, you know, we might see some of these players here in the future, Seven.
Oh, for sure. I'm looking at Hyper. I know a lot of us were like having any hopes, but it is a brand new team, right? I feel like they're going to need a little bit more time. They were thrown into the wolves here at a PMGO, at a global event. I don't think they were quite ready for that. Give them some time. Let them cook. Maybe we'll end up going back to the NA hopes that they used to be.
The dream. DK, any teams that stood out to you here before we get into the next one? But you know what? Before we get to you, we're going to go ahead and take it to a quick interview, and we'll be right back.
The last chicken dinner winner for today was Influence Rage, and I'm here with Federal, the player from Influence Rage. And today was a quite hard day and quite aggressive for the team. And I want to know, everything your team prepared for today work as planned? Hoje foi um dia muito difícil também para o time da Influência Rage e também é um dia muito agressivo de forma geral aqui no campeonato. Tudo que vocês planejaram deu certo?
Pode falar? Bom, a gente não conseguiu encaixar nosso jogo nas 5 primeiras partidas, né? Teve trocação de spot, teve várias coisas, mas nessa última a gente veio com tudo aí e é isso.
Not that everything that we plan for the day work as we would like that have worked, but in the last match we fixed all the things and we came all the way for the chicken dinner. What is the main thing you have to change before tomorrow matches? Quais são as coisas que vocês definitivamente precisam mudar para amanhã vir diferente no jogo?
Cara, teve safes muito difíceis, mas creio que o maior ponto disso tudo foi erro individual. Spot e erro individual que a gente mais pecou. E é só isso mesmo.
We definitely have worked out our rotations and the last safe zones and also individual mistakes, but we're gonna fix that with the coach and the team and we'll come back tomorrow even better. Thanks for the interview and congratulations for the last chicken dinner, and tomorrow we'll see you again.
Always great to be able to hear from Federal, right? I mean, man, these guys, they're definitely a team that we want to see in the main event for sure, right? So to see them be able to pop off, get that chicken dinner right there towards the end is definitely exciting. But of course, guys, it's time we take a look at the MVP, and man, this was right on time, DK.
Yeah, I mean, next Ria, they were cooking, and it was, as you said, about time for them to bring in those plays, bring in those performances. But, of course, now we got to see whether or not that is going to be enough to solidify their performances coming into tomorrow. I mean, they brought it in, though, locking in a bucket load of those eliminations. So I think this is a very well-deserved play coming through here onto Woodskine. And, I mean, we already saw those clutch-up plays coming right here at the end, finding the play. Bringing a beautiful contribution in onto Sony K. What a day.
Those peaks are just so absolutely disgusting as we look over to the performer of the day, none other than Miyaki from Smoke Gaming. 12 eliminations, 3,100 damage. That's what you want to see out of the top player from the top team of today. Honestly, Smoke Gaming had just such an amazing day. They weren't able to mimic those 2 chicken dinners that they got the first day, but a much more consistent day here on day 2.
Whew, I mean, a qualifying team, right? Doing so well here. I love to see some new names, new monsters coming on in here. It definitely elevates the whole scene as a whole. And look at this, you can see right here the overall standings. Smoke Gaming on top with 110 points, Zebra Master in second, all the way down to the cutoff, and that is 8th place Royals of War. They're going to be playing 6 matches tomorrow, and they only have a 4-point difference between them and N-Hyper. So a lot of these teams we're going to see just go down as the time goes off here. 7.
Yeah, and I was looking there at that A team, Team Liquid, with those 71 points. Man, as much as I would like to say, okay, you know what, you're going to be able to relax tomorrow, you're more than likely going to be going to the main event. It's going to be tough. It's going to be a nerve-wracking watch for them because they're not going to be able to decide their future tomorrow. It's going to come down to how Group A and how Group C teams end up performing and who's going to be bringing it and who's going to be wanting to be in those top 8.
For sure. There's a lot of other teams that are going to be coming back tomorrow. Na'Vi, we can see right there. They have 20 points, but with 6 matches, that's a lot that could happen. But you know what, guys? We got another interview coming right up. Let's go ahead and take it on over. Carol Bombshell.
Performer of the day in the hands of Miyaki from Smoke Gaming. Congratulations, Miyaki, and welcome. And we want to know if everything that you planned for today worked out as you wanted, and what's your feelings and thoughts about today. Miyaki, eu quero saber se tudo que vocês planejaram para o dia de hoje funcionou como vocês esperavam e também quais são os seus sentimentos.
Com certeza, né? O dever foi feito dentro do tempo que tínhamos, né? Nós traçamos as estratégias de ontem para hoje, então executamos. É muito corrido, né? São 3 grupos, então com o conteúdo que tínhamos, nós conseguimos sim. O sentimento é com certeza de dever cumprido, querendo ou não, estamos no top 1, né? Classificados para o main stage, então, felicidade.
They are very happy that they can they are relaxed actually because they feel like they are qualified for the main event next week. So far so good. Right now they have done everything they needed. They apply everything they wanted, and they feel like the mission is accomplished. And right now, do you have any guess for us to say which are the other teams that will qualify for the main event? Sorry. Você tem alguma... Se você consegue falar quais são os outros times que vão conseguir se classificar também para a próxima semana?
Com certeza, a expectativa é muito alta nos times brasileiros, né? Com certeza, até porque é um evento em casa, mas acho que alguns vão ficar de fora. Mas eu torço para que a maioria seja dos brasileiros, né? Com certeza, representar dentro de casa é algo que muitos sonham e hoje podem realizar, então ficaria feliz.
Of course, he said he's cheering for Brazilian teams, and he want all of them to go to the main event with them as well because they are playing at home. Thanks so much, Miyaki, and congratulations, and we'll see Smoke Game in the next week in the main event. Muito obrigado, Miyaki, e a gente vai se encontrar nas próximas semanas.
Oh boy, some more Brazilian monsters have entered the arena. And who knows? I mean, this could be just the first time of many times, you know? We see Smoke Gaming and Squad just start tearing up the battleground. These guys really did well. I mean, they outfragged so many different squads that we've seen perform at the highest stage, DK.
I mean, what a day, though. I mean, and aside from Smoke Gaming, we also did see quite a performance come through from the Zebra Masters, right? I mean, for me, they had also a really good performance coming into this last match, you know, made it all the way up into those late phases. And I think out of those two teams, you know, it's so interesting to take into consideration that they've come through all the way from the qualifiers, right? They're not one of the partner teams, and they've been playing, as you've said already, just rubbing their shoulders, pacing with those partnership teams. So I think there's a lot of excitement coming through from the Brazilian region.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, guys, that is going to be it for Group B7. Any final thoughts before we go into tomorrow?
Group A is gonna bring it, baby. I'm ready. I'm ready for this final day.
DK, what about you?
I'm right there with you. I am excited. I think I'm gonna bring a seatbelt in tomorrow as well because I might as well just need it.
Get locked, get loaded, folks, guys. A lot more action left to go. That is it for Group B, but we got 6 team heaters coming in tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. We will see you guys mañana.
I am number one, not number two. If I'm not the one, I'm uncomfortable. See the competition I've been running through. Leveled up, I only see him in my rear view. Yeah, I'm ballin', yeah, I'm ballin', been ballin'. Yeah, I'm ballin', yeah, I'm ballin', been ballin'. I'm winning, get buckets from the court side to the nosebleeds, yeah, they love it. I'm winning, get buckets on the first in and the last out, see me coming. first take, I'm hotter than hot. Hotter than some boiling water, I bubble the pot. Team full of ballers, baby, we winning a lot. I'm like Curry with the rock when I get to my spot. I'm tapping in, I'm passionate. This is what passion is. This here, nah, this is no accident. From the start to the finish, I'm cashing in. I am number one, not number two. If I'm not the one, I'm uncomfortable. See the competition I've been running through. Leveled up, I only see him in my rear view. Yeah, I'm ballin', yeah, I'm all in, been ballin'. Yeah, I'm all in, yeah, I'm all in, been ballin'. I'm winning, get buckets from the court side to the nosebleeds, yeah, they love it. I'm winning, get buckets from the first in and the last out, see me coming. Been poppin', Sports Center from a little I was watching. Spin a bag like I'm Rafa, call that top spin. How could I not win? This is top 10. From the bottom, gotta sniff out the top wins. I sit back, reflect, and do it again. Hardest milli is the first, now we got 10. Talking 10, 10, 10, 10 times 10 and again. I am number one, not number two. If I'm not the one, I'm uncomfortable. See the competition I've been running through. Leveled up, I only see him in my rear view. Yeah, I'm ballin', yeah, I'm all in, been ballin'. Yeah, I'm all in, yeah, I'm all in, been ballin'. I'm winning, get buckets from the court side to the nosebleeds, yeah, they love it. I'm winning, get buckets from the first in and the last out, see me coming.